Everybody, apologies for the delay. We're a little system reboot here. We're back on. We're going to call to order this city council meeting for the afternoon of January 30th. Thank you all for being here. Tony, would you please call the roll?
Jimenez.
Present.
Torres. Cohen. Ortiz.
Present.
Davis. Here. Dwan.
Present.
Candelas.
Here.
Foley. Here. Batra.
Present.
Kamei. Here. Mahan.
Here.
Torres. Present. You have a quorum.
Great, thank you. Now, if you're able, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Today's invocation will be given by Pastor Finney Abraham of Westgate Church, and Vice Mayor Kamei will tell us more.
Thank you so much. Pastor Finney Abraham is a local compassion pastor at Westgate Church, located in West San Jose. He leads an annual event called Beautiful Day, where volunteers from across the local faith community join together to clean up their neighborhoods, parks, and schools. And many of you may have worked with them. Pastor Abraham is also the executive director of Coalition Alleviating Poverty in Silicon Valley, a nonprofit which works to reduce poverty in Santa Clara County and supports people across San Jose. In addition to being a spiritual leader in our community, he's also a proud husband and father of two. I'm glad that he has joined us today, and I'm happy to invite Pastor Abraham to give the invocation for our council meeting today.
And in that value is the sense of otherness, to take care of the other, to love the other, to forgive the other, to give the other an option to communicate their thoughts and needs. And if as a city, if we have otherness in our hearts, if as a city, as leadership, we do that, I think our communities would be really united. There is this one book in the Hebrew Bible in Micah. And there's this one verse that actually communicates about this on how we can do it. It says to act justly, to be just to everybody, to love mercy, and as you do justice, to be kind, and to be humble and honor everyone else, because all people in this world have value and worth because they're created in the image of God. Well, that is my prayer for our city and for our leadership. And please know that there are hundreds of people, thousands of people in our county and in our city who pray for you guys and look up to you guys to lead us in this time, and also members of our city and our institutions to take that oath that we will not allow ourselves to be polarized during this time. If we do that, I think our city will be in good hands as we look forward to 2024. Let me pray for us as we start this meeting. Heavenly Father, creator of all things, we thank you and we are grateful for a city and the freedom that comes with the city to live here and to experience all the good things that you have for us. God, we pray for our city council, our leaders, the city manager, and the hundreds of people that work here, and their commitment and their heart to see our city do well. God, I pray that you would help them to do well, because if they do well, our city will do well. So I pray that you would give them a sense of purpose and unity as they come together, because this is the kind of work that can sometimes seem difficult and be defeated all the time. Lord, I pray that you would give them a sense of energy as they approach this year, this month, and this coming months ahead of us. We pray for all the council members and their families and their leadership. We pray for our mayor. And God, we pray that you would give us the wisdom on how to move forward. Give us the grace to handle the most difficult things of our city, to care for the poor, the vulnerable, the homeless in our community, to care for those who are hurting, to care for those who are on our streets who are hurting. But to do all of this with a sense of otherness and to know that every single person in the city carries value and worth. We pray that you would guide us, be during this meeting, and help us to do the right thing and to make the right decisions for our leaders. We pray and ask this in the name of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Appreciate your message of empathy, unity, and hope as we begin today's City Council meeting. We're on to ceremonial items. Vice Mayor Kamei, if you would join me at the podium, we will recognize and proclaim Black History Month.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to give a little bit of history here, and some of you may know this. The first recorded residents of mixed African and Mexican heritage in San Jose arrived here in 1777. They were farmers who were integral to the well-being of the local settlements. Throughout statehood and beyond, Black people have continued to make San Jose and California their home. Our Black community has made incredible contributions. In 1915, 50 years after the end of the Civil War and the 13th Amendment, Black historian Carter G. Woodson created the idea of dedicating a week in the recognition and celebration of Black American history, society, and culture. This week became much more popular and eventually expanded to become an entire month during the civil rights movement of the 60s and 70s. February was chosen to reflect the birthdays of Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass. Since Gerald Ford, every U.S. president has proclaimed Black History Month nationally, and for a long time, San Jose joined in proclaiming Black History Month in our city as well. I am proud to continue this tradition by proclaiming February 2024 as Black History Month in the city of San Jose. I invited 3 incredible leaders today to join us and receive this proclamation because of their outstanding contributions to our city and to our local Black community. Sharon Jackson is the founder of Mama D Second Chance, a nonprofit that works with local Black youth to ensure that they have the resources and opportunities to thrive. She partners with Eastside Union High School District, as well as others, feeds unhoused residents, and supports low-income families. William Armeline is a professor in the Department of Sociology and Interdisciplinary Social Sciences at San Jose State University and serves as the Criminal Justice Chair for the San Jose Silicon Valley NAACP. Pastor Kaloma Smith is the lead pastor of University AIM Zion Church in Palo Alto. and serves on their Human Relations Commission. He also serves on the County NAACP Executive Board. He is an indispensable Black leader across the county and works to advance a spiritual mission that brings justice and belonging to all of our residents. I would now like to ask Pastor Smith to speak on Black History Month and why we must continuously recognize and celebrate Black history, not just as a council proclamation, but every day of our lives.
I remember for several years in the 90s as I was coming up, going to celebrations like this and feeling they were very performative. We felt like we had moved forward. But as we stand in America today, I realize that every moment that we can lift up a marginalized community and speak about their history, their humanness, their struggle, their perseverance, the way that they have moved forward becomes ever more critical. Right now, we live in a country where people are whitewashing history, trying to say things that aren't as if they were. And it is important for us as a county, a community, and a city to identify history and make sure that we speak truth each time. I know we are struggling right now because the Black population is shrinking. You know, part of the issue around housing is people can't afford to live here. So a lot of the older Black population has sold their houses and their children aren't here. But I will stand here and say, we at the NAACP, we in our community, we will shout till the last of us are here to let you know that our history is important to America, our history is important to the world, and that we need justice in our community.
Vice Mayor. All right, Councilmember Ortiz, please join me at the podium and we will recognize Jesus Flores. And if Jesus and his family want to come down, feel free.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today we are honoring someone who has earned his spot as a pillar of the city's business community, Jesus Flores. Jesus' record of advocacy and community leadership is storied and unmatched. As the founding president and CEO of the Latino Business Foundation of Silicon Valley, Jesus has supported over 1,600 small businesses in this region with technical support, training and skill development, and advocacy for the unique needs of small, minority, and women-owned businesses. In collaboration with Santa Clara University and my own business institute, the Latino Business Foundation has created the Latino Business Academy, providing quality training to small business owners and aspiring entrepreneurs, keeping the American dream within reach. In addition, Jesus has pioneered many initiatives for women-owned businesses with the Latino Business Foundation, including the Women in Power program, which supports single mothers and single mother business owners with technical assistance and help accessing capital, childcare, and of course, legal services. He also led the creation of Mujeres Imparables program, a business incubator and support network for women entrepreneurs. Jesus has also been a prolific advocate in his personal capacity, helping start the Alum Rock Village Business Association through legal assistance and help secure grant funding to help them hit the ground running. Jesus and the Latino Business Foundation have been a critical lifeline for our small business community as it faced struggles such as the pandemic, the affordability crisis, and the uncertain future of the Berryessa flea market. Jesus has proven himself to be a reliable partner to both my office and the city at large, and it's an honor to present him with an official commendation from the mayor and the entire city council today. And now I'd like to ask Jesus to say a few words.
Gracias, buenas tardes. First of all, thank you for allowing me to invite my family. This is a great moment and I wanted to share it with my family. Gracias. Gracias. My name is Jesus Flores. I am Executive Director of Latino Business Foundation, Silicon Valley. Dear Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, and distinguished members of our community, today I am deeply honored and humbled to stand before you, receiving this commendation from Council Member Peter Ortiz. This moment is not only a personal milestone, it reflects the values and aspirations of our entire community. Looking back to our journey, we remember the challenges we faced and the collective efforts needed to overcome them. Since 1998, and this is very important to mention, along with my wife, since 1998, we have been supporting small businesses. And just last year, we assisted close to 3,000 entrepreneurs and students wanting to start businesses. In 2023, we also helped formalize several nonprofit organizations, including the Alum Rock Village Business Association, Federación Zacatecana Norte de California, with over 2,000 members, and the Comité de Fiestas Patrias. With the Comité de Fiestas Patrias, we celebrated an extraordinary Mexican and Mexican-American celebration, bringing together around 10,000 community members for a family-friendly event. These achievements are not only mine, but a testament to the dedication of several individuals, volunteers, staff members, organizations, city departments, and importantly, many of you here today, council members, mayor, and vice mayor. Your support has been crucial to our success and that of many, many small businesses in our city. I want to give a special thanks to Council Member Pam Foley for backing our Mujeres Imparables program. Also to Council Member Omar Torres for his aid in our restaurant support program, to Council Member Domingo Candelas for his support to our Business Academy, and of course, to our Mayor, Matt Mahan, for his ongoing support, especially with our upcoming graduation event on February 7th, where we will be celebrating 80 graduates from our collaboration with Santa Clara University MOBI, My Own Business Institute program. And finally, a sincere thank you to Council Member Peter Ortiz for his constant support to over 2,000 small businesses in East San Jose. Thank you, Council Member. As we celebrate today, let us reaffirm our commitment to continue supporting over 65,000 small businesses in our great city of San Jose. Gracias. Thank you.
I kindly ask the mayor to please present the commendation. And we'll take a picture, and if our colleagues afterwards want to join us for another picture, please join us.
Thank you, Jesus. And our final ceremonial item, Councilmember Candelas will join us here. He's already here. And we will recognize our Department of Transportation pavement maintenance team. They have been doing some great work out there, huh?
All right, well, wait. All right, thank you, Mayor. Today we are recognizing the Department of Transportation's pavement maintenance team for their incredible work in paving and maintaining San Jose's streets. But it's not just that. This team has outpaced themselves year after year, steadily improving the conditions of our streets. In fact, in 2023 alone, they helped to pave over 242 miles of roadway, which is roughly the distance between San Jose all the way down to Bakersfield. By 2028, our pavement maintenance team will have paved over 2,000 streets in our city. This type of work would not have been possible without state as well as local investment passed by voters. These are your tax dollars at work, and I believe it's crucial to highlight the departments that not only complete their job with excellence, but go above and beyond their duty for the betterment of our city. Today, we are not just recognizing high-performing staff, but also recognizing an important characteristic of our city. When we focus on an issue and direct resources to the right solutions, progress is attainable. Recognizing this progress is critical because it touches every person in the city from the moment they leave their homes. Thank you to the Department of Transportation Director John Ristow, Deputy Director Rick Scott, Division Manager Frank Verschitti, as well as the countless numbers of DOT staff for your work. As you can see, some are right behind me. You all have been incredibly responsive to our staff and our constituents. The rapid turnaround on communication and real work is what many of our residents have been applauding and have come to appreciate. Congratulations and thank you again for your hard work. Now I'll invite John or Rick to say a few words before the mayor presents a commendation.
Thank you, Council Member. I'm John Russo, Director of the Department. And actually, I think the recognition really should first start with the mayor and council, because a number of years ago, they chose to put the Measure T funding measure on the ballot, and the voters approved it. That provided much needed revenue for us to actually rework and remake all the streets in the city. At about the same time, the state and Santa Clara County were also voting on similar types of measures. With all those funds, it really provided that great opportunity for us to actually really remake the entire city's transportation system. But with that responsibility came a big challenge, and Rick Scott and Frank Verschitti and the whole team stepped up and took that challenge on, and actually, boy, did they deliver on that kind of responsibility given to us by the voters. It wasn't about 10 years ago that the city of San Jose was paving about 20 miles per year citywide. So as we ramped this team up, and you can see the team here, as they ramped up their production of being able to do this paving, we are now doing over 250 miles per year, every year, year over year. That's pretty astonishing. In that same roughly 10 years, we raised the pavement condition index from 63 points on a scale of 100, 10 more points up to 73, which is another astonishing thing that this team has done. I don't think there's any city in the country that is doing what this team is doing. So it's amazing what they've been able to do. Over this next 3 or 4 years, we're going to have paved every street in the city. We're on track for that. And I just want to thank this team for doing this, and the city council and mayor for their support for this. Also want to thank, which is really important of being able to do this, is our private sector partners also had to ramp up. All those contractors that are coming to San Jose to help us do this paving and bringing hundreds and hundreds of high-paying jobs for work that is coming from the program that we put in place. So I just want to thank the team, city council and mayor, for really a job well done. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We really appreciate it.
So you say pavement on 3 or?
Yeah, sure.
you guys. Yeah, nice to meet you.
All right, thank you, colleagues, and everyone who was recognized during ceremonial items. We are on to orders of the day. Does anyone on the council have any changes to the printed agenda? I'm aware of one, which is Councilmember Dewan's memo. Any others? Okay, Councilmember, do you want to? I know you wanted to bring this up during orders of the day. Do you want to say a word about your memo and why you're requesting deferral of the item? This is item 8.1.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the immense workload that the staff took to bring this forward as a pilot and for consideration to the entire City Council. Staff has made considerable effort in meeting with my office to understand the intricacy of this multiple prongs approach. But even after several meetings, I do not believe that we are at a point where we are able to decide how this strategy would be applied, let alone proceed to in the budget process. During these conversations, my office, my team, and I expressed our fear that this proposal would place an inequitable strain on districts with bountiful industrial zoning. Despite this conversation, the area proposed for the citywide oversized vehicle parking restriction pilot must meet the following criteria according to the staff memo. Only street 40+ feet wide, only street with industrial zoning area, heavy, light, and industrial park. Exclude street segment with existing or planned bike lanes per approved bike plan. Exclude street segment within a quarter of a mile of schools. Exclude street and segment within 500 feet of waterways. Based on this preliminary analysis, the evaluated street would be expected to accommodate approximately 800 oversized vehicles, over 16 miles long. This would place inordinate strain on District 4, 5, and 7 because of our high industrial zoning. This is unfair to our high population of low-income residents who needs relief and not increase the impact such as blight, pollution, criminal activity, and more. I move that my memorandum in its entirety with the following modification. Amend item 1 to read, defer the vote on item 8.1 until February 13, 2024.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there
Second.
a second? Okay, second from Councilor Ortiz. Why don't we have council discussion and any other motions, and then we'll go to public comment before we vote. I just want to note that while I appreciate the concerns and share that it's not a fully baked proposal and there are a lot of considerations, my understanding of the intent here was to hear staff's, it's an informational item really where we're hearing updates on current research and thinking around strategies and operational and legal considerations where we could ask questions and that might feed into future budget discussions. So I'm still a little agnostic on whether or not the deferral is more productive than just having some of the conversation now and then returning to it. But let me turn to my colleagues here. Councilor Foley, I had your hand up first.
Thank you. I appreciate the intent of the memo and the motion to extend the vote until February 13th. But frankly, I think this could be done after we've had a staff presentation and public comment at that time, and then if council, after discussing it, wants to defer it, that might be the appropriate time to defer it. This is a complicated issue that does affect the city citywide, but I appreciate the impact on other districts greater than perhaps my own district. So I am sensitive to District 4, District 7, and 5. I forgot which other one, sorry. So it's not the intent to defer that concerns me, it's the method at which we are doing it. I'd prefer waiting until we have this item up for discussion. We have this item as a time certain for 3:30. So if we discuss it now, we're going to have public comment now, and then we wait until 3:30, and then we have public comment again. So it's a little bit, we're going to hear the same conversation twice. So I would ask for a friendly amendment, or no, ask to a substitute motion, perhaps. And that would be to defer the discussion on Councilmember Dwan's memo until 8.1 comes up for discussion.
Okay. That would mean, just to be clear, that would mean not to defer the item. We would hear the item today. And this notion of a deferral is kind of a moot point. There is no, the staff recommendation does not, it's not recommending some concrete action. This is a report that would give us information, and we could ask questions at that time. So, Councilor Foley, your direction, just to be clear, is that we would hear item 8.1, and then council would decide if any action would be taken.
Right, and right, and then Councilmember Dwan could move his memo at that particular time to delay a vote until February 13th.
Okay, sure. That sounds good.
It doesn't really change.
Yeah,
I mean,
I just
it
want
doesn't
folks
say,
to know the vote that is
want,
currently recommended would simply be to accept the report. So
I
if
understand.
we hear the report,
I understand. I just don't. The message to Councilmember Dwan is not necessarily that we're saying no to deferring it, just that we're delaying within our agenda today when we're going to have the discussion. Does that make sense?
Agree.
Thank you.
Makes sense.
Okay. And I did hear a second. We'll give it to Councilor Davis. Councilor Ortiz?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to clarify, Councilmember Dewan, do you support the substitute motion?
No, I like to defer the vote. It doesn't mean that we're not listening to the presentation or public comment. We just want to make sure that we will defer the vote until February 13th.
Okay, no, I appreciate that, and for the record, I really appreciate the staff time that was put into this, as well as the outreach and meetings that I've had in the community. I want to be sensitive to my colleague, Councilmember Bien Dewan, who I know carries almost the majority of industrial areas in the city of San Jose, and I'm also sensitive to make sure that the votes that we take on this council don't have a majority of impact to specific districts, but the impact should be throughout the city. So I'll be supporting Councilmember, well, I guess I'll be opposing the current motion, but I understand why you made it, Councilmember Foley. But that being said, I think we should have the conversation. I just want to make sure that Councilmember Bien Dewan has his questions answered, given the vulnerability of his district. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor. Councilor Batra?
Yeah, so Councilmember Dewan, you already had recommended what basically the substitute motion is. On your memo, you had defer the vote, which is what you want to do, but you wanted the discussion to take place today and the public comments to be taken. And so that's what the substitute motion is, that we listen to it, we discuss it, and then if you want to make a motion at that time, that we will defer it like we had done for the responsible construction ordinance, and that would be appropriate because we would have at least gotten all the information out which will give us a chance to think through it. So I'll be supporting the substitute motion that we have a discussion today, and then you make the motion, and we probably will be supporting that too. Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, I was just asking for clarification. The motion, the original underlying motion says proceed with public comment and council discussion at 3:30 anyway. So what is it that this action is actually asking for? What would the underlying action ask for? I mean,
Yeah,
we're
that's why I
hearing
was
the
trying to
item.
clarify. It's a
We can
little-
always take a motion
yeah.
at the time of the item, and even if with this, the motions would still be in order at the time of the item. So I guess I'm curious what this does, why this is an orders of the day item, and how this.
What I had in my notes was that, while the council member had his memo for 8.1, he wanted under orders of the day to suggest deferral of the item. Now, if that's not correct, is that a correct understanding, that you wanted us during orders of the day to consider deferral of 8.1?
Well, we defer to defer the vote.
Well, there is, I just want to be clear, the vote is just currently, unless someone makes some other motion, this is not like the responsible construction ordinance. There's no direction to staff. The memo says the staff rec is to accept the report. So if we hear item 8.1, we've done it. We can say we don't want to say it, we don't want to adopt the report, but for now, at least what the staff rec is to accept the report. So that would be my suggestion, is that we hear 8.1, you ask your questions, we all get the benefit of hearing each other's questions and concerns. Now, you may say if a colleague tries to move some additional direction to staff, we should defer that. But we haven't gotten to that point yet. That would happen under 8.1.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I have shared the concerns. I'm just confused about the process that's being requested, because this is saying proceed with the item, but it's asking for deferral, so it's not really changing the agenda, which is what orders of the day is for changing the agenda.
Correct.
So that's what I'm confused.
Yeah, I saw the blue memo, but I also have a note here in my annotated agenda, that there was a request to just defer the item. So, Councilmember, can you clarify your request?
Number one, we can still hear the presentation and have public comment, have discussion about it, but I just want to make sure that we defer the vote until February 13th.
Okay. When we take up item 8.1, that would be an appropriate time to discuss what if any action would be taken at that time.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So we have a substitute motion. I think at this point we need to vote on it. Tony, do we have any public comment?
Yes, Paul, followed by virtual.
Paul Soto from Horseshoe. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Paul Soto. Thank you, Councilman Duan, for providing that memo and the logic and reasoning behind it. We're moving way too fast, and I think that the director or executive of the council right now is deferring to political expediency in the name of appearing that this is a humane response to human suffering. Now, it's really offensive to hear a council member from the district that is going to be impacted the least stick her nose in this conversation, thinking that there's somehow or another she has like some kind of like legitimacy.
Let's direct your comments to the council as a whole about the item,
The full
please.
council, Mayor. I'm directing it to all of you. I hope you're all listening. I'm talking about a council member's comments, but I'm directing it to all of you. So quit interrupting, please. Please, you're getting in the way. You'll have your turn. So I respect what Councilmember Ortiz had also stated, that there's a particular vulnerability in Councilman Duan's district, and I think we need to defer to that. I think we really do. We need to defer to the fact that Councilman Duan is stating on the table that he is in a position and the council member of one of the most vulnerable to this particular item, and quit politicking on the issue. Thank you for being quiet.
Virtual.
Hi, thank you for taking the call. So I'm calling on behalf of those who are most impacted by these things. And I see on my Zoom call, there's a screen, something, I did attend a little late in it, about a free laptop given. I don't know if anyone else sees that, that was discussed. It's really important that the people who are being impacted by these things have an opportunity to voice what they have to say. And this goes for the agenda items and everything in general. I've had a lot of thefts of electronics and ways to do this, but
Excuse me, we're talking specifically about whether or not to defer item 8.1.
yeah, I think we need to defer it until we can get more opportunities for the public who don't have access to the internet and don't have access to comment, to do more voices and input from people. I just don't think that it's moving too fast. I agree. That's all.
Brianna?
Thank you.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so this is about 8.1. This is about the RVs.
This is specifically about the question of whether or not the item should be deferred to a future date.
No, it should not be deferred to a future date. I think that things need to be acting now, and actually one of the issues is that no one's taking responsibility for anything. And so my biggest frustration is that us citizens and residents cannot call anyone, email anyone, and I've spoken to everyone. I've emailed everyone, and I've called everyone, and they just keep saying, there's nothing that we can do about it. Contact so-and-so. And I feel like that's the biggest mistake and issue. I really think that the RV and unhoused encampment extension should include senior living homes. My house backs up to one. There was an RV that went on fire, and the senior home had no way, it already is crowded and emergency vehicles cannot already get in. But more personally, we are not helping people who are unhoused or who are in RVs by not implementing any type of action, implementing any type of possibilities for the people who are housed versus the people who are unhoused. I've dealt with drugs, fire, alcohol, screaming while my toddler tries to play in her backyard. And so by just doing nothing, we are just encouraging people to stay where they are. And I now have a second RV after 5 years of trying to get help from the city, living behind my home, and all of these activities that are very dangerous, including fecal waste and matter going on. We cannot defer this. No one has power right now, and it doesn't make any sense why there's no response for citizens.
Back to council.
Okay, thank you. Let's vote. A reminder, the substitute motion that we were voting on would, if passed, allow us to hear item 8.1, keep the agenda as is. We would hear 8.1 today.
Motion passes with 3 no votes. No was Councilmember Torres, Ortiz, and Duan, and all others voted yes.
Okay, thank you. So we will hear 8.1. That was all I had under orders of the day. We're on to the closed session report.
Thank you, Mayor. We do not have a report out of closed session today.
Great, thank you. We're on to the consent calendar. Are there any items the council would like to pull from the consent calendar?
I just want to pull 2.12.
2.12?
Just
Okay,
for
is that just for
comment and a
comment?
question. And a question.
And a question,
of staff, yeah.
sure. Anything else? Okay, Councilor Cohen, please.
I want to just, first of all, thank the staff of our ESD for moving forward with the climate commission that we are adopting. I'm very excited that we're getting it started. I do have a question. I know that we had a list of people. We don't know what seats, we had a certain number of seats that were, I don't know, is someone here to answer questions on this? Can someone, Julia, would be you? Or no? I don't know if there's anyone who can answer the question I'm going to ask.
What's the
But
question?
anyway,
It's possible I could answer that, so
maybe,
let's
but
just hear
the commission, the commission setup was supposed to have a list of folks who were filling specific roles, and I was just curious if we could get a list at some, tell us what roles the individuals that have been appointed are filling, and I wanted to ask for clarification because one of the roles was supposed to be for a youth member, and I wanted to just confirm whether one of them is the youth member.
I don't have the answer
Okay.
off the top of my head, but I can get the answer to you later today.
Oh, that's, okay, so there is a, okay, I just didn't know the names on this, all the names on the list. I know some of them, obviously, but wanted to just confirm that. And this is the total size, the 11 members, right?
Yeah, and we can get you the full list showing each of the categories with where the people fit into them. But yes, there is a youth commissioner.
Oh, there. Okay, great. Thank you so much. And I'll move the approval of the consent agenda, including 2.12.
Second. Great. Thanks, Councilmember. Let's go to public comment.
Paul?
Yes. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. Thank you for your presentation, Councilwoman Kamei. Historical perspective and a historical context is very important to understand the overall history of San Jose. So I appreciate that. And that segues into my comment is that 2.8 and 2.9 are grants for Wi-Fi, connectivity and pavements. Now, the Office of Racial Equity was instituted in order to ensure that a racial equity metric would be installed in every single city department in the city. Kind of like the CEQA kind of designation. You know how like when you have on your deed, this passes CEQA, no children will be impacted, things like that? Well, that there would be a racial equity component to every single item. And here's the reason why. When you can show me, and this also goes to speak to my advocacy, when you can show me a particular item that my people, that the Chicano and Mexicano community were not impacted by racist policy, introduce me to that item and I will keep silent. But I speak on literally every single item because there is not one department in this city that is not infected with racist policies ever since 1846 on July 14th when Thomas Fallon planted that flag in this city. So until then, until you can show me that, you're going to hear me. Now, I want the Racial Equity Office in here to give that metric on how that money is going to be allocated and how these streets are going to be paved. Because the poorest neighborhoods got the poorest roads and they bear the cost of.
Back to council.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands. Let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. We're on to the land use consent calendar. We have item 10.1A and B. There's no staff presentation. We go to public comment first.
Paul?
Yes, also from Horseshoe. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. In 1939, we had the redlining map. And what the redlining map was racially segregated the barrios by race. It states explicitly, one of the redlining documents calls a barrio Little Tijuana in quotations. That's how disgusting this city is and still has yet to rectify and to amend the historical injustices that the Chicano and Mexicano communities have experienced. Because every single citizen has been impacted from the 1940 and 1950 census. Those are the communities that have been historically impacted. All the Chicanos that can trace their legacy to San Jose from the 1940 and 1950 census, and the reason why I use that as the starting point is because of that 1939 redlining map. Now to connect that to this issue, is that any housing policy, any land use issue that you continue to vote on, you are actually acknowledging that you are participating in the perpetuation of those racist policies. And here's how you're doing it. You have never, ever, ever, this city has never acknowledged at one point, then created a policy where they were going to amend those racist segregation policies that they instituted in land use. It was the planning department that did it. Their signatures are on the redlining documents. I have every redlining document ever produced by the city. I have them, all of them, and they're legitimate. And it came out of the planning commission. So every single time you vote on these things, you're actually perpetuating the very racist policies that you guys say you're in.
Back to council.
Great, thank you. Do we have a motion or comment on the land use consent?
Second.
Great, thank you. Motion by Councilor Davis. Let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously with Torres absent.
Great, thank you. We're on to item 3.1, report of the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no report today.
Okay, thank you. We're on to item 6.1. This is the REACH code ordinance update for electric vehicle infrastructure and new multifamily developments. We have a short staff presentation.
But while staff is coming down, I think Torres would like to register a yes.
Okay,
So it's
Councilor
unanimous.
Torres registering a yes vote on land use consent.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Carrie Romanow with Environmental Services. I'm joined today with Julie Benavente and Ed Schreiner, both with Environmental Services as well. We're excited to bring this item to you. It lines up very well with moving our Climate Smart San Jose plan forward. With that, I'll turn it over to Julie to Ed to lead us through our presentation.
Sure, could we pull up the presentation, please? Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong screen, apologies. Okay, everything's working, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Ed Schreiner, Planner 4 with Climate Smart Team and ESD. Just give you a brief overview of what we're going to talk through today. And then go into more of why are we bringing this to you this afternoon. This is coming out of direction we got from the City Council in April of 2022 to look at the option of expanding 100% EV charging access at multifamily residences. Additionally, later on that year, the City Council set a carbon neutrality goal by 2030, and a key part of that strategy is to encourage the move to zero-emission vehicles. In addition to that, the state is now requiring 100% zero-emission car sales by 2035. So currently what we're seeing is that a little over 30% of new vehicles registered in San Jose since that time, spring of 2022, are EVs, electric vehicles. However, 80% of current households with EVs are in single-family residences. Partially, that's due to a lack of access for charging facilities for multifamily residents. The current REACH code that was adopted in 2019 already requires EV charging infrastructure for 100% of spaces, but does not currently actually have charging access for a majority of those spaces, that being an actual plug at the space. So just a quick overview of how this process has gone through. Again, it started in April 2022. We got additional direction from T&E at the end of that year to come to council in spring of 2023. We did 2 rounds of engagement during that time period in both November of 2022 and February of 2023. The direction that council gave us in the spring of 2023 was to conduct some additional outreach, especially focused on the development community. And over the summer, staff did that with a number of small group forums aimed at developers, as well as a few one-on-ones with some of our local developers. And in addition, and then finally, stemming out of that, the staff developed a draft REACH code that we presented in September with a few more additional
outreach events. And now we're here at the end of January bringing this forward to you. And during that whole period, while we are here representing Environmental Services Department, we've worked directly with Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement, as well as Department of Transportation, Economic Development, Housing, and Community Energy. So this has been an interdepartmental effort. Just briefly going through a few definitions for what we're going to talk about today. Obviously, some of this is a little technical. So the existing REACH code already has these terms in place. The three categories of different types of electric vehicle parking and charging spaces are EV capable, where there's electrical capacity and a raceway or conduit to the parking space, but no wire or plug. Currently, that's a requirement for approximately 50% of multifamily residential spaces. EV ready is where there is an actual plug at the space. And then there's the third version is EV supply equipment, or EVSE, where in addition to the plug, there's an actual charger that can be plugged directly into your vehicle and will basically deliver electrical energy to your EV without any additional requirements. And there's a couple other definitions included as well. The important one being the low power definition, which is a new direction that staff is proposing to have 20 amp chargers instead of 40 amp chargers at parking spaces. This does result in a slightly slower charging rate, but more than adequate to meet the average commute of Bay Area drivers. So in this effort, we had three key goals. One was we wanted to keep construction costs as close to the city's existing REACH code as possible. Staff is well aware that the financials for multifamily construction is currently rather tenuous right now, so we certainly don't want to add any additional costs to that. Additionally, we want to provide as much EV charging access to each and every multifamily household. And thirdly, we also want to keep the charging rates for those multifamily residents low. So briefly, what we're proposing today is a REACH code for new multifamily buildings that will require low power level 2 EV charging outlets or EV ready outlets at 100% of all spaces available for residents. In addition, for non-resident or guest parking, 20% of those designated spaces would have to have the EV supply equipment installed. And we are proposing that the effective date of this ordinance be July 1st of this year, and that corresponds to the effective date of the state's code, Cal Green, their intervening cycle. And it's worth noting that that intervening cycle, which normally is in the past has usually been to issue clarifications on the existing code. In this cycle, it actually included some substantial changes, which included specifying direct billing between a dwelling unit's electrical panel and the EV space. And our REACH code includes this requirement for assigned and bundled parking spaces. Some additional considerations for why we adapted this REACH code. Based on our cost analysis, this proposed EV REACH code will actually have a lower cost to construction and development than our current REACH code. If we leave the existing REACH code in place, this will actually, by updating it, we'll see a savings for developers, and that's due to the move to the low power level 2 charging outlets, and one of the major parts of construction costs is actually has to do with the building larger transformers and electrical panel capacity. It does as well provide 100% charging access to all spaces, where the previous code had half the spaces just being EV capable, where somebody couldn't plug in today. And again, it includes the requirement for direct billing for assigned parking. However, we're not proposing extending direct billing to spaces that are unbundled or unassigned due to the complexity of needing to rewire parking spaces that may change assignments between residents over time. And this is, I mean, a lot. I know it's a little hard to read, but I guess focus mainly on the second to the bottom row, which is outlined in red. And these 4 columns show one, what the cost would be if we left the existing EV reach code in place. 2, the cost of what the proposed EV reach code is in place is assuming all assigned direct wired spaces. 3 is basically the same as number 2, except without the direct wired requirements for an unbundled configuration. And the 4th column is assuming the unbundled, but it's also a number of guest parking spaces where there would be EV charging equipment installed. And as you can see, for all 3 of the last columns, it's actually a lower percentage of the overall cost compared to if we leave the existing reach code in place. So just that last table, what it's based on is obviously just a generic model. There's differences in any type of construction, but the generic model proposed was for a 100-unit multifamily mid-rise dwelling with about 100 parking spaces. And it includes both upstream and downstream electrical costs. So just a quick summary of the engagement we got with the developers as directed by City Council last spring. At the time, the developers were concerned that our cost model didn't reflect all the costs of the EV infrastructure and projects. Staff, worked with developers and got, feedback, and some of them actually provided their data, and we incorporated that into our model, and basically developers accepted that what's with the updated staff that staff had done, they were generally amenable to what was saying. In addition, there was also some concerns by developers about the direct billing or direct wiring. However, that actually was adopted as part of the state code, so it was required as part of the process. And just to be aware, this is not something that the city of San Jose is doing in isolation. This type of EV reach code is common throughout the Bay Area. And as you can see on this chart, where we are right now is we're actually kind of lagging behind how far some of the other Bay Area communities have gone. And the proposed update will get us in step with other local communities. Again, we're not, with the change being, we're not really, with 100% plugs at every space, we don't really think the addition of the EV charger installed requirement is terribly significant and adds additional cost. And quickly, there were a few reach code alternatives that were also included in the staff memo. I don't want to, but we'll try to wrap that up there and appreciate council's time. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for the thorough report and all of the detailed analysis. Very helpful. Let's go to public comment.
Okay, Susan Butler Graham, Maria, it looks like Griggs, but I can't read it. So I have Susan Butler Graham, Maria, Linda Hutchins Knowles, and Lisa, if you guys could come on down. And Maria, I need my interpreters to come down because I have a purple card.
Hello, Council. I would like you to use my time to show Linda's video that she shared.
Hold on, I need to reshare it because I forgot to click audio.
Vehicle? Well, it depends on the type of housing you live in. Meet Sven and Suzette.
each drive a Chevy Bolt EV, and they each drive about 14,000 miles per year. Neither of them ever pays for gas. Sven lives in a single-family home where he can charge in his driveway. Suzette rents an apartment and must rely on commercial EV charging stations installed at her complex. While Sven just pulls up and plugs in, Suzette often has to circle around and wait for a charging spot to open up. Sometimes, she has to check back multiple times. Meanwhile, Sven is getting some work done while his car charges. His EV will be fully charged when he needs it in the morning. Suzette also has to move her car as soon as it's done charging to avoid an extra idling fee. When it comes to price, Suzette has to pay for a plan her landlord negotiated with a private charging company. She pays about $164 per month. That includes the cost of electricity plus an upcharge, a monthly access fee, and that idling fee if she doesn't move her car right away. And Sven? He pays about $55 a month for the extra electricity through his home power bill. Everyone deserves equal access to affordable EV charging. It shouldn't matter whether you live in a house, condo, or an apartment. There are lots of solutions, and together we can make a difference. If you'd like to help ensure affordable EV charging for all, please join us.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Vargas y soy de Madres al Frente. Voy a leer el comentario de uno de nuestros compañeros.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Vargas. I am from Madres al Fuente, and I'm going to be reading a comment from one of my colleagues.
Okay. Mi nombre es Alfonso Ramírez. Siempre habría querido comprar un vehículo eléctrico, pero por razones económicas nunca lo había podido hasta hace unas semanas.
Okay. My name is Alfonso Ramirez. I always wanted to purchase an electric vehicle, but for economic reasons I had never been able to until a few weeks ago.
El vehículo que compré es modelo 2015 y en el rango de la batería ya no es muy bueno. Por lo tanto, para poder usarlo para ir a mi trabajo, tengo que ponerlo a cargar todos los días.
Okay. The vehicle that I purchased was a 2015 model, and the range of the battery is not very good. And for now, what I have to do in order to use it to go to work, I have to charge it every single day.
Vivo en un apartamento en el sur de San José y tengo un espacio asignado para mi vehículo en el estacionamiento del complejo, pero obviamente tengo que ir a cargar mi vehículo en cargadores públicos diariamente.
I live in an apartment complex in South San Jose, and I have a space that is assigned for my vehicle and in the parking lot, but obviously I have to go charge my vehicle in a public charging space daily.
Lo cual es un gasto constante de mi tiempo y dinero. En mi opinión, creo que tener cargadores para vehículos eléctricos en el complejo de apartamentos sería una ayuda enorme para la gente que ya tiene un vehículo eléctrico y animaría a muchas personas que aún no lo tienen.
Okay, so which this is a big waste of time and money as well. In my opinion, I believe that vehicle chargers, electric vehicle chargers in the apartment complex would be a great help to my people as well as the electric vehicles, and it would also encourage people so that they can have it as well, an electric vehicle.
Y hacer el cambio, especialmente ahora con los precios exorbitantes de gasolina, eso ayudaría económicamente a las personas que más lo necesitamos.
And making the change, especially because of the prices that are so high in the gas, that would be of great economic help for the people that mostly need it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call down Mani Bekele, Maria Merriweather, and Isabel, I can't read the last name, Isabel.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Lisa Charpentier, and I'm a District 3 mom and member of Mothers Out Front. I'm here today because I believe that with sincere collaboration in San Jose and beyond, we can correct the missteps of our fossil fuel past and bring about a more equitable and comfortably habitable present. Today, you have an opportunity to vote for a livable climate and a path toward better equity. These two should always go hand in hand as we move beyond the climate crisis. I applaud the efforts of City Council and staff in pushing for a strong EV reach code that anticipates the need to accommodate electrical vehicle charging. We all understand by now the urgency to move beyond fossil fuels to cleaner and less costly electric vehicles. Thank you. Yet the current proposal, we need to make sure that we approve and include reach code ordinance prepared by staff with 3 important elements. 1, do not exempt parking lifts from the requirement to provide an EV-ready outlet for each residential parking space. 2, do not exempt unbundled parking spaces from direct wiring requirement. And 3, require that parking spaces be assigned to specific residential units. These items will ensure that each new apartment or condo unit with parking will get an assigned parking space with an EV-ready receptacle directly wired to their panel or meter, enabling residents to access the lowest cost regulated electricity rates for charging, the same rates that single-family residents all pay, as well as vehicle-to-home resilience, so that residents' EV battery can keep the lights on when the power goes out. We saw how this matters in the video earlier.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Linda Hutchins-Knowles with Mothers Out Front. I want to talk about, first of all, how much public support there is for the REACH code to pass, but also for the 3 amendments to go forward. We delivered to each of you 225, divided among you, 223, these postcards, asking you to ensure equitable EV charging. You will hear for a lot of commenters today about why this is important, but what I want to point out to you is that there's some assumptions here that are really not accurate. When you have to provide charging, you have to have some way of billing. That's either directly wired or it's with a smart charger. Those smart chargers are more expensive than direct wiring. And so we feel that the analysis that staff or the consultant did was not fully accurate in showing the comparison. And furthermore, even if it's accurate, they said the additional cost of direct wiring is 0.26%, 1/4% of the construction costs. Any of the options you adopt today is less expensive for developers than the current code. Why would you sacrifice the key to residents getting EV-ready charging at affordable rates? The key is direct wiring. Why would you sacrifice that to save just a little bit more for the developers? I'm sorry, but the report really centers their needs. There was the developers' concerns. Where are the concerns of the residents? They can't come to you. This one speaker was working, he spoke, Maria read his comment. But they want to have the same rates as I pay for my charging. And if San Jose is going to center equity, then you need to require that all assigned parking spaces have wiring. In fact, the state requires that. By exempting unbundled parking, you're going under the state minimums, not over. And that's an egregious violation of integrity, and we'll have commenters telling you how it's very affordable and actually perhaps could save the money because you don't have to use the smart chargers. So please listen and don't just assume that—
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Moria Merriweather. I'm a member of Mothers Out Front, and I live in District 7. I'm in agreement with the other speakers from Mothers Out Front and in support of robust charging policies for EVs in San Jose. Direct wired chargers are the key to affordable rates for charging. The 100% charging access that you are talking about does not give people access to regulated rates. In order to ensure that residents have access to affordable charging rates, We urge you to make a change to the proposed code. Do not exempt unbundled parking spaces from direct wiring requirements. Instead, recommend that builders install quick disconnect circuitry or use longer wires to facilitate the reassignment of EV chargers from one unit to another. If you include the proposed exemption for unbundled parking, it will most likely be invoked often, in effect massively limiting residents' access to regulated and best rates for EV charging. We also request that you require that parking spaces be assigned to a specific residential unit. These spaces can still be unbundled. Unbundled does not mean that all units get parking. A resident may still be paying separately for their parking. What it means is that all units with parking must get an assigned space where they can charge on demand, wired to their panel or meter, and billed directly to their account. This gives them the best rates. Thank you so much for your care and attention to climate stabilization policies for San Jose.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Mani Bakala, and I'm a high school freshman, a District 3 resident, and a member of Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action. I'd like to thank the City Council and the Climate Smart team for your efforts to create a strong, equitable, and cost-effective EV charging reach code. And I'm excited we're almost there. However, to complete this goal, I urge 3 changes to the draft code. First, please do not exempt parking lifts from being required to provide EV charging. There are very good ways to ensure that they can have access to this as well. Next, please make sure that unbundled parking spaces, those built separately from dwelling units, are not exempted from the direct wiring requirement. Finally, please require that residential parking spaces be assigned to specific units so they will be directly wired to their electricity meter and billed individually. Thus, residents can utilize time of use benefits and discounts to care customers unavailable at an unassigned charger. Without this provision, apartment residents may have to pay up to 3 times as much for charging as their single-family home dwelling neighbors due to unregulated upcharges at a group charging station. As California races to stop the sale of new gas cars in 2035, and as EVs are quickly becoming the cheaper option due to government incentives and the lower cost of electricity compared to gas, we must ensure that apartment residents are not left behind and have the same access to the enormous benefits of EVs. Further, this REACH code is a key step in the difficult but vital process of reducing greenhouse gas emissions from our county's most polluting sector, transportation. Our city is continuously experiencing the devastating effects of climate change in drought, damaging storms, flooding, and hazardous wildfire smoke. This is not to mention the daily harm of motor vehicles air pollution, particularly to children and people with asthma or other respiratory conditions. All of these dangers disproportionately impact low-income communities. Please make the decision today to ensure EV charging equity, healthy air, and a livable climate future for young people like me. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Isabelle Chapuis. I'm from District 4, Mothers Out Front. Instead of speaking, I would like to request the video on parking lifts be shown. Also, Linda forgot to say that 18 groups signed on to our letter, and we had 150 residents signed onto a petition that was delivered to you this morning. We are united in asking for equitable charging by adapting all 3 of our recommendations. Thank you.
Moving to Zoom speakers, I have Dennis, followed by Ron. Wait. Hold on. Sorry.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Dennis Martin, speaking on behalf of the Building Industry Association. Last October, the City Council studied an updated cost of residential development report. The report's conclusion was bleak. Residential development is now infeasible across San Jose and in all housing types, and it appears to be getting worse. To quote the report, "It is important for staff and City Council to continue to understand the cost implications of all policy decisions that could add additional costs to new housing development. Any added costs would further contribute to the infeasibility of new market rate construction." The EV Reach Code staff report states that the policy adds from 0.8 to 1.12% to development costs depending on the policy options, but includes no proposals on how to mitigate the policy's fiscal impact on residential project feasibility. In other words, the policy makes the problem worse, but it doesn't identify any solutions to offset the increased costs. BIA recommends that the City Council take the following actions. 1, adopt the EV Reach Code with proposed exemptions for unassigned and unbundled parking, but suspend implementation until offsetting cost reductions are identified and adopted. 2, protect all residential development projects that have completed planning applications by July 1st, 2024. 3, direct staff to return with procedures of how to evaluate fiscal implications of policy decisions and implement offsetting cost reductions to the cost of residential development. And 4, adopt a no new net cost increase policy until residential development studies show that development has become feasible again. Additionally, BIA recommends that the city amend the draft housing code to, the draft housing element to include any additional cost burden of the EV Reach Code on new residential development. Thank you very much.
Ron?
Hi, my name is Ron. I'm in District 10 for 40 years and I'm a 6-year EV owner. I'm also a investment property owner. I am concerned about this in terms of affecting, possible rework required for existing units. So it talks about having a fourplex requiring outlets on all parking spots. If these are not somehow access controlled parking spots, then they would get utilized by most anyone. And in fact, having a charging plug there will certainly entice people that are not supposed to be parked there to park there. Just figuring for this, for the current, if you did 120 volts, 20 amps, and only 8 hours a day in charging time, then that would work out to be, what was it, 1,800, like 900 and, well, $740 a month in electrical charges based on 40 cents a kilowatt hour, which is not an unreasonable rate from PG&E. That's what I have been paying. I know that there are special EV rates that you can get, but then they end up making the daytime rate very high. I just do not see how I cannot push these costs back to the units when they're not secured parking spots. So then it requires smart chargers. Smart chargers have a very high initial cost and then generally have a monthly cost to manage the payment and billing. I just do not see how this can be effective for people wanting to do investment properties in San Jose, and it's going to end up increasing rents, which is not going to be good for the people in general. So I am certainly...
Igor, followed by caller 7419.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the San Jose City Council. My name is Igor Tregut. I serve as the Northern California Vice Chair of the Condemned Renters Council, and our organization has joined the chorus of many others and many members who are renters in supporting this REACH code ordinance with 3 key changes, which have been mentioned before, but I will highlight them here again. Do not exempt parking lifts from having to provide EV charging. Do not exempt unbundled parking from the direct wiring requirements, and require residential parking spaces to be assigned to specific residential units. I want to highlight my experience. When it came time to retire my previous gas guzzler, I switched into a plug-in hybrid. The reason I did not switch into a full-on EV is because I am a renter in an 8-plex with unbundled parking with no EV charging infrastructure. And when I have tried that video that was shown early on in the public comments segment was actually somewhat memorable, because I certainly can relate to that experience. The nearest EV charging infrastructure that's a public charger is 8 blocks away. There are 3 spots, often they're full, sometimes they're inoperable. And so thank you for your consideration of this proposal.
Caller 7419, followed by Daphne.
Hi, my name is Stuart Cohen. I'm the founder of a group called Transform that works for sustainable and equitable communities. I've authored several reports on how to reduce excess parking to create those kind of affordable, low greenhouse gas efficient communities we're looking for. And perhaps the single most powerful tool to do that is through unbundled parking. Research has found that unbundled parking reduces demand for vehicles and vehicle ownership by 10 to 20%. And that's just because as people move into a building, if it's going to cost them $100 or $200 to park, they'll shed their second vehicle, and some will even shed their first. It's also, you have to understand, an important tool to promote housing affordability in 2 ways. First, it allows a potential tenant to choose lower priced housing because instead of paying $2,000 a month, it might cost $1,800 for rent and $200 for the spot that they could decide not to use. It's a huge advantage for lower income people. The second thing is, in the long term, developers can anticipate lower parking provision when they're going to unbundle, provide less parking, and therefore gear their units towards lower price points. I've worked with developers to reduce their parking, and I know that they get less money when, per unit as rent, when they unbundle. It is really powerful as an affordability metric. And finally, we need to keep unassigned spots because, especially with new apps, those can be shared with guests or staff and make better use of existing parking.
Daphne, followed by caller 6856.
Good afternoon. My name is Daphne, and I'm a junior at Lynbrook High School and a San Jose District 1 resident. I'm here on behalf of the San Jose Youth Climate Action Team. As expressed in my letter to the editor published in the Mercury News on January 24th, I would like to give my support for the strengthened EV REACH code. Because transportation is San Jose's top source of carbon dioxide emissions, reducing emissions from vehicles is critical to achieving our city's goal of carbon neutrality by 2030. However, I urge the Council to ensure the REACH code is universal and equitable. First, do not exempt developments with parking lifts. It's essential that these developments provide EV charging just the same. Second, the code should require assigned parking spaces for all new apartment or condo units with parking, and make them directly wired even for unbundled spaces. The cost of shared EV charging in multifamily homes can be 5 times that of single-family homes, and this change will provide affordable at-home charging, which is the main barrier to EV adoption. Please ensure equitable charging for multifamily residents in order to achieve a sustainable future for all of us. Thank you for your consideration.
Caller 6856, followed by Mila.
Hi there, this is Sean Mendelson. I don't have access to the paper I was going to read because I'm now in transit to work, but I just want, can you guys hear me okay? I'm going to assume you guys can hear me. This is for the mayor. I'm going to go ahead and keep talking. I'm working on a climate action plan in Campbell, and everybody's watching San Jose to know how things work for equitability for lower socioeconomic people. I agree with everybody that's mentioned the 3 exemptions. We should not allow these exemptions. We need to make everybody part of the solution. And it's not just because we want everybody to be a part of the solution. We need everybody to be a part of the solution. And I stand with all my other climate activist friends, and Campbell's making a climate action plan right now, and hopefully it's reflective of what you guys are doing here and the great moves and bold moves you're making. I know it's hard on some of us now, but this is for our future, for our children. And again, Sean Mendelson, Climate Reality, Silicon Valley. Thank you so much.
Mila, followed by John.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Mila Bakala, and I am a District 3 resident, college freshman, and member of the San Jose team of Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action. I'm also the author of an op-ed on this issue that was published this week in San Jose Spotlight. I first want to applaud the incredible efforts of the council and city staff in pushing for a strong EV reach code. We know that transportation accounts for 39% of greenhouse gas emissions statewide, so cutting use of gasoline vehicles as quickly and effectively as we can is critical for mitigating climate change. To ensure that this reach code is as effective as it needs to be, I also ask that the council make those 3 additions to the current proposal. First, require the EV receptacle be wired directly to residents' electricity panels so that residents can benefit from standard electricity rates, time of use discounts, and low-income care assistance when they charge their vehicles, just like single-family residents can. Second, to eliminate an exemption to the direct wiring requirement for units with unbundled parking. And third, to eliminate the exemption for parking lifts. An unbundled parking option provides an important incentive to use public transportation or other forms of sustainable transportation, but we shouldn't weaken our climate policy by allowing unbundled parking or parking lifts to be exempt from the direct wiring requirement. Making these amendments will be a tangible step towards an effective and equitable energy transition, and I can't overstate how critical that transition is. As a young person, the safety and even the habitability of the planet I and my peers will spend the rest of our lives in is being determined right now, with decisions like the one you are making today. Thank you for your time and consideration.
John, followed by Bryce.
Hello, my name is John Hyam, and I'm a member of the Board of Directors for the Electric Vehicle Association. The draft REACH code ordinance supported by Climate Smart and Mothers Out Front will expand access to charging compared to San Jose's current REACH code. However, there is an asterisk I'd like to elaborate. Without a dedicated location to charge, people who live in multifamily housing are effectively paying a tax to own an EV, a tax on time and dollars. Unless the rate is subsidized, charging at any third-party charger is going to be more expensive than charging at your own home. That's because the third party wants to make a profit. Charging at any public charger is also going to be more time-consuming than charging at your own home. Developers claim the proposed REACH codes will increase the cost of building. As a landlord of property in Santa Clara County, I can give first-hand examples of why retrofitting is far more costly than adding charging during initial construction. The critique of increased cost is a familiar one to any new requirement. From seatbelts to airbags to the FDA regulating the milk we buy to the 5-day work week, we are surrounded by requirements that have improved our standard of living, but were once opposed due to being too costly to implement. If California is going to reach its goals of eliminating sales of gasoline cars, the playing field must be leveled so tenants can easily and cheaply charge at home, not just property owners like myself. I urge you to approve the proposed REACH code with 3 key changes addressing the asterisks I referred to above. Do not exempt parking lifts, do not exempt unbundled parking and require residential parking spaces to be assigned to specific.
Bryce, followed by Actera.
Hello, this is Bryce Nesbitt. I am an electrical engineer. I am a member of the City of Berkeley Transportation and Infrastructure Commission for identification only. I'm an EV charging designer. I'm an electric vehicle driver, an expert witness in construction cost overrun cases, and a consultant to various apartment owners. Previous commenter Dennis Martin complained about the cost of these regulations, but most of the cost is in the state code. You're kind of stuck with it. But the part that you can deal with is the unbundled parking. That's where San Jose is going, I think, in the wrong direction, because direct wiring of unbundled parking is cheaper than purchasing the smart charging equipment. The first cost is cheaper, meaning the cost to the developer, and the ongoing cost to the owner, to the EV owner or the tenant is much, much lower. Now, I'm happy as an expert to work with staff and developers to demonstrate exactly how this is done on the ground. I've done exactly these projects up in Berkeley, and happy to have people from San Jose come up and tour and see how to do unbundled parking where you can reassign the meter to the spot very easily. Your current REACH code proposal from staff is very technocratic and correct. It exempts certain categories. It's perfectly wrong, because some people will pay more money, some people won't be able to charge at all. I urge you to send it back to staff to say, please make EV charging for everyone at the same price. Thank you.
Actera, followed by Jordan.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Irvin, and I'm a San Jose District 2 resident. I work at the local nonprofit Actera as an e-mobility educator, where I help educate Bay Area residents in English and Spanish on the benefits of electric vehicles and help them secure financial incentives from the federal, state, and local governments that greatly reduce the cost to enter an electric vehicle. And did you know that qualifying low-income residents can receive up to $20,000 towards the purchase of an electric vehicle? But without an affordable place to be able to charge, apartment renters are reluctant to get an electric vehicle. Therefore, we at Actera applaud the proposed REACH code ordinance that expands access to EV charging and lowers the cost to developers by requiring half the power capacity as the current code does. And we urge you to approve the proposed REACH code, but if you can, make these 3 changes. Do not exempt parking lifts from having to provide electric vehicle charging. Do not exempt unbundled parking from the direct wiring requirement, and require that residential parking spaces have to be assigned to specific residential units. This issue is very important to me because I live in an apartment. The city needs to help residents like me and those that I serve to get access to affordable electric vehicle charging. And I think all of you agree that all communities deserve to participate in electric vehicles. Thank you for your time.
Jordan, followed by YN.
Jordan Moldow, District 3. I support the 3 recommendations from Mothers Out Front. I also support recommendations 4 and 5 from Councilmember Cohen. To reverse climate change, we need significantly fewer trips being driven by all automobiles. But all else equal, it is an improvement if ICE automobiles were replaced by EVs. And the changes being proposed by Mothers Out Front are not an impediment to building more housing. They are simpler and cheaper to implement than the current codes. For this reason, I am generally in support of the EV REACH codes, the staff updates, and the proposed fixes to those updates. It does unfortunately perpetuate the status quo of car-centric infrastructure, but it does not represent a significant monetary investment and hopefully does not make it more likely that one will operate a car. With the city, rightfully so, pushing for unbundled parking and no parking minimums, having a huge exception in the REACH code for unbundled parking means that residents will not see pricing benefits and developers will need to install expensive smart charging equipment. Please remove the exception for unbundled parking, but in a way that still favors unbundled parking and no parking minimums. According to San Jose's bike plan, 60% of trips in San Jose are shorter than 3 miles. Unfortunately, as people in multifamily housing switch to EVs, the number of short car trips will likely increase. I own an EV but lack home charging. I prefer to bike when I want to visit downtown, but frequently have to drive there to charge. With market rate electric charging available at home, these short car trips could be eliminated. Finally, I'd like to remind the council that e-bikes and e-scooters exist and have charging needs. Just like people need to charge their cars while out on errands, at work, or at home, people too will need to charge e-bikes and scooters at these locations. Making sure there are outlets and tamper-resistant cables at more bike parking locations would help with e-bike adoption. Ultimately, more people need to move out of cars and into active transportation, and e-bikes with supportive charging infrastructure will be a strong draw to that. Thank you.
YN, followed by Sven.
I'm Wyan Trung. I live in San Jose and I'm a member of Mothers Out Front. We applaud the proposed REACH code, that the proposed REACH code expands access to EV charging and lowers the cost to developers by requiring half the power capacity as the current REACH code. I urge you to approve the proposed REACH code, but make these 3 changes. Do not exempt parking lifts from having to provide EV charging. Do not exempt unbundled parking from the direct wiring requirement, and require residential parking spaces to be assigned to specific residential units. Even with these changes, developers will still save money. But unless these changes are made, all residents of new multifamily housing will be subject to unregulated price gouging for charging. And residents of apartments and condos that use park lifts will be denied EV-ready charging. With the exorbitant cost of rent, food, and utilities, we need to rein in the costs for low-income residents, people of color, and seniors living on a fixed income, living in a rental. These changes will also enable bi-directional charging so that if there is a power outage, residents may use their EV battery to power their lights and cool their homes, which is a huge benefit for years to come. The decision you make will impact renters for decades to come. It will accelerate EV adoption among renters and condo dwellers who need and deserve to be able to charge at the same regulated electricity rates as single-family residents for years to come. Please champion in their needs. These changes will ensure that the quote is equitable while still saving developers money. Thank you for listening.
Sven, followed by Kuen.
Hello, this is Sven Thiessen, resident of Palo Alto. I'm a chemical engineer with close to 40 years experience. I ran PG&E's electric vehicle group for a number of years, worked at Peninsula Clean Energy and wrote the REACH codes that they are putting out in San Mateo County. And I've consulted for Tesla, cities, the CEC on electric vehicle related policy, focusing on charging. And I want to thank the city and staff for their work, particularly in reducing the requirements to low power level 2. And you guys can be leaders, but please do eliminate these 3 current exemptions. And the one I want to focus on is that of the unbundled parking and direct wiring. Again, direct wiring can be changed. It's relatively easy. It does come with some limited ongoing costs, but when you compare those costs to that of a what's called networked or intelligent charger for those born by ChargePoint or EverCharge, those chargers themselves cost 10, 20x times the cost of a what's called non-wired, non-networked charger. Plus the ongoing use of those chargers bears these additional fees and add-ons that they do. Landlords can also do. Also, the direct wiring enables residents that have access to CARE electric rates and FERA electric rates. If you go through the EVSP, one of those network chargers, you don't have access to those inexpensive electric rates. So it's really an unfair. As a subject matter expert, I ask if you have City Council has questions during this meeting, to please do feel free to ask me to answer them. Thank you.
Quinn, followed by Wendy.
Hi, my name is Quinn Vong, Executive Director of ICANN. We are a CBO serving Vietnamese families in San Jose area, and many of our clients are so excited about the state EV rebates that are provided to them. Some of them could get as much as $12,000 discount from, by trading in an old car and take that 12,000 to go buy a new car, so an EV car. The problem is they don't have access to equitable and readily available EV charging, so they are still hesitant about it. So I would like to urge the city council to support the equitable EV charging rate so that low-income families can truly participate in the efforts to protect the environment and improve their livelihood. Do not exempt parking lifts from having to provide EV charging. Do not require parking space to be assigned to specific residential units. And I know today we are talking about EV charging stations for the new multifamily units, and I'm all for that because it's cheaper to build than to retrofit later. However, I want the city council to also think about how to better support low-income families living in existing poorer apartment complexes. And last but not least, I work at the Vietnamese American Cultural Center, and I would love to have a few charging stations in there so that staff as well as community members can really benefit from it. Thank you.
Wendy, followed by Michelle. Okay, moving on to Michelle, followed by Paul. Okay, Vanessa.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So my name is Vanessa Warheit. I am the national lead of the EV Charging for All Coalition. We work on equitable access to EV charging with a particular focus on building energy codes. And so I'm calling primarily to thank the City of San Jose for your proposed REACH code ordinance. Expanding access to EV charging and lowering the cost to developers is really smart. As part of our work on building codes over the last 3 years now, working both in California and around the country, we've developed something we call the 4 Principles of Equity-Centered Multifamily EV Readiness Code. Your proposed ordinance addresses most of them. They are: provide each household unit that has parking with at least 1 EV-ready space, require at least low power level 2 and receptacles that you don't necessarily need a full EVSE, wire the receptacle or the EVSE directly to the corresponding unit's meter or panel, and install prominent signage at each space so that people know that the wiring is there and what that outlet is for. So I just would like to urge you to both to approve the proposed REACH code, but also to make the 3 key changes. Do not exempt parking lifts from having to provide EV charging. Do not exempt unbundled parking from that direct wiring requirement. That is a key element that we need, particularly for future bidirectionality and resilience. And require residential parking spaces be assigned to specific residential units to enable that resilience feature. Thanks.
Caller 1592, followed by Charles.
Hi, my name is Crystal Rietzl. I'm administrator of the Bay Area Clean Air Coalition, which is about 150 members. We stand with Mothers Out Front and many others on their 3 recommendations. I have a daughter with asthma, and I also have asthma myself. And I'm here to help support all those with health issues and those who will have health issues in the future, which is many of us. I want to make sure that everyone can drive an EV and help our environment. We need a livable future for ourselves, our children, and future generations. Thank you.
Charles, followed by Michelle. Okay, moving on, Michelle, followed by Wendy. Wendy.
Hello. Hi. I'm sorry about my earlier mistake with the technology. My name is Wendy Cho, and I'm the senior manager with the environmental nonprofit Actera. Thanks for the opportunity to comment. I want to thank you for the updates to the REACH code that expand access to EV charging and lower the cost to developers by requiring half the power capacity as the current REACH code. I urge you, as many of the previous commenters have, to approve the proposed code with 3 additional changes that need to be made. First, do not exempt unbundled parking from the direct wiring requirement. Number 2, require residential parking spaces be assigned to specific residential units. And 3, do not exempt parking lifts from having to provide EV charging. In the staff presentation, we heard that they wanted renters to have low costs for EV charging. I couldn't agree more. I am concerned that loopholes in the proposed REACH code mean that residents in multifamily housing will be saddled with huge price markups for their EV charging. That's why the direct wiring matters. The Bay Area is a leader in EV adoption, but I'm very concerned about equity in electric vehicle use. Studies show that at-home charging, or rather the lack of it, becomes a major barrier to EV adoption. Charging has to be available as well as affordable for everyone. So I urge you to make sure that San Jose residents who live in multifamily housing have the same advantages as people who live in single-family housing, including regulated and income-qualified electricity rates. Thank you so much for your time.
Michelle.
Hi, just letting you know that I'm on my phone. This is Michelle Pierce, and the unmute just did not pop up every other time you called me. My name is Michelle Pierce, and I am a member of the Electric Vehicle Association, and I live in an apartment. Applaud that the proposed REACH code ordinance expands access to EV charging and lowers the cost to developers by requiring half the power capacity as the REACH code. I urge you to approve the proposed REACH code, but make these 3 key changes. Do not exempt unbundled parking from the direct wiring requirement, and require residential parking spaces to be assigned to specific residential units, and do not exempt parking lists from having to provide EV charging. Don't believe the industry people, because even with these changes, developers will still save money compared to the current code. The building, once it's built, it's way more expensive to add these things in. So it's important, so important, that it be added when it's new. I'm sorry, my grandson's not happy. All residents need to have access to EV charging. It is important to me because I'm a senior citizen who is semi-retired and watches my 1-year-old grandson full time. I live in an apartment with no access to charge at home. Finding convenient and affordable EV charging is a struggle. Rent has recently become unaffordable for even middle-income families. It is really frustrating to see that even those apartments that have charging make the costs to charge higher than the equivalent of fueling up a polluting gas car. The thing to remember also is, these codes are the minimum. If for some reason the developer wants to install charging, they
Tycho, followed by Paul.
It's okay. I can speak later. We're not at section 8.2. Sorry about that.
Paul?
Thank you for doubling back, Tony. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I'm really frustrated with the fact that developers are basically circumventing the democratic process. And what they've done is they've hijacked my city council. They are writing policy. They're writing policy, and then they're giving orders. They're telling people on this, especially namely District 9. District 9, the chair of this particular meeting, and others in these councils, that what they're doing is they're writing policy and they're circumventing the democratic process. I want to see a developer in here, man. You know, they don't have the courage. They don't have their cowards. Jay Paul, Gary Dillabo, Jeff Arriaga, and Eric Hayden. All of them, a bunch of cowards, because they won't come in here and face up to the people. I don't care if they are not going to profit. That is not my concern. I don't care if a developer doesn't have another zero on his billions. I'm sorry. I'm tired of being exploited. I apologize. So why don't you get your lawyers and quit getting your lawyers to get with the city attorney, to get with the executive of the chair of this meeting, and getting with District 9 and getting with District 4 and compromising the integrity of democracy. It is the will of the people, and I think the people have spoken very clearly in this meeting. And that is that group. That's Mothers on Fire. That's what that is. That is Mothers on Fire. Thank you very much. I would appreciate if you had voices on other issues. We need you here. You are necessary to the democratic process. Thank you very much.
Renata?
There we go. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Renata Vidovic, and I am representing Jewel Labs Incorporated. We are a autonomous vehicle charging company, and I just wanted to put my hat out there to say that, you know, anyone who says that there's no affordable or new technological responses to these charging requirements is behind on the times. Technology is coming out every day, better and better, more advanced, more accessible, more affordable, and as the years go by, this tired, lame excuse of things being difficult to build and difficult to implement and expensive to implement is just getting old. And as a burgeoning startup company that is looking to provide autonomous vehicle charging, providing, you know, on-site basically robots that go around and bring batteries to each individual space. I mean, we're soon looking at every space and at every parking lot being electrified with a single installment. So that's just me throwing my hat in. I think the expanding the REACH code is a great way to provide leverage to continue to expand our technological advancements as a society. Thank you.
Back to council.
Great, thank you, Tony. Okay, turn for council deliberation, and we will kick off with Councilor Cohen.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for everyone who came out and comment on this important issue, and I want to thank staff of the ESD for all the work you've done to try to push the envelope. You continually are encouraging our city to be the leaders in environmental stewardship and policies for our new construction. You know, EVs are now at cost parity with other vehicles, and they are far cheaper to own, with one exception, with potentially one exception, or at least one issue that we have, which is that residents and rental apartments are at a significant disadvantage to buying electric vehicles. The video that was shared shows why this is important. And we need to do all we can to encourage EV adoption, not just encourage it, but to be a facilitator, because the state is going to require that everyone buy EVs. We want people, when they buy their next car, to really seriously consider EVs. We don't want where they live to be an impediment to buying an EV. I'm glad that the proposed REACH code will ensure that unbundled parking spaces will have charging availability. I think the most important thing is that there's an outlet at every parking place in future buildings. However, the best way to ensure equity is direct wiring of every parking space to make sure that residents are billed at regulated market rates. I've had many conversations over the last couple of weeks with developers and others and experts, and while I do think that we are very close to the technology, I don't think we're quite at the point where I am sure that direct wiring is cost effective, and I think we need a little more time on the direct wiring question. Flexible direct wiring has promise, and we must continue studying it and add it to the code when it's ready. But I also want to encourage my friends in the development community to think differently. Just because wiring has always been done a certain way in buildings doesn't mean it always has to be done the same way in the future. And so as we begin to bring ideas for technology forward, and we talk to some of the experts that called in today, we should be considering different ways of wiring, that will allow us to offer direct wiring to residents. So I want to ask a couple questions of staff as I make my comments. The first one is on my item number 4. Because I don't know that we're prepared today to require direct wiring, I had put into my memo a question of providing an update to T&E every 6 months in the context of the Climate Smart update on the state of technology for flexible direct wiring, so that we could potentially implement it at the time that we believe it's ready. from your perspective, is this something that you think fits into your work plan and does it provide, is this something that would be a burden on your staff to be able to add to your biannual update?
Thank you, Carrie Romanow, Director of Environmental Services. Councilmember, we would welcome the opportunity to talk about this every 6 months. It's certainly no burden and ensures that we're bringing forward the most current information.
Okay, great, thank you. And the next question is on number 4 in my memo. Given that we may not be direct wiring in some of the early buildings that come forward after this REACH code is adopted, you and I had a conversation a couple times about how we might ensure that residents who are parking in unbundled parking spaces that have an outlet but don't have direct wiring wouldn't be overcharged. And I think your thoughts on it were more cogent than mine, but can you just talk a little bit about what we might need to do there to ensure that residents are charged fair rates?
Well, thank you. So when we look at some of the examples that were brought forward today about how folks are charging and driving around and paying idling fees, that's a different scenario than we'll move to in these new multifamily buildings, because in the new multifamily buildings, there's significantly more charging spaces. And so if you have 50 parking spaces, you're not just having potentially 50 EVs trying to charge at 3 spots. You have the opportunity for 50 spots. And so, but the city generally doesn't get involved in private sector fees and how they charge for things, whether it's electricity for charging your EV or laundry fees or other related costs. But as you and I were brainstorming, maybe that's something we might want to look specifically more closely at in low-income and affordable housing developments. But having said that, I don't think the REACH code is the place that we would look for that, but certainly something for staff to explore in the right place at the right time.
And I guess that's also a question for the attorney's office. The attorney's office about the question of doing this exploration. I think. My idea is not to put it in the REACH code, but to ask staff to do an evaluation as to whether we can find a way to protect renters from being overcharged for their use. I don't know if you want to make a quick comment. I don't need an answer now, a full answer, but.
Councilmember, we can certainly look at that. We would need to rely on staff to sort out some of the issues about overcharging and things like that, but we can definitely look at it and bring it back.
Okay, thank you. So just to remind people about something that was said in the presentation, the current REACH code requires charging stations at a number of parking spaces, and those are more expensive both for the developers who build the buildings and for the users who charge using them. So getting rid of the charging stations is a good thing, and every space will have an outlet. As long as there's a 220-volt outlet at a parking space, you can plug in your car and overnight your vehicle will be charged. That's how I charge mine at home, and I think that's how renters should be able to charge their vehicles. And I think that's really why this is important, that even unbundled parking spaces all that unbundled parking spaces have the outlets in them. The other question, though, is for lifts, and I think while we don't have many buildings with lifts now, it's potentially the trend in the marketplace. I do want to point out that when you put in a lift, you are, by definition, wiring electricity to the lift. So the question of whether we wire electricity to the space is certainly moot because lifts are powered. So this is not a burden for developers in a building to put power to a lift. I know there's a lift, somebody who sells lifts online actually for answering questions. I won't ask him now, but if questions are there about my item about making sure that lifts also have charging availability, just to be clear, my item is not to ask for direct wiring with lifts, but just to make sure that lifts are treated like all other unbundled parking spaces in our REACH code. My understanding from having conversations about this is that the cost of a lift with an outlet on it is basically the same as the cost for a lift without. Wouldn't add any cost, but others can ask questions if they're concerned about that recommendation. There was a question online that someone called in about July 1. This policy wouldn't take place until effect till July 1, so anything in the pipeline before July 1 wouldn't be affected. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to move my memo with 2 slight modifications. Number 1, the first modification is that number 2 should have read flexible direct wiring, flexible direct wiring, not just flexible wiring. I left out the word direct. And the other one is on number 3, when I ask for updates every 6 months to T&E on Climate Smart, that it would add the phrase starting with the April update, since it's not 6 months from now, but it comes back in April. So those would be the two. And Carrie, do you want to comment on that?
Thank you, Councilmember. I stopped talking before I meant to, which isn't normal. For item 4, if I could suggest that we evaluate the state of current pricing and then bring that back with a Climate Smart update. And then once we have more data, the organization can kind of discern if that's something we want to explore more, and kind of who might be the best person or departments to do that, so that it doesn't kind of get lost.
Okay, so I think maybe that'll be understood in my motion about exploring this going forward, and I would accept that if we need to amend my motion in a way to be clearer in that regard. So I've made a motion with a couple of small changes, and that's the end of my comment. Thank you.
Great. Councilor Batra first. Okay, great. Thank you. And we may have clarifying questions. We're on to other colleagues. Councilor Batra.
Could you please give a little explanation on your page where you show that this current reach code which you are adopting is actually made the EV charging more accessible and in a way more cost contained, because that's what the presentation piece shows here.
So the cost analysis is looking at our current REACH code, which was originally adopted 2019 and then readopted 2022, and also includes, in order to compare apples to apples, the July 1, 2024 intervening code requirement on the direct wiring. So that's one piece that's then compared against the proposed REACH code that we have in front of you, which does also include the direct wiring. And so it does show that it is lower cost than the current REACH code. In other words, if we did nothing, it's lower cost to adopt this proposed REACH code than if we kept the current REACH code.
Thank you. Do you see any impact about, I heard that assigned parking or bundled parking, the current trend is that we are not requiring builders to have one-to-one parking space as we used to. So in the newer environment, when we're going to get into less parking spaces for the total number of units, how do we see the EV charging working out in that environment? Because if we have one-for-one direct wiring and everything, we'll make it more accessible, cheaper, and all that. But we as a city have changed that because we believe that people are not going to need the cars. What will the apartment owners will have to do? Because you're going to have a 50-unit building and probably 25 parkings.
Thank you. Carrie Romanow, Director of Environmental Services. Councilmember, when we made the move to unbundle parking, that was really in response to the fact that we have to densify to meet our climate goals. And so as we look at our general plan and our Climate Smart plan, we no longer assume one person, one car. As we become more walkable and neighborhoods develop in a more dense fashion, each apartment or multifamily dwelling shouldn't need a parking space. And so by unbundling the parking spaces, it actually makes the rent more affordable, because if I don't need the parking space, I don't have to pay for it. And if I want the parking space, I would pay for it. So as we continue to build out our city, that meets sort of our equity goals and our climate goals and kind of our quality of life goals.
Yes, I think that's a very noble goal which we are striving towards, but we know today we are not there. And you look around in the multi-family units, you still see more cars, 2 cars per unit, but they don't have a parking space. And if we are moving towards that arena, we're going to need more parking, more charging spaces. And I think when we're talking about 20% of the apartments to have, or 20% of the parking spaces which are free, we have I believe you're going to end up needing more in that environment, that you have more charging. Otherwise, we're going to have the situation which the video showed, where people are going to have to go in the neighborhood somewhere else to charge it. And so I think we should take the input from the people who are directing how the direction we are moving towards, consult those people that if we are going to be actually not running into shortage of EV chargers because of our policy of not requiring that, and people are still going to have more cars. Okay? So my suggestion would be is that look into that and discuss it with the people so that you figure it out, that if we really need more than that percentage, what we have specified, the charges which are available to the people who don't have a parking space or who you would consider as visitors over there. Okay. Thank you very much for the report, and I think the direction you're taking us, that getting more and more of these charges available, and especially when you've been able to help the builders also to bring the cost down. And as Councilmember Cohen's memo, having an update on the costing of making the direct wiring cheaper and in a different way will hopefully get us there sooner than later and satisfy all of our apartment developers as well. Okay. Thanks for the work.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you. First, I want to thank staff for your presentation, but I'd like to thank all of the people who called in and commented on this important issue. I appreciate all the work from staff in updating our EV reach codes. Transitioning to electric vehicles is going to be a part of achieving our climate smart goals, and we've set pretty drastic goals for ourselves to achieve by 2030. That's not that far away. We need to make sure our residents in multifamily homes have access to electric vehicle charging in order to make electric vehicles a valuable option for them. We know that single-family residential property owners or occupants have much easier access to charging than those in multifamily. So we need to have equity and be able to establish charging at multifamily units as well as single family. That's the only way we're going to reach our climate goals. Recently, the council made the bold decision to eliminate mandatory parking minimums citywide. I'm proud that we are the first big city in this country to make that step. I'm a little concerned that requiring the direct billing is going to change that. That developers are going to say, oh, we're going to have minimum parking instead of eliminating parking, which is really what we want them to do. We want them to work towards eliminating or severely decreasing parking, so we're dependent more on mass transit, on bicycles, on people getting around this city in a different way. I did initially, with Councilmember Cohen's memo, I had several areas of concerns. I've frankly removed all of my concerns except for one area. The one area that I have concerns about is recommendation 4, which relates to the charging rates, the fair charging rates at the EV stations within the multifamily units. So my concerns about that are not that a fair price should be charged or limiting pricing. It's more a process of how that's going to be, how do we happen that? How would we do that? Who would ensure fair market rates for charging? What do they look like? Do we create a price ceiling, peg the prices to a market average? Who determines, sets the rate? What about enforcement? Those are a lot of questions that I have. I don't want staff to go out and research if they don't have the staff time, although it's important for us to determine that. So Carrie, the questions I have for you are related to that. What kind of staff time do you see is involved in analyzing recommendation number 4? And which department or division would you see would be in charge of this?
Thank you. So our team would look at that. We would, I would imagine, and Julie, tell me if I'm wrong. I would imagine that we'll do some surveys and we'll leverage some consultants that are doing work in other cities. I think understanding the charges related to electric vehicle infrastructure are important. We would, through the Climate Smart team, be partnering with the Department of Transportation and the Energy Department, as we all have an interest in collaborating to drive down the price. Where the options would go, I don't know. I don't see the city necessarily franchising something down the road, but I think increasing public charging is key to our future. And much like we have charging here in this building, we need to do a better job getting more out there at more competitive pricing.
Thank you. So initially, when Councilman Cohen made his motion, you talked about bringing, you first need to do a baseline analysis of what actual costs are currently. Is that something, I mean, how would you, if we said yes to item 4, do you see that you have the staff that can come back with your Climate Smart update in April to the T&E committee? I mean, I'm just trying to get at what staff load is this? I'm not opposed to it. I'm just curious about the staff load.
Thank you. So I was thinking analysis with a small a, not like a lot of analysis.
What does that mean?
So it means looking at what's already out there, talking with some property owners, reaching out to our developers, and working with others that are in this space. My hunch is the Department of Transportation already has a significant insight into this, but it is not going out and doing field surveys and doing exhaustive work, kind of getting maybe a feel for it versus an analysis, and then decide, hey, what do we want to do going forward? But my belief is that the more charging that is available, the more competitive the price will be. So basic economics, when there's not a lot of options, the price is higher. And so this particular REACH code proposal or recommendation, has a lot more at each building. So there would be economies of scale from the property owner in terms of managing and maintaining all of that infrastructure. And we would expect that to continue as EV charging opportunities proliferate.
So do you think that your staff could have the little a analysis included in the April T&E report? I'm just trying to get at a friendly amendment that I might be able to ask my colleague for, that will be acceptable to him.
Yeah, I think that we can bring back.
Or do you want it, or little a analysis? I mean, this is important. So I guess the bigger question is, when do you think a little a analysis could come back to us, not tying you to April?
So Julie's comfortable with April. When we did pricing analysis, when we banned the styrofoam to-go containers, we also brought back routine pricing analysis to show the price dropping. So basically that was our assertion, and we wanted to track it to ensure. So I would view kind of coming back in April as one point of discussion with the then, hey, do we want to take this on? Or does the market tell us it's going to drive, it's going to be self-driven down? So I think it's kind of not the only time we would need to come back. I don't think it's a problem that can be solved. We really need to understand how to convert existing buildings and existing charging stations. I hear from folks they don't charge at city facilities because it's really expensive. And so we know that that's true, and now we just need to decide how and if we should get involved in that.
Okay, then I guess I'll ask Councilman Cohen, who is a good wordsmither, so maybe he'll help me wordsmith it too, if we can modify item number 4 to ask staff to bring back an analysis, little a, regarding a little a analysis back to T&E in April, beginning in April.
So like a high-level analysis?
Yeah. Is that acceptable?
As an addition to what's already there, is that what you're saying? Or you're, let me see what it says now.
Well, I think what they need to find out first, staff does, is what's the baseline? What are what are rates currently? Before they can do the analysis on what's a fair price, because that's a bigger question, actually.
How about just putting at the end, comma, starting with, and then your phrase?
Fine.
Okay, I'll accept that as a friendly amendment. Thank you.
Is that clear to you, Carrie and Julie? Okay.
Julie says yes.
The other comment I wanted to make, or question, did I ask all my questions? I wanted to clarify, because I've been getting this comment from lots of people, and it's anytime we adopt a REACH code, whether it's gas stoves in our homes, of when this is being implemented. This is new construction only, correct?
Yes, correct, only new construction.
Okay, and multifamily units from 3 units and above?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think this is really important for us to adopt. I thank you for working with me, and thank you for letting me walk through the questions of the areas that I had most concerns with. Initially, I did have questions about the stackers, because I've heard from some affordable housing builders, and we all want affordable housing, and one of the things that one in particular in my district has said is that he's very concerned about our discussion around the stackers and charging capabilities, is that it may affect the cost. But based on the discussions I've had earlier with staff, that's not necessarily the case. So I'm removing my concerns about that, because it's important. We want the developers to build with the stackers, because it actually takes cars off our streets of the neighbors who are concerned about having additional parking in these affordable housing. And we need affordable housing, goodness knows. So with that, I actually see that I'm over time. I can't believe that. So I'm going to end my comments. Thank you.
Well, you were so thoughtfully crafting that friendly amendment. As long as we got lowercase a in there, I think we're good. Thanks, council member. Appreciate the updated motion. I don't see any other hands. Oh, you did? Okay, Councilor Jimenez.
I had taken mine down. I think most of my questions have been answered, but can you remind me sort of what the approach, if any, exists for the existing multifamily housing units across the city as it relates to EV charging?
So that's something that the Climate Smart team, the Energy Department, Department of Transportation are collaborating on, and we don't yet have a recommendation. That's a pretty big lift, right. But certainly something that will be coming forward at some point.
Okay, all right. How do you see that interplay with that? And obviously, this is moving forward. This is new construction, but that is obviously part of the larger sort of component in going green and, and greening our economy and such. That level of interaction, does it exist at some level?
So electrifying our existing building stock, including the requirement, the necessary energy supply for vehicles, is a strategy that we are working on. And we're obviously being mindful of the cost component, but as you all have articulated, if the community can't charge their vehicles, they're not going to buy them. And so we're working with not just sort of the shopping centers in the community, but also with multifamily and single-family developers. We don't have a timeline for that, but we will bring forward our suggested timeline at our next Climate Smart update. We'll kind of indicate when we expect to have something to bring to you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, the only reason I think about that is I think, just in thinking out loud here, that San Jose Clean Energy plays a role in there. I know they have the San Jose Energy Efficient Business Program. Some of these, obviously running some of these developments and housing is a business for some folks. And so I just very curious to hear, when that update comes back, the interrelatedness between that and how we intend to do that. The other question that I had was, on slide 3, it says approximately 80% of current households with EVs are in single-family residences. And I was thinking about the word partially, right? And that made me think about just the cost of electric vehicles. and so that statement almost made me think that what we're saying is folks in large apartment complexes, for example, don't buy EVs because there's no charging. But I'm curious about that other slice of that idea is just how expensive it is to actually purchase some of these vehicles. Do we have a sense as to, and I was looking for it in the memo and such, but where the prices are as it relates to EVs and how they correlate with the adoption of, just purchasing of EVs and how we see that play into all this?
The price of new and used EVs has become much more competitive. But what we are hearing from the market is if you live in a multifamily and you don't have charging ability. So I have personally several friends that live in developments with detached garages, and you're not allowed to charge. So they're not going to buy that vehicle because there's really no option. And so that's what the team wants to expand the options. But in the short term, public charging is going to need to be a part of that as we double back on how to make it reasonable from a supply standpoint as well as a charging availability standpoint, how we get there. And so I know Lori with Energy will have a lot of strong thoughts on that, as will the transportation department. And so we'll blend those together to look at what a long-term and short-term action plan might be.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks, Councilor. Councilor Cohen?
At the risk of someone throwing something at me, I'll try to make this short. Just a couple of things that were raised by Councilmember Jimenez's questions. I think we have to start changing the messaging on the cost of EVs. I think there's a misconception that EVs are more expensive. Certainly, if you include maintenance, where you never pay a dime for maintenance ever on your EV, it's clearly cheaper. But even if you don't do that, there are new EVs that are a parity at price. Second thing that I've been talking about at our T&E meetings is some of the new technology that's coming out that will help us retrofit existing buildings. There's mobile charging technology that's being developed so that maybe you don't have to put in infrastructure, but just bring in a service that can charge EVs in a building. So there's robotic mobile charging that's coming, and I'm optimistic that we'll be able to have that. And the third thing is that this year we'll have an opportunity with our Silicon Valley Clean Energy discussion, now that we're reaching our reserves and having money to invest, to start figuring out how to use that money to electrify and add EV charging and do all those things. So it's a good time to be having this conversation because we'll have those resources later this year. So I just wanted to add those 3 points.
Great, thank you, Councilmember. Look, I don't see any other hands. I also want to add my thanks to staff for all the work you've done, and I really appreciate how detailed the report was and the timeline, which demonstrates you really did a lot of stakeholder engagement and thoroughly studied the issue. And I think we have a pretty good sense of where the market and the technology is at this moment. This feels to me like a step in the right direction. Two very quick questions. One on implementation, just so everybody's clear. This will apply, the updated code, assuming it passes here, will apply to projects that already have entitlements, and how will we ensure that that is made clear to the folks who have recently entitled, or would that just happen when they come to pull building permits? Just want to make sure there's clarity around implementation.
I'm going to let the expert take that one.
There he is.
Thank you, Mayor. Chris Burton, Director of Planning, Building Code Enforcement. So with any changes to the building code, we're in pretty much constant contact with our customers. So through our developer roundtable, through our website, through ongoing communication, we make them aware of code updates that are coming. We do this with the regular building code updates. We'll do the similar work on the REACH code to ensure that they're informed and understand the implications.
Great, and then presumably it's baked in as they apply for building permits at that point. Yeah. Okay, great. And then, thank you, Chris. And then just in general, as we have this code, our overall climate smart plan, and push toward electrification on all fronts, be curious to hear how, this might be more for Lori, I don't know if she's here, but how we are assessing the impact on the grid and advocating for and coordinating with others to make clear the expected load that we think we're going to be driving as we're incentivizing electrification. Or Kip, there we go.
I know Lori has it under control.
I'm sure she does.
Kip Harkness, Deputy City Manager. Where the electricity is going to be built and how both the transmission and the distribution lines are going to fit in with the need for the electrification is a very big and very complicated issue. We've been working, and in fact have a meeting coming up later in February with PG&E to get really a better handle and a more coordinated approach to understanding what their investments will be in the distribution infrastructure and transmission infrastructure, and how we can do better coordination and planning on our side, both so that we get the electricity in the right place, and also so that we can speed up the interconnection process, which we've all talked about as one of the biggest obstacles to electrification. So it's very complicated to do that. Part of what we're also looking to do is we'll be investing some funds in master planning around our own fleet electrification to understand where and how we'll need electricity to electrify our fleet. All said that we don't have our arms around it yet, and it's a really complicated piece of work that I think as over the next 18 to 24 months, we're going to be investing considerable effort and both coordination with PG&E and master planning to understand not only for our own needs as a city, but for development needs, where and how we can encourage and facilitate the build out of the grid in a way that meets the overall needs. So it's going to be extremely complicated, and we'll probably be coming back to you with either a study session or some in-depth work in Transportation Environment Committee.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Kip. And I think we're all going to appreciate learning more. I know this is a real risk factor, but if we get grid capacity expansion right, it's opportunity to facilitate growth and electrification and our climate goals and all the rest. I would encourage us to think about also as we are projecting out and understanding our demand, going beyond PG&E to sending informational letters to CPUC, state legislative delegation, even federal partners, Cal ISO. I know people are aware of it. I'm not sure they are seeing the facts on the ground at the city level of where we're seeing the growth and have the clarity around which cities are seeing that ramp up. And so I think we should just be over communicating with stakeholders on this is coming, we need it.
I agree completely, especially with the CPUC and Cal ISO. Those are key partners, and they need to understand from our perspective directly.
Yeah, okay, great. Thanks, appreciate that. All right, that's all I had. I don't see any other hands, let's vote.
Motion passes.
Unanimously.
Sorry.
Great.
It says rejection on my screen, but everybody voted yes, so I got a little confused.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Okay. We are on to items, and thank you all. We're on to item 6.2, actions related to the issuance of non-exclusive franchise agreements. I believe we have a couple of council members who need to recuse themselves. Is that correct? Councilor Candelas?
Yeah, I will recuse myself.
You step to the back. Cool.
Yeah,
Is there someone else?
I have to recuse myself.
Councilor
from this
Cohen?
item, too.
Great. Anyone else? Okay. Great. We'll see you both in just a moment. We do not have a staff presentation, so why don't we start with public comment on item 6.2.
Paul?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I would ask, in the interest of fairness, is that it is a law that when any council member recuses himself, and I think we practiced that the last time when the mayor had to recuse himself, and then when he came back, I had compelled the city attorney to advise the mayor that he needed to state on the record the reason for the recusal, and I thanked him for that. That was just. But that's what has to happen, is that when a council member recuses himself, prior to recusing themselves, they're to state on the record specifically as to why they're recusing themselves. This is just standard operating procedure. And I think since the mayor was compelled to do that, I think it's only fair that we apply that same principle and law to the other council members that recuse themselves. So I'm asking that they put on the record the purpose for their recusal. Secondly, is that I would like to have some type of equity analysis done so that these smaller companies get priority on this, because there's a lot of corruption, a lot of gamesmanship that goes on. Who can rally and leverage? It's almost like a Hunger Games. It's kind of reminding me like of a Hunger Games, like a Charles Darwin kind of philosophy of survival of the fittest. And we define the fittest as who can kiss up to the establishment more. And there's certain people that have integrity and refuse to do that. And because of that, we dog them out. But they are principled employers that should have the right to be able to benefit from these types of policies. So I would ask that an equity analysis be done. Thank you.
Back to council.
Great, I'll turn to Nora.
Thank you, Mayor. The two council members recused themselves based on the Levine Act. So I did want to make that clarification.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you for adding that clarification. Okay, let me turn to my colleagues. Do we have comments or a motion, question?
Move approval.
Second. Great, thank you both. Let's vote.
Okay, motion passes unanimously with Cohen and Candelas recused.
Great, okay, thank you. We'll welcome our colleagues back from the green room, and we are now on to items 8.1 and 8.2. There will be a joint presentation on 8.1 and 8.2. They will be heard simultaneously. We'll take public comment for them simultaneously. Our vote will be separate. And given the very high volume of in-person cards and Zoom attendees, we will have to limit public comment to 1 minute per speaker. And with that, I'm ready to turn it over to staff for the presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, members of the public. My name is Omar Passons, Deputy City Manager. I'm joined by John Risto, Director, Heather Hoshi, Deputy Director of the Department of Transportation, Matthew Tolnay for the City Attorney's Office, Deputy Chief Jaime Jimenez, and Rob Lloyd, Deputy City Manager. As city staff, we hear a range of really heart-wrenching stories that arise from issues related to oversized vehicles. We have visited with people living in vehicles about the lack of safety and the desperate need for biowaste disposal, for affordable housing, and a secure place to be. We hear from business owners who have been denied insurance renewals or cannot welcome customers due to oversized vehicles, sometimes lived in, hampering business operations. We hear from neighbors across the city who have oversized vehicles impacting their neighborhoods, about vehicles discharging biowaste in front of homes, and a range of other challenges. While we know that these issues require the federal and state government to make substantial investments, it has become clear that this council wants a different policy approach to managing these issues in our city. The focus of the actions today is the overall impact of oversized vehicles on the city's operations, whether those vehicles are lived in or not. However, the reality of these complex situations is that there are many such vehicles in San Jose that people are using, often as a last resort, for some level of shelter. Excuse me. We have come together to evaluate a range of options to present the council a complete picture of the potential impacts of various options to address these issues and to seek policy direction on shifts to the overall management of impacts across the city. As a preliminary matter, please note that the on-street pilot approaches discussed in item 8.1 would require prior coordination and discussion with council offices before any areas had been selected, and none have been selected at this point. Also, because the city is over 180 square miles, the initial preliminary analysis in the attachment to 8.1 that you will hear about, they required some way to focus. So while that document references industrial areas, which was used as an initial filter, it's important to understand that specific criteria would be developed if this were to go forward in connection with council offices ahead of time. With those clarifications, I'd just like to go ahead and hand it over to John Risto.
Thank you, Omar. John Risto, Director of Transportation. The Department of Transportation traditionally concentrates our work on ensuring the proper maintenance and safety of our public streets, ensuring they are well maintained and operate safely. However, the evolving complexities of a large city like San Jose necessitate creative collaboration across departments to effectively handle these challenges. This involves an intricate partnership involving the Transportation Department, Parks and Recreation, Neighborhood Services, Police, Housing, Fire, and other groups within the city. Recently, the council directed staff to provide recommendations in two key areas. First, we were tasked with developing suggestions for the improved management of oversized vehicles citywide, as Omar pointed out. And second, a more specific directive focused on addressing the issue of oversized vehicles in non-vehicular encampments around schools. Our presentation includes analysis and recommendations derived from a substantial collaboration across aforementioned departments. And I'd like to turn it over now to Heather Hoshia, Deputy Director in Department of Transportation, who is the lead on this work for us. Heather.
Thank you, John. Good afternoon, Mayor Mahan, council members, and members of the public. I'm Heather Hoshia, Deputy Director with Department of Transportation. Today, we will share recommendations and insights that aim to address the potential impacts of oversized vehicles, whether someone lives in them or not. These range from blocking streets and posing risks to health, safety, and the environment, to disrupting the efficient operations of and safe access to schools. In May 2021, the City Council approved the encampment management policy, which included a prohibition of encampments within 150 feet of school property. Since then, the City Council has issued multiple memoranda addressing concerns raised by community members, including safety and public health issues affecting individuals living in vehicles and the city at large. The potential obstructions posing safety hazards for pedestrians, bicycles, and vehicles, the health and safety impacts of biowaste in streets and in storm drains, and the rise in parking congestion all underscore the necessity to reconsider how San Jose addresses these impacts. Before we explore staff's analysis and recommendations, it is essential to understand the limitations placed on cities by state law. The current scope and reach of the vehicle code is outdated and does not contemplate the challenges urban cities are facing and are expected to address by their constituents today. The California Vehicle Code does not currently provide a mechanism for cities to regulate activities happening in or around a vehicle, including living in a vehicle or discharging biowaste. Additionally, the Vehicle Code provides very limited authority to tow vehicles, and cities cannot establish tow authorities outside of the identified circumstances where removal is permitted by the Vehicle Code. Staff acknowledges that the options presented today do not constitute an ideal solution that will alone fully achieve City Council's directions. However, staff is bringing forward recommendations to put the city on a path towards better overall management of impacts of oversized vehicles. This path will be foundational to the proper and safe operation of our streets and public rights of way. It is also important for the many people who are living in oversized vehicles to have more certainty about where they are allowed to be, while the city and the supportive housing system as a region works to help them get housed or connected to permanent options that work for them. In addition, these approaches present reasonable ways to help our city's impacted small business communities that have experienced difficulty renewing insurance, expensive repairs from damage, and decreasing willingness of customers to come on site. Oversized vehicles can also pose substantial impacts to the environment, and there are state and federal mandates requiring the city to prevent pollution of our water. The overall strategy we are presenting to help address the challenges posed by oversized vehicles citywide can be framed around three themes or pillars: enforcement, designated on-street spaces, and increasing off-street capacity. Staff believes that this provides a reasonable approach that will help balance the city's responsibilities around ensuring the proper and safe functioning of roadways and environmental protections, all while seeking ways to support individuals who, often due to economical challenges and lack of affordable housing, find themselves living in oversized vehicles, the only shelter they can access. Although the proposed parking regulations aim to address oversized vehicles, whether lived in or not, we recognize and respect the necessity to identify and promote temporary solutions for the more than 850 vehicles being used as residences across San Jose. Now I'll turn it over to Deputy Chief Jimenez to describe the proposed enforcement approach. Jaime.
Thank you, Heather. Good afternoon. Jaime Jimenez, San Jose PD. As noted, one pillar of the staff's recommendation approach is enforcement. To ensure the proper operation and safe functioning of city streets and rights-of-way, staff is recommending a multi-departmental pilot led by the Department of Transportation, which will include the establishment of temporary tow-away zones in areas most impacted by oversized vehicles. By establishing the temporary tow-away zones, staff will have the mechanism and process which is in alignment with existing city policy and allows for enforcement under the vehicle code. The areas will be clearly marked and identified by those congregated in the area, as well as those assigned to enforce the restriction. The city's enforcement efforts will be preceded by proactive outreach aimed at offering resources, including potential local or regional RV parking opportunities and temporary or permanent affordable housing. DOT's parking compliance unit will be the lead for enforcement actions, including towing, with staff or vendors from housing and beautify leading outreach and cleanup efforts. While the police department will not be the lead for enforcement efforts, our officers will continue enforcing parking violations when observed or requested, depending on the availability of officers, keeping in mind that these requests must be considered alongside all other calls for service, many of which would have to be prioritized ahead of enforcing parking violations. Two recent examples of this type of PD-led enforcement occurred on Educational Park Drive and Las Colinas Lane. As such, coordination of police officers in a secondary employment model is preferred. Now I'll turn it back over to Heather to explain the remaining approaches.
The second pillar of the approach is centered around the creation of designated on-street spaces where oversized vehicles will be allowed to park. The city is working urgently to open a new supportive parking site for as many as 85 oversized lived-in vehicles, which would provide some relief. In its rules memo, the City Council directed staff to assess the feasibility of standing up a permit program designating on-street parking for oversized vehicles in conjunction with citywide oversized vehicle restrictions. Understand that no pilot program areas have been identified, and any potential pilot program locations would be coordinated between appropriate council offices and staff. Staff evaluated both scenarios, and due to legal and operational challenges with restricting oversized vehicles citywide, recommends proceeding with only piloting the no-fee on-street permit parking areas for oversized vehicles. A high level of preliminary analysis grounded in ensuring pedestrian, bicycle, and vehicular safety, as well as limiting impacts to residential and commercial retail areas, indicated that there are city streets that could safely be used for oversized vehicle parking. Further work, however, to identify specific streets would need to be done in coordination with council district offices willing to pilot such zones within their districts. The goal of the pilot would be to designate specific streets where oversized vehicles would be allowed, in conjunction with establishing an appropriate code of conduct that would help ensure the proper disposal of bio-waste, whether the vehicles are lived in or not. Additionally, it is envisioned that hygiene and outreach services would be provided to any lived-in vehicles, and regular monitoring of the permit zones for safety and compliance would occur. Enforcement of existing parking rules and regulations in the district where any pilot zone was established would help encourage oversized vehicles to park only in the permitted zones. The third pillar of the recommended citywide approach is to create additional parking capacity for oversized vehicles off the street. During community engagement sessions, a member of the Rio Coalition inquired about whether it would be possible to consider allowing property owners to be part of the solution. Staff appreciates the productive engagement of a variety of stakeholder groups, including the multiple engagement sessions directly involving individuals who have lived experiences of homelessness. Through additional research, staff identified that the City of Oakland currently has a program to incentivize property owners through tax breaks to provide off-street parking for lived-in vehicles. Staff on the homelessness coordination team in the city manager's office is in the process of obtaining additional details and will dive deeper into evaluating this opportunity if directed by council. In addition, staff has identified a federal law that allows cities to acquire federal property at no cost for the purpose of supporting people experiencing homelessness. If approved, staff would utilize existing resources to work with regional, state, and federal partners to determine the existence of viable federal property that could be utilized for additional off-street parking and services. Any federal property acquisition would require the city to have identified funding resources for on-site services as part of its application to the federal government for the acquisition. Now I'll turn the presentation over to Deputy City Manager Rob Lloyd.
Good evening, Council. Through the analysis process, staff identified 2 additional approaches to address the oversized vehicle parking issues faced by the city. First, the concept of an oversized vehicle purchase program would target supply to limit the number of oversized vehicles reaching city streets, while also providing those potentially living in those vehicles with funds which could be used to make the move to permanent housing alternatives. Funds would be applied to direct purchases, lien sales, and junk sales, for example, for vehicle disposal. Second, the California Vehicle Code is outdated and does not contemplate challenges cities face and are expected to address by our constituents. With the mayor, city council leadership, an intergovernmental initiative would pursue legislative updates and revisions to modernize the California Vehicle Code. This would provide the City of San Jose and other cities with tools necessary to address today's challenges, including pursuing immediate tow authorities in scenarios that are important to us. Next slide, thank you. As previously mentioned, the intent of the recommendations presented is to address the impacts of oversized vehicles in general. The reality in San Jose is that many such vehicles are being used as a means of shelter. Considerations include awareness of the possible consequences on San Jose residents living in those vehicles. Current estimates suggest close to 1,500 people could be impacted citywide by a change in enforcement policy if allowed to park other alternatives, allowable parking, other alternatives are not identified as part of the process. It is likely that enforcement teams will encounter vehicles that do not run and are lived-in vehicles, and when this occurs, the inoperable vehicles will need to be removed from city streets. These are examples of considerations staff incorporated into the recommendations that you see. As Omar noted earlier, these are complicated issues with real implications for a variety of stakeholders. Next, Heather will step us through staff's recommendations for addressing encampments and oversized vehicles around schools.
On August 9th, 2023, the Rules Committee directed staff to expedite the drafting of an ordinance prohibiting encampments and vehicle dwelling within 150 feet of licensed preschools, daycares, and K-12 schools. To help frame today's discussion, it is important to note that there are 279 K-12 schools in San Jose, and per business tax data, there are over 750 child care facilities. The significant volume of potential sites poses a challenge, and for this reason, staff focused on identifying approaches to address oversized vehicles only at K-12 schools. While there are at least 850 vehicles being lived in citywide and many more oversized vehicles throughout the city, this issue around the city's K-12 schools is much more limited. DOT's recent analysis determined that during the month of December 2023, citywide, there were approximately 46 oversized vehicles congregated near 12 different K-12 schools within the city. While the December numbers indicate that about 4% of San Jose schools are impacted by oversized and potentially lived-in vehicles, these occurrences are fluid, and the oversized vehicle parking landscape can regularly change. For each of the 4 policy options noted on this slide, staff analyzed a variety of considerations related to legal, operational, and program challenges and limitations. In addition, program implementation, sustainability, enforcement outcomes, and effectiveness, as well as community impacts were all considered. As noted on the slide, options 1 and 2 are not being recommended, primarily because they are not likely to achieve Council's desired outcome of keeping oversized vehicles from impacting pedestrian, bicycle, and vehicle safety around schools. Seeking to balance the legal, enforcement, and operational constraints while mitigating impacts on stakeholders, the combination of policy options 3 and 4 are expected to achieve Council's desired outcomes. Staff is recommending initiating a small-scale pilot program at 3 schools. Adopting this recommendation will allow staff to begin work prioritizing schools most impacted by oversized vehicle parking. Additionally, the pilot will allow staff to monitor and collect data on the approach and associated outcomes. During the pilot, staff will conduct the required engineering analysis at each school to assess the impacts of oversized vehicle parking. If the analysis determines that the parking of oversized vehicles creates a hazard to pedestrians, bicycles, or vehicles, oversized vehicle parking restrictions would be installed. If the findings do not support the installation of oversized vehicle parking restrictions, staff would then consider installing overnight parking restrictions. It is important to note that the overnight parking restrictions would impact any vehicle, regardless of size, when parked in the designated zone. Towing would be the enforcement action for both sets of parking restrictions and would be communicated through posted signage. Based on the Department of Transportation's review in December of 2023, the 3 schools identified as most impacted by oversized vehicles parked for extended periods and therefore recommended for the pilot are Independence High School, Chiricahua Elementary, and Challenger School Berryessa. Staff's recommendation to address non-vehicular encampments near schools is to continue enforcement through the existing setback policy established through Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services. The recommended pilot programs outlined today will involve the need for additional resources. Similarly, any expansion of the pilot programs would also require budget action for additional staff and equipment. For item 8.1, if directed as part of the upcoming fiscal 24-25 budget process, implementation of any approved pilot program would involve hiring and equipment purchases after July 1, 2024, and we would likely not see on-the-ground changes until the fall or winter of 2024. For item 8.2, the costs for the initial 3-school pilot have been identified and can be absorbed within existing fiscal 23-24 departmental budgets by reprioritizing existing resources. Work could begin as early as February. Costs related to the expansion of any of the proposed pilots, however, would need to be part of the fiscal year 24-25 budget deliberations. Pending today's action, staff would bring the necessary ordinance or resolution back to Council on an accelerated basis in February. Now I'll turn it back over to John to close out our presentation.
Thank you, Heather. And just to summarize what we've been presenting today, item 8.1, piloting 10 locations citywide, perhaps a no-fee on-street permit parking program, working with each one of the council districts to determine if that is appropriate, and then proceed with identifying opportunities to actually locate off-site locations for these oversized vehicles. And then 8.2 is addressed as a pilot program around the 3 schools that were identified and the required resolutions and or ordinances to provide the authority for DOT and the police department to actually effectively manage these locations. And I will end that presentation right there, open for questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I really appreciate the cross-departmental collaboration. I know there's been a lot of discussion, analysis. Vehicle code is obviously complicated. Want to thank colleagues and my staff for also engaging closely with departmental staff. And I appreciate deriving the opportunity to at least get the update and start to learn it, because I think this is a conversation that's going to only continue as we head into the budget process. So we'll come back for further council discussion. We will move to public comment. Again, public comment, just like the presentation, is on both items 8.1 and 8.2, and we will limit to 1 minute per speaker.
Okay, I'm going to call your name. When you hear your name, please come on down. First person to the microphone starts speaking. The other people sit in the front row where the seats say reserved, and then I'll continuously add. I do check that front row to see how many people are waiting, so I appreciate if you'd utilize that. Starting with Tamara Chavez, Mark Kishner, Tyrone Partee, and Deborah.
Good afternoon. My name is Tamara Chavez, and I'm the Regional Director of PATH Santa Clara County. I have the privilege of working with many of you to serve your constituents experiencing homelessness, including those living in RVs. We encourage the city to offer real solutions to RV inhabitants, including person-centered safe parking options and options that allow people to relinquish RVs. We share the city's concern for the safety of RV inhabitants and their housed neighbors. Fortunately, there are workable solutions to RV encampments that do not require enforcement, strategic outreach that recognizes the fundamental differences between RV and tent encampments can offer RV inhabitants more tailored help. For instance, PATH has aided in RV encampment cleanups that incorporated mechanics, incentives to give up RVs, all-day safe parking options, direct pathways into permanent housing, and more. These options do not require involuntary towing, which can set someone back in their journey out of homelessness, making our job of bringing that person inside much harder. We are concerned that this motion lists enforcement as the first strategy. We encourage the city to adopt a clear policy offering tailored.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call down Jeff Levine and Glenn Vanderzee.
My name is Mark Kishner, representing IX Systems, a company that has called San Jose home since 2002 and grown from 5 people to 250 people. The challenges posed by the growing homeless population and RVs on Cruise Drive have reached a critical point. It's our duty to provide a safe and conducive workspace for our team. In addition to our existing security cameras and alarm systems, IX has been forced to spend over $150,000 annually to subcontract a security firm. Theft, graffiti, vandalism, fires, nudity, lewd conduct, abandoned vehicles, illegal dumping and trash on the parkway and our site, unsanitary conditions including human waste, needles, and prophylactics in our parking lot, dog attacks and animal cruelty, intimidation of our employees, near collisions with gas tanker trucks due to limited visibility at the end of our driveway, and most recently a murder occurred in a camper directly in front of our front door. That camper has already been reoccupied. Despite all...
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Jeff Levine. I'm just a private citizen. I'm the president of the Roosevelt Park Neighborhood Association, and we urge you, this is a very complex issue. We could speak for hours on it, days, weeks. I think option 8.1 is excellent, but it's going to take a lot of work to get from where we are today to implementing that. So I urge you, I would think there would be no opposition to really exploring option 8.2. Let's implement it, and it's just one tiny step in the right direction, and the neighborhood is going to be in full support of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also, Erie Stewart, Amir Farani, are Alfredo Hernandez, and Elena Santiago.
Hi, my name is Deborah Townley. I'm a person with lived experience with homelessness and living in my car and RV with a child. My child was in school at that time, and I needed to park near schools in order to get him to school. I find this very disturbing that we're going to ban a whole class of people who are trying to survive. And there was a media release recently about the number of families with children becoming homeless and losing their homes. I'm very concerned about this monolithic ban. Please vote no to monolithically banning the unhoused from parking near schools. More specifically, many families with children who live in vehicles need to park near schools. My family was one of them. It is of utmost importance that we offer services to people that they can trust and want and in which they see the value of. We must change our approach from banning and sweeping and instead offer valuable and effective housing and care.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Tyrone Purty, Senior Pastor of Bay Area Maranatha Christian Center. I've been the pastor there for 3 years, but Bay Area Maranatha Christian Center has been a significant factor in caring for and providing services for all of San Jose, those who are homeless, those who are afflicted of mental illness. We have a center, and I want to say that 1811 South 7th Street along 7th Street, we have been affected by no enforcement of oversized RV parking, and it's not a solution to come up with a very general resolve. It's inhumane for people to have to live in those conditions. We see them, we serve them, we know them, and this is not a solution. It's actually a travesty.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Just as we move forward in the interest of time, given how many speakers we have, it's our practice to request that folks express support silently so people can hear Tony as she calls up additional speakers. That's for everybody on all sides of all issues. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council, fellow citizens of San Jose. I too am a board member over at Maranatha Christian Center and a technologist after 40 years. I truly believe that innovation can solve many of the problems that we have in our homeless community, in our unhoused communities. I've listened to Elizabeth Funk and worked with Innovate San Francisco, and there's some wonderful opportunities available to us to help and assist those who are in this temporary condition. As our sister spoke about homelessness families around the schools, there's actually opportunities to put temporary housing units in those school places. Instead of vehicles, let's put the temporary housing units there and allow these families a place to dwell in. We can do this. This is the Silicon Valley, and there are options available to us in innovation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Glenn Vandersee. I'm the superintendent of the Eastside Union High School District, and I want to thank those that are working towards safe passage. That's an important thing for our students. And I want to thank also those that we've spoken to in this process of working as partners and understanding that Eastside has last year had over 1,240 students identified as unhoused. And our message to them is you are welcomed here. And we'd like to know where your areas of strength and growth are so we can positively respond so you can be a full participant in your classroom, your school in Silicon Valley. So I thank the adjustments in the language in the sixth recommendation of saying when there are school-age children or families that are near those schools in areas that we don't just move them away, but we move them in towards shelter and move towards services. Thank you for that. We sent a letter of support to the clerk and do appreciate the city's efforts to collaborate with us for providing more services to our students and families who are unhoused at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call down Angeli Nguyen, Isabel Lamb, and Sophia Lee.
Evening, Council. I'm Alfredo Hernandez, 12th grade and leader of this movement. I've witnessed numerous experiences from unhoused individuals within the RV community trespassing onto campus during school hours to theft, and even the presence of drugs left by trespassers. These experiences bring about feelings of dread and fear as my classmates face threats to their safety. So today, you face a choice. You either dismiss student pleas for a secure learning environment, or you approve a solution that sets a clear pathway for the future of San Jose students and also our unhoused neighbors. Since coming to this podium exactly 174 days ago, we haven't just stood patiently. We're not advocating for the criminalization of our unhoused neighbors. Blaming will not get us anywhere. We've attended community meetings with members of the unhoused, like at the Arena Hotel, and we've listened. Facilities like these are what we need to continue striving for. Let's find common ground and pass a solution that balances the needs of everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Elena Santiago, a student at KIPP San Jose Collegiate. I'm here to request your support in approving item 8.2 that the mayor and my school have been working on for the past few months. As you may know, the past few years, the unhoused individuals have been breaking into our school, stealing from our classrooms and our resources. My mom, Patty Santiago, has been the director of school operations at KHJC for the last 15 years. My mom has had to wake up in the middle of the night and meet with these police officers at school countless times. The school has had a total of 6 vans, 2 that were totaled and 1 that was never recovered. Our fence have been cut over 13 times, and our classroom windows have been shattered at least 5 times. Besides those incidents, items that have been stolen include laptops, canopies, propane tanks, uniforms, athletic jerseys, PE equipment, and more. Lastly, not only are students affected, but the unhoused individuals need the proper resources and help. And not most importantly, comes from you passing item 8.2.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Ari Stewart with JP DiNapoli Companies. We are property owners in the industrial core. 8.1 does little to resolve the real issues of unhoused people living in vehicles. In short, it doesn't provide beds. We understand why placing encampments in the industrial core is tempting. It's out of the view of voters, of residents, and also businesses don't vote. San Jose prides itself on having the most manufacturing jobs of any large city in the United States. These jobs provide living wages for San Jose residents. They provide training, they provide opportunities. They also provide revenue to the city. 8.1 will deter new businesses from establishing in San Jose. It will and already has chased businesses out. We've lost 2 tenants in the past 6 months. We urge City Council.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Angelique Wang, and I am a sophomore attending KIPP San Jose Collegiate High School. First, I would like to thank you in your collaboration with the development of item 8.2. My peers and I are gathered here today to urge you, the Council, to use your position to support the voices of the community which you were elected to support and represent during times of need. It is not a belief, but a fact that the students of KIPP San Jose Collegiate have every right to a safe learning environment, just like students in any other school. As students, we believe that everyone deserves compassion and support, especially those experiencing something as devastating as homelessness. However, our current situation is not sustainable, which is why we strive for a solution that is beneficial for both parties. I believe that speaking with individuals to truly understand their experiences will offer a chance to collaborate for long-term solutions. By supporting the implement of this law, you are not only prioritizing the safety of students, but also striving to provide comprehensive and long-term solutions to homelessness in our city. We encourage you to advocate for the allocation of city funds to enhance current resources and facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call down Christine Fan, Christian, I can't read the last name, it starts with an M, and Emily Espinoza. Go ahead.
Dear councilors, my name is Isabel Lam, and I'm currently a 10th grader attending KIPP San Jose Collegiate. I'm studying here today because every student deserves a secure environment for learning and personal growth. Their student experience should be free from fear, just like yours may have been. Unfortunately, not every student can experience that. For instance, I recently had a conversation with my school principal, Ms. Vo, about some encounters students had with the unhoused residents neighboring our school. One involved an RV unhoused individual who unexpectedly emerged from our storage shed during lunchtime while numerous students were enjoying their lunch. It was later revealed to us that this individual was wearing an ankle monitor. The uncertainty surrounding what might have occurred during the period that this individual was staying at our school is a cause for concern that needs to be addressed, as it produces a threat to the safety of our students and staff. We have witnessed individuals breaking into our school and stealing school property, leaving used needles at lunch tables. We urge you to allocate more of your budget towards aiding the unhoused community because they will not only benefit them but also enhance the safety of our school. We are calling for the introduction.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Dear Council, my name is Sophia Lay and I attend KIPP San Jose Collegiate High School as a 10th grader. Those opposing the idea that the city should adopt this pilot program should keep in mind that we are just children in San Jose trying to have the best school experience. How is this going to be made possible if my school has to constantly undergo repairs every time a member of the RV community trespasses onto campus? We are asking you to approve item 8.2 so that many future generations of students like us will be able to have better resources, protections, and opportunities. School is supposed to be a safe place where students can learn freely and figure out who they want to be through the span of their school career. Without protection at school, minors, the future of the city, are put in risky and potentially dangerous situations. While speaking to the members of the unhoused communities, it is obvious that their lives are difficult, but the current situation is even worse. If a student does not feel safe, protected, or secure at school, they would be more than likely to be discouraged from learning while at school. Experiencing these conditions firsthand negatively affects your performance in learning and possibly even your mental health. I hope you approve this agenda item and also consider improving the lives of the unhoused community through a
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, council members and mayor. My name is Christine Fan, and I currently attend KIPP San Jose Collegiate as a sophomore. The reason I am here today is to urge you to approve item 8.2, which will benefit all students in the city of San Jose. My request to you is to consider the importance of school safety and prioritize it regardless of circumstances. Unfortunately, these priorities are being impacted by the members of the unhoused community, raising many safety concerns. Although this is the case, those who are unhoused should be given the chance and opportunity to turn over a new leaf, providing different solutions and perspectives to the issue. These experiences involving harassment, burglaries, and defense has negatively impacted many of my classmates, including myself. We students are calling on our city government to pass this agenda item, secure schools across the city, and help us feel safe once again. It is your responsibility to supply the next generation of students with adequate security and some peace of mind. Your support of this ordinance will not only help students feel more secure while at school, but also pave for the long-term solutions for unhoused community in the city of San Jose. Thank you for your time. I hope you consider my comments when voting.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call down Gurushan Bola, Samantha Ibanez, and Linda Tran.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Amir Farahani. I own a business at the corner of 285 Leo Avenue. It's called American Import Auto Dismantler. I've been there since 1973. And this homeless issue is out of control if you don't do anything about it. I try to get these people not to throw trash in my properties, throw their waste in my property, don't make a hole in my property to go bathroom number 2. And they chase me with machetes. It's not right. You need to do something about it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Christian Monarez. I attend KSJC. I support the recommendations to implement a buffer zone through this pilot program that includes my school. It will not only benefit students and homeowners nearby, but also push the city of San Jose to do better with this unhousing crisis. I live on Story and King, a busy street, and my experiences living and attending school in Eastside San Jose have brought me here today. From an unhoused individual entering my yard to relieve themselves, to someone jumping the fence to steal 2 light bulbs, people may stick to unhoused stereotypes, but I believe these individuals have simply been let down by society and not given the proper resources to survive. These are similar to the concerns my peers have been sharing with you today about our school. Without the city of San Jose taking significant action to help those who are unhoused, we, but children and students, have to deal with the short end of the stick. There is clear wiggle room in this budget to properly allocate resources and facilities, so all I'm asking is for action. I hope you take my comments into account and pass item 8.2, as it will be great news for me and my classmates and greater livelihood of City of San Jose. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Dear Council, I am Emily Espinoza, an 11th grade student at KSJC. I come here in support of item 8.2. I ask for your support towards this item for a variety of reasons, all stemming from student safety concerns and fear. Being a student here, I've always heard and personally experienced some of the unfortunate events my classmates are sharing here today, such as someone coming into our campus with a bat, an unhoused individual sleeping in our equipment sheds, another individual using our bathroom, and the variety of break-ins experienced throughout campus. We're not generalizing a mass group of people, but we students can't help the fact that we feel unsafe. I believe this could all be prevented with the approval of item 8.2. When discussing the budgeting in March, we would appreciate if you would accommodate and support the drastic improvements and circumstances. And we want to make it an opportunity that they receive all these resources. However, when at school, we just don't feel safe and secure. And currently, I don't feel comfortable with these conditions. I hope you and council approve this item and continue to introduce more resources for individuals living in RVs and campus. Thank you, council.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also, Aldo Carmona, Brittany Duong, and Catherine Nguyen.
Dear Council, my name is Gershon Bola, a KIPP High School Democrat member and a concerned senior about the homelessness crisis in San Jose. Firstly, I'm a student concerned with safety. A few months ago, unhoused individuals were seen utilizing our school facilities and unexpectedly interacting with students during school hours. Additionally, due to the openness of our campus, drug paraphernalia and and theft from the neighboring unhoused community have become something that students have become accustomed to seeing. As a student body, we are numbed, but also concerned. Concerned we're not going to be able to thrive as academics. Concerned we are unsafe. This is not how school environments should be. They should be filled with learning opportunities and excitement. This is why we need to promote Articles 3 and 4. We need to create a region of safety where children in schools can be prevented from having such interactions. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Samantha Ibanez, and I'm a ninth grader at KIPP San Jose Collegiate. I'm here alongside my classmates to request that you quickly pass item 8.2. Not only do I attend a school in District 5, but I also live in District 5. After dealing with similar unhealthy and unsafe issues right across the street from my home, I was extremely disheartened to find that my new school had the same issues regarding safety and security. As a ninth grade student, I've had to adjust to high school, and experiencing these incidents firsthand has made it extremely stressful. These experiences not only rob us students of our safety, but also of our resources. As a student athlete, my team and I have been tremendously impacted. This is due to our reliance on athletic transportation vans for games and practices. However, due to the conditions, 2 of our athletic transportation vans were stolen, limiting our ability to play stress-free. This resolution offers the solution students and student athletes like me need to have a stress-free school experience. We deserve to have a safe schooling environment. Right now, that just...
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Linda Tran, and I attend KIPP San Jose Collegiate as a sophomore. I'm here today to request consideration for prioritizing safety in schools. Numerous incidents throughout the past year have significantly disrupted our learning environment and created a sense of unsafety for students. From my freshman year to sophomore year, there have been numerous encounters with the unhoused community that many students have shared. While I acknowledge that there have been a few changes from last year, this problem continues to reoccur. In this academic year alone, there have been multiple incidents of break-in as well as vehicle thefts on our campus. Despite efforts to raise awareness and implement changes, it is clear that more action is required. Without approving item 8.2, these issues will continue for years, causing ongoing distress to students. I hope you consider my input and pass item 8.2. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also Fernanda Morales, Kim Vo, Albert Wright, and Joe.
Hello, Council. My name is Aldo Carmona. I attend KIPP San Jose Collegiate High School as a junior. I have come up to the stage to advocate for you to pass the item 8.2. I would like for you to prioritize the safety of my school and the concerns of my peers. While I may not have any personal experience with anything, my feelings and thoughts are still impacted by the stories I've heard by my peers and hearing that my peers are afraid at the school. I hope you take these actions to stop the feeling of fear in my school and allow us to have a peace of mind, along with providing the unhoused community with resources once they are moved. Please pass item 8.2. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Brittany DeWong, and I'm a current junior at KIPP San Jose Collegiate. In many accounts of our school, students have endured numerous encounters where they felt unsafe at our campus during and outside school hours. This includes individuals entering school grounds, finding drug paraphernalia on school lunch tables, and instances of property damage. Students of any kind should not be subjected to feeling unsafe within a space where they're supposed to learn and grow. As a former athlete and team manager for the cross-country team, my teammates and I have been negatively impacted due to the location of RVs and encampments neighboring our school campus. Due to our school's lack of facilities, that we had to improvise by using neighboring grounds to practice. Female runners were required to run in groups due to dangerous events that occurred previously. Recently, 3 months ago, 2 of our female runners were followed by unhoused individuals and had to make a dash to safety. However, we're not advocating for just this. Through this process, we're also advocating for the calling of the passage of additional resources for the unhoused community living in the RVs and encampments. We're not criminalizing the unhoused population. However, this...
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Council. My name is Catherine Nguyen, and I currently attend KIPP San Jose Collegiate as a junior. The presence of RVs and encampments has presented a danger to students on and around our campus, which has drastically affected how my classmates view their safety and security at school. Our school differs from most others due to our circumstances, as we lack proper buildings and accessible resources that are commonly available in other schools. Therefore, our campus is very open and extremely easy to enter and damage. This leads to many break-ins and burglaries performed by individuals living in those RVs. Our school has had to use a lot of its financial resources and budget on materials to ensure that we have a safe and secure environment. Individuals have broken into classrooms, stolen materials, and even stolen a school sport van. Additionally, as a former cross-country athlete, RVs threaten the safety of runners, especially female runners who happen to be running by. A few have even been catcalled and forced to sprint back to school. We understand.
Thank you. Next speaker. I would also like to call down Andrew Liu, Sandy Perry, and Angela Smith.
Dear Council, my name is Fernanda Morales, and I attend KIPP San Jose Collegiate, and I'm a current 12th grader. Having attended KIPP, I've seen the ways that students have been enduring unsafe conditions regarding the local RV encampments. My own club, Spanish Honor Society, has had our graduation sashes stolen by local RV residents. SHH funds every project and club item from the work and the time of our members. Because of this incident, members and I have had to both fundraise for this year's supplies while working to raise funds for the stolen items for this year's graduating class. Considering the limited resources we have on our campus, the last thing we need is for students to have to worry about what will happen to their extracurricular and academic supplies, and most importantly, their safety in the classroom. However, it was amplified that all the resources to accommodate and support the unhoused residents living near the school campuses would not be happening. This complicated situation requires an even more complex solution, and I'm urging you to both pass 8.2's pilot program and work towards creating more.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Vo, and I'm the principal of KIPP San Jose Collegiate. First, I want to thank all the many community members who have supported in elevating the voices and addressing the needs of our students at KSJC. Our students have benefited greatly from the many perspectives and invitations to learn more about the issues that have occurred at our school for the last year and a half. As a leader of our school, I am charged with ensuring the safety and educational success of KSJC students. The issues we have experienced, individuals entering our campus without permission during the school day, break-ins, students concerned about walking safely to and from school, undermine both of those core responsibilities. Our community owes it to our students to do better. That means allocating the resources and making the trade-offs necessary to build safe places for all members of our community to find safe shelter. It also means immediately taking the action before the council today to ensure that the area around our school and others in San Jose is as safe and accommodating to the students as possible and therefore free from the oversized vehicles. Please take this opportunity to act in the best interest of our kids by passing item 8.2 with the mayor and the council members' amended memo. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call down Sam Ho and Robert Aguirre.
Good afternoon. Wow, the font on my paper is so big that I'm sure you can read it from where you are. Those who believe that this ordinance or the recommendations by staff does not effectively address the issue of homelessness or make progress on it are correct. Instead, the main intention of this ordinance or recommendation is not to resolve homelessness, but to affirm government's commitment to providing every child the opportunity to an education. By ensuring a safe passage for students like me who are in the 70% at Overfelt that travel to school either by walking or biking. Whereas the city department involved in the assessment of the situation deems it urgent, the recommendations or the ordinance would allow us to feel safe in and around our immediate environment, while the equipment and tools that aid our learning, which residents pay for, are used by students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Sandy Perry. I'm speaking today as a member of Cham Deliverance Ministry and South Bay Community Land Trust. This proposal 8.2 is expensive, depending on which memo you adopt. It's probably illegal, it's discriminatory, it's going to be ineffective, and it's immoral. Homelessness is a social problem, and it requires a social solution like affordable housing, not punishment, not criminalization. This is part of a national debate that's going on right now as to whether we should respond to homelessness with unity and compassion or with repression and division. Contrary to the popular myth, thousands of people cannot access permanent housing, interim housing, or shelters. Right now, we have something like 14,000 unhoused people in our county and 2,000 shelter beds. We support the legal alternatives for RV residents, but they should be implemented first before any bans are.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Angela. I'm a student at San Jose State University. I'm a fourth-year sociology major. I want to remind you all that being unhoused is not a crime to be punished. It is a result of dehumanizing policies just like this one, who push out and relocate individuals for crimes they may or may have not committed. Under no grounds are these crimes or are the safety of the students at jeopardy due to the unhoused community. And frankly, whatever analysis was used to result in the moving and the displacement of these communities is a very dystopian analysis. I can guarantee there was no history considered, history of the unhoused community. Additionally, there's no regard for the 233 individuals which passed away last year, unhoused individuals, and 1,500 people will be impacted.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call Gail Osmer, Teresa Palumbo, and Rich Salea.
Hello, Robert Aguirre here. First of all, 1 minute is not sufficient to present a good argument. You gave these 8 people here much more than 8 minutes. So that aside, I'd like to say that, first of all, if you've got 850 vehicles that you are aware of, how are you going to be able to provide housing or a place for them to park? There's just not enough space, there's not enough places. So you're going to somehow violate your own rules by having to put people in places that are being subjected to the same rules that are being suggested here. The other thing is that what is a temporary? How long does a temporary last When does it start? How much warning do you give people? These are people that are being already pushed out because they can't afford the rent that they were paying for whatever reason. They now find themselves living in the best situation they can. You're going to take away that and remove that stability they have in their lives and put them back out in the street. This is inhumane. We shouldn't be doing this. We should consider alternatives.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Gail Osmer here. I was sitting here listening to the presentation, and boy, I felt like I was in Russia, being in a communist country. What I heard is absolutely appalling, and how you all are not listening to any of the unhoused and what they want. You had a meeting with Ortiz, San Jose Police, Mr. Mayor. Did you invite any unhoused people that live in RVs now to join? No. I bring unhoused people with me to council. Everybody's happy. Hi, hi, hi. That's it. Unhoused need to have a voice, and you should not pass anything until they have a voice in what can be done. They're smart, unhoused people. What's going on right now at Cruz Drive is a horrible situation. We need to get into RV safe parking. D7, step up. Get some RV parking. Vice Mayor, I love you, but let's step up. Get some RV parking. We need RV parking, D5.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Richard Salaya, and I stay over there on Cruz Drive. With everything that happened recently, the shooting, not everybody there is like trying to we're all trying to survive, you know? When was the last time anybody sat there and realized how cold it gets at night? People in RVs, we suffer. It's hard. All we want is just to be left alone, and like some of us, we recycle, and it's hard just to continue our lifestyle. We just want to be left alone. And safe parking, that's all we need. Everybody in RVs is self-sustained. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, David Heindel, John Betts, Caroline Nemi, and Elizabeth Gonzalez. Come on down. And also Herberto Soto.
Mr. Mayor, council members, David Heindel, resident of San Jose, 25 years, small business owner, and I'm also the chair of the District 10 Leadership Coalition. I won't bury the lead. Please approve this. I think it's a challenge, obviously, between two competing groups, but I think in this case, I would lead personally towards the young people who are talking about their schools and trying to be safe at their schools. The last comment I'd make is, I'm hoping that we get close to a unanimous vote on this so that we can move this, what I believe is a pilot program, to get started. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is John Betts, and I've done car dwelling. I've been in that for about 14 years. It's the only way I've been able to survive. I'd say if you're not going to provide any safe parking for all these people, all these vehicles, then it's not okay to start pushing them around and punishing them in all sorts of strange ways that you've been concocting. It will be cruel retaliation to people who are having economic hardship. If people are so worried about people relieving themselves in inappropriate places, then make a bunch more public restrooms and put them throughout the city. I'm so sick of hearing all this complaining about that. And when it's like basically, if the economically well-off people continue to deny resources of modern society, bathrooms, trash removal, housing, non-harassment to the poor and unhoused people.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi everyone, my name is Liz Gonzalez. I'm with Silicon Valley Debug.
and more than 30 organizations that support and work with the local community, our unhoused neighbors, and with youth, oppose an encampment and an RV ban. We know that you have to make difficult decisions every single day, and homelessness is not unique to San Jose, but this move is cruel. Any one of us here is like one paycheck away, one crisis away from being in an RV. Any one of us. You are moving so quickly to consider a ban on a symptom of poverty, something that pushes our unhoused neighbors into another cycle of punishment for allegations that already carry criminal consequences. It's apparent that the mayor has jumped on this and is using these students while they fit into your agenda to push our unhoused neighbors out of sight. This is not about safety because everyone has the right to feel safe living in.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Caroline Nemyats, and I represent a local company that's a family-owned business in District 7 known as Premier Cycle Company. I stand before you today to address an issue of utmost importance to our community here in District 7. RV encampments and the unhoused population has posed many ongoing challenges to the District 7 businesses. However, of these issues, safety for the employees and our customers is a firm priority. Over the years, it has been recognized that the RV encampments are often correlated with incidents of crime, fires, drug-related activities, and vandalism. And this impacts our ability to safely operate as a business as well as the walkability in this area, which further hinders investment in San Jose. I ask that council and city staff please increase the outreach to the community, as well as carefully consider the ramifications when preparing a resolution and finalizing the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I would also like to say that I've called all of the in-person cards, so if you submitted a card and didn't hear your name, please come on down. Go ahead.
Good evening, Major Mayhem and council members. My name is Heriberto Soto. Today I am here to speak about my daughter. My daughter is a student at San Jose College. After being a parent leader in this school and in inside San Jose too, I've been seeing all the unsafe things that are been happening, and I think my daughter deserves a safe place to study, not to worry about what is going to happen when she walks out. You know, I saw these people walking inside the school, stealing the stuff from our school. I believe we deserve safety, and it's not that I am against these people, but I am in favor of prevent whatever can happen to a student. Please support 802 and vote for students. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see anybody waiting to speak, so I'm going to move over to Zoom. Thomas, followed by Jill.
I am here today as a person with lived experience urging you to reconsider any measures aimed at banning encampments and lived-in vehicle parking by our unhoused neighbors. What we face here is not merely a matter of policy, it's a question of humanity, compassion, and justice. Instead of extending a hand in solidarity, we contemplate bans that only deepen their suffering and criminalization. These bans do nothing to solve homelessness. Instead, they compound the anguish, perpetuating displacement and stripping individuals of their scant possessions. The act of towing away vehicle dwellings leaves people stranded without even the most basic shelter. I beseech you in the name of decency and compassion to shift our focus towards tangible solutions. We must prioritize the establishment of RV supportive parking and safe sleeping sites. The mere existence of one additional site, such as the one at Berryessa, with 85 spots, falls woefully short of addressing the magnitude of this crisis. Vote no on both.
Jill, followed by Beth.
Jill Rodney, I'm chair of the MCBA, and we have some concerns over the proposed language that on-street parking would be strictly related to industrial zones. We're already and have been for years dealing with homeless issues, including fires in our facilities, hypodermic needles thrown over our fences, tagging, dumping, confrontation of our employees, and we don't feel that it would be fair to industrial companies to absorb all of the RV parking. We have thousands of employees working in the industrial zone, and we feel that they also deserve a safe working environment. Thank you.
Beth, followed by Cassandra.
This is Beth Siebert. I'm opposed to 8.1 because limiting RV parking to the industrial zones shifts all of the negative impacts of RVs to a section of the business community, which already shoulders an outsized amount of the problems, such as the largest shelter in the county, many of the services of the homeless, and a very high homeless census. For years, our business community has struggled with the severe consequences of the severe communities such as fuel theft, battery theft, water theft, drug activity, prostitution, property damage, dumping, graffiti, etc. We've lost customers and rental income due to the negative impact of the RVs. We've been told by city officials that the industrial sector is valued, and yet the idea of moving all of the RVs to our area will absolutely.
I have Cassandra online, followed by in person Eva and Carmen. So Eva and Carmen, come on down. Cassandra, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Cassandra Magana. I'm the Assistant Manager of Public Policy at West Valley Community Services and in partnership with the Real Coalition. We are strongly opposed to the proposed RV regulations ban. Our community faces a severe housing shortage, pushing many into living in vehicles. Rather than punitive measures, we should prioritize addressing homelessness at its roots. We support a no-fee on-street parking permit pilot for oversized vehicles, emphasizing accessibility and fair rules. We need to expand legal, stable parking options in public and private lots for individuals' well-being. Before towing, viable alternatives must be ensured to avoid undue hardship. RV parking bans criminalizes homelessness and worsens hardships. Punitive measures perpetuate displacement cycles, and towing leaves individuals without shelter due to exorbitant fees. With limited RV supportive sites, urgent focus is needed to create more accessible spaces until permanent supportive housing is available. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Eva, and I'm here to support the item 8.2 and the recommendations set for the Mayor, Matt Meehan, and the council members. Please support the safety of the students and support the services for our own housing neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Carmen Davalos, and I'm here to ask them for to support for the item 8.2 because right now is the future of the children. So we have to make sure all these happenings in the schools is just like a robbery or something. We don't want any children affecting our schools. The future is our kids, and we have to make sure they are safe first. Thank you.
Brianna, followed by Peggy.
Hi. So I believe that there does need to be a level of enforcement, but not criminalization. When a resident calls asking for help because there's someone passed out doing drugs, drinking, for 4 years, calling every agency, only being told that actually no one has an authority to do anything, not even to tow them down the street, because they're currently parked in a no parking zone, but people are being invited to sleep in my bushes alongside the fence. My baby can't play in the backyard without screaming and yelling and a bunch going on. If we want to help these people, we need to do boundaries, not barriers, but boundaries, just like every other citizen has to follow. If we want them to not do drugs if they're doing drugs, if we want them to get a stable job, if we want them to get somewhere stable, they have to realize that these are boundaries and things that everyone in the city has to follow in order to live successfully and safely. Thank you.
Peggy, followed by Greg.
Hello, I live at the Ponderosa Woods Complex. I can only speak to my own experience as a senior woman who frequently walks along the Penitentiary Creek Trail near my home and Independence High School and KIPP School. There are many encampments where I walk in some RVs and campers. I have never felt personally threatened by the inhabitants. I really feel badly about their situation. I have noticed several memorials for those creek dwellers who have died in that area. Homelessness itself is a danger to the unhoused, as we know. I think it sets a bad precedent and is unfair to use a broad brush to paint all of these people as dangerous. I think these issues have to be dealt with on the basis of specific incidents and not with blanket policies. And of course, we need safe parking solutions, real affordable housing, and to abolish.
Greg, followed by Tycho.
Hello, Mayor Mahan and all council members. My name is Greg Koopman, and I love San Jose. I support 8.1 about keeping a safe distance between RVs and schools. Times are changing fast, and safety laws for our children need to change along with these times. I'm an advocate for the unhoused, but I feel they would understand why they need to move down the road. Nobody needs to live next to a school. I also support 8.2 regulating all oversized vehicles in San Jose. The current free-for-all parking causes congestion in many small neighborhoods. Thank you all for your service.
Tycho, followed by John.
Hello, my name is Tycho Mainbon. I'm also speaking on behalf of Namang Guman, and we are part of the Leadership Education for Aspiring Physicians program, otherwise known as LEAP, at the Stanford University School of Medicine. I'm also a previous graduate of UCLA, graduating with a Bachelor of Science in Psychobiology, and I'm also a Bay Area native as well. We're a group of aspiring healthcare professionals, and we're just looking towards decreasing houselessness in the SF Bay Area. We had a couple of recommendations for agenda item 8.2, addressing encampments and oversized vehicles. One of those recommendations is creating designated relocation areas for residents living in encampments, particularly around schools. Yeah, we feel this can be done by collaborating with local housing authorities and nonprofits to create a pathway for encampment residents to transition into long-term stable housing solutions. Yeah, and thank you so much for your time. Hope the rest of your day goes well.
John, followed by JP Pina.
Good afternoon. I'm a resident of District 1 and I'm speaking in support of this issue. However, I'm concerned the proposal does not go far enough. My understanding is that the target of this proposal is areas surrounding schools with a very limited range. I would like to suggest that RVs and box trucks, whether occupied or not, the parking does not belong on residential streets, regardless of their proximity of a school. Students need to navigate streets much further than 150 feet to get to school. The previous topic before the council mentioned how San Jose was hoping to get away from households needing automobiles. I live near a school, and unlike when I was a child in San Jose, now almost every parent drives their child to school, largely because of these safety concerns. Last year, a middle school student was hit while riding a bicycle to school along Payne Avenue at Spage. The RV encampment to the west of that intersection and the reoccurring parked box truck to the east of that intersection.
JP, followed by Joan.
I'm JP and I sit on the Lived Experience Advisory Board Silicon Valley. I want to express my strong disagreement with the passing of items 8.1 and 8.2. This decision can inadvertently lead to legal, physical, and emotional distress for some of our most vulnerable citizens. Instead of implementing restrictive measures, I urge you to consider more humane and fair housing solutions. As a community, we should prioritize addressing the root causes of homelessness and find effective ways to provide support. I implore you to reconsider this ban and explore alternative approaches, such as establishing designated RV parking locations with basic amenities. These safe spaces would not only address the immediate needs of those living in RVs, but also contribute to a more inclusive and compassionate community. Additionally, criminalizing houseless individuals only perpetuates systemic hardship and suffering. Ending such punitive measures and focusing on collaborative efforts to provide adequate housing, mental health services, and social support will have a more positive impact on our community. By working together to find equitable solutions, we can create a community that values the well-being of all of its residents. Let us
Joan, followed by Gabriella. Okay, Gabriella, followed by Mitzi.
I'm Gabriela Gabrian. I'm a person with lived experience. I just want to say that I was forced to live in an RV during a very difficult time in my life. Poverty is not a choice for many families. They're being forced into it. Having a place to park your RV should not be so difficult where you can access needed services to live, such as hot food, water, garbage. I heard the word relinquish RVs. For many people, these are their homes. Towing somebody's car with all their belongings, terrorizing already the people that are in crisis is not the answer. If you say your children are your future and you value your children, teach them love and compassion. So,
Mitzi, followed by Andy.
Hi, my name is Mitzi Papay. My goodness, when it comes to the homeless, I personally don't believe they should be sleeping around schools. And my question for the council really is, how do you decide what schools are okay and what schools aren't? I understand you're having this whole pilot program, but really, by allowing homeless people to sleep near school, sure, some may be fine, but a lot of them are just kikes and niggers trying to molest your children.
You're
Why
off
would you
topic.
allow that? What school is going to be molested?
You're off topic.
How do you?
Andy, followed by Yumi.
Now, that previous caller, that was something else. You know, I have a problem with the way we treat our homeless, and it makes me upset that, you know, the homeless that live here in this country are given scraps, but we keep bringing in more third worlders to replace us. And, you know, the homeless people are just told they get, you know, 3 meals a day if they're lucky, and that's it, bologna sandwiches and stuff. But, you know, if there's a bunch of fucking niggers and
You're off topic. You need to stay on topic. Hate speech is off topic.
Yumi, followed by Sidhir.
Hello, I'm a District 4 resident, and also I have 2 school-age children. And so to me, number one goal of the society is to protect children. And also, I'm also worried about, I don't have any businesses, but I'm worried about those businesses which are affected by RV crisis. So please vote yes on both 8.1 and 8.2. Thank you.
Sidhir, followed by Rochelle.
Yeah, I represent Pine Hollow Circle near Independence High School. We came here to you know, have a nice family life near, and the schools are very close. But over the time, the RVs got you know, homeless RVs got piled up, and it's now no more safe. And it's not only during school hours. We face this problem even after school hours. The area is not walkable. It's not for safe for families. Dumping trash, and 150 feet is very short distance. So you please really rethink about it, because even across the road it doesn't cover. 150 feet doesn't cover even across the street. So please increase the RV parkings and yeah, move these people to a safe place. Thank you.
Rochelle, followed by Daryl.
Hi, my name is Rochelle Spitia. I am the current principal of Los Arboles Elementary and the former principal at Shirakawa Elementary, which is a current pilot school. I fully support the ordinance 8.2 and urge the council to vote in favor. In my 1 year as assistant principal at Shirakawa, I made over 35 calls in regards to law enforcement in regards to RV encampments, unhoused encampments, and vehicles. Some of the unsafe things my students were exposed to: unclothed people, police arresting transients with drugs, domestic violence, verbal altercations, unhoused talking to students and saying inappropriate things, and more. I want you to also note that in 2022, over $100,000 in stolen items, including firearms, were behind our school at Shirakawa. It's simply unsafe and traumatic for our students to be exposed to these incidents. Please vote in favor for 8.2. It's only 150 feet away from a school.
Daryl, followed by Paul. Okay, Paul, followed by Kylie.
also from Horseshoe. I'm reading from Mayor LaCardo's 2021 State of the City address, and I quote, "I take responsibility for that failure, for every unhoused neighbor who are in our camps, in our parks, in our creeks, and on our sidewalks. It is certainly is not their fault, nor the fault of any other nonprofit," end quote. Now, either this is fact or it's a lie. Now, Ricardo's known to be a liar, so this could be a lie. But I really actually think for this one moment in time, this guy was actually telling the truth. Secondly, I'd like to acknowledge one of my heroes, Liz Gonzalez. Liz Gonzalez stated here in this forum on December 13th of 2019, she stated explicitly, violence occurs here. Poverty is violence against the citizenry. That's what it is, and you create.
Kylie, followed by Jordan.
Hello, my name is Kylie Clark, and I'm a member of the Real Coalition, a group of more than 125 nonprofits that seek to promote racial justice and equity in our region. I've been working on homelessness in San Jose for several years, and I'd like to provide some insight into this proposal. We oppose the proposed regulations of RVs. It's unfortunate that our unaffordable housing prices and cost of living are forcing people to live in their vehicles. However, the answer is not to punish these individuals, and to do so is unethical and cruel. What we should do and what we support is expanding legal, adequate, and stable parking locations for vehicle residents. I was a case manager for people experiencing homelessness, and let me tell you, having a vehicle makes a world of a difference for someone. They're relatively safe with a door that can lock. They can find some solace from the weather. They can get around. They might even be able to have a job. And the bottom line is that people living in their vehicles are much more housable and less expensive to house. Thank you.
Jordan, followed by Randall.
Jordan Moldow, District 3, speaking on item 8.1. Thank you, Councilmember Bachtriff, for your memo. I enthusiastically support his memo for item 8.1. Time and time again, we see rhetoric that paints a broad association between all homelessness and crime and seeks to address crime by sweeping all homeless people to yet another location. If crime is such an obvious issue, why spend so many city resources relocating an entire class of people to another location rather than enforcing existing laws related to the root problem and creating services to address the root problems? For example, adding more public restrooms and trash services for RVs. Another example, we can improve street sweeping just by adding more signs for general parking restrictions on street sweeping days. I'm tired of cycling safety being an excuse to criminalize homelessness. This is not a top concern for any cyclist I speak with. To ensure safety, resources are better used to paint red curbs in all daylighting zones adjacent to all bike lanes and to step up parking enforcement. If the city is so concerned for cyclists,
Randall, followed by Angel.
Good evening. My name is Randall. I am in favor of you guys for 1.1 and 1.2. My daughter goes to San Jose Collegiate, and we've just been having constant issues with her getting harassed by unhoused people. I would like to make a recommendation that instead of just a 150-foot limit from the schools, we make it something closer to 1,488 feet, because I'm tired of these unhoused niggers and beaners harassing my daughter.
You're off topic.
Fuck niggers.
You're off topic.
Angel, followed by Hortensia.
Hi, my name is Angela Liana with Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits. I'm a member of the nonprofit Real Coalition as well, the Racial Equity Action Leadership Coalition, which is a group of over 125 nonprofits that seek to promote justice and equity in our region. We oppose the proposed regulations of RVs. Our extremely tight housing market and the cost of living mean that many of our neighbors are forced to live in their vehicles. We should be addressing these root causes rather than punishing our neighbors. We support efforts to expand legal, stable, and adequate parking locations for vehicle residents. Implementation of a no-fee on-street parking permit pilot program for oversized vehicles is a step in the right direction. The permit program should be low barrier and easy to access, and fair rules should be established for granting, denying, or rescinding permits. We also support efforts to expand public and private parking lot options that are safe, stable, and allow people to live healthy lives with dignity. Thank you.
Neighbor.
Hortensia, followed by Truth.
I think it was neighbor. Yeah. So sad.
Hi, my name is Hortensia Rosales, and I'm a citizen here in San Jose. I've been living in the East Side for 15 years. I also work for San Jose Unified School District at Leland High School, Pioneer High School, and Ohlone Muwekma Middle School as a translator. I see this RV situation at all of these schools, so I urge council members in all these areas to approve item 8.2 for the safety of our children and our kids. Thank you.
Truth, followed by Olivia.
I want to congratulate you on criminalizing homelessness tonight. I further want to congratulate you on increasing the amount of people who will die on the streets of San Jose this year. With these draconian knee-jerk reactions, people will lose their vehicles, homes, and belongings and be left with increased mental and physical illnesses. Many people are still on the streets because they were failed by your outreach contractors, and many have non-running vehicles because that same vendor never repaired their vehicles. Now you seek to punish them for your failure. Every night, advocates as well as city nonprofit contractors work fruitlessly to find shelter and owl beds for unhoused people. The city is not serious about helping unhoused people when there are only 2 owls and continued contractors who are racist and underperforming contractors. Again, congratulations. If you support this, there is blood on your hands. Homelessness is not a crime. Housing is a right.
Olivia, followed by Roberta.
Hi, my name is Olivia, and I am a part of Lived Experience Advisory Board of Silicon Valley. I have lived out of my car before, and I oppose both 8.1 and 8.2 because just hearing a lot of what everyone has to say, it's not a safety issue. It is actually more than a safety issue. You know, everywhere you go, you're going to come up with a lot of this feeling of unsafeness and theft and burglarizing, and it's more than just homelessness. You can't criminalize someone who can't afford to live here, to which I had just experienced that. Parking, there's already a parking issue, so I don't really want to add RV parking to be the reason why people can't find parking in areas around here. There's just a lot of people out here who are trying to survive. RVs are one way of living. And
Roberta, followed by Karina.
Hello, my name is Roberta Whitty. I live in District 1 and I teach in District 6. I definitely support the mayor's memo, 8.1 and 8.2. I am a teacher and I am concerned about vehicles that are parked close to school grounds, playgrounds, and entrances to our school. I personally have had to step over clothing today at the door of my office, and I noticed on my way home in District 1 off of Boynton and Williams, a couple of RVs parked near the baseball fields. As a parent and as a teacher, I'd be very concerned about people so close to where my children are working, playing, or going to school. Yes, I support the mayor. I also support the previous resident from District 1 who said not to have box trucks in neighborhoods, single-family homes. So,
Corinna, followed by Viviana.
Oh, sorry. Hi, I'm Karina. I'm part of Leave Silicon Valley. I oppose for 8.1 and 8.2. I've experienced homelessness, and it was very hard. I had my kids, and I was also pregnant at the time, and it was hard to sleep comfortable with my children to get them up for school. And due to me being able to be safe in the safe parking, I'm now successful with a nice home, and my children are in school happy, and it really helped me be who I am today. And I'm very grateful for this encampment. Thank you.
Viviana, followed by Gerben.
hi, thank you. As a former unhoused sleeping in my car, I'm also a mother of 2 school-age children and a preschooler. I'm strongly opposed to this.
Without a path to permanent housing, RV and encampments would only lead to sweeps, vehicle tows, loss of personal property, and oppression. They would move unhoused people from place to place without really solving the problem. I would also say that the RVs don't take away from the real threats on the streets. I believe no one should live near schools, and that includes homeowners. So I ask, if you plan to remove people from their homes, treat everyone around the schools the same way. If you're looking to make schools safer, look at the staff, the teachers, the cross guards, parents, and other supporters of the students. RV encampments would do nothing to solve many of the problems the mayor claims to want to address. As originally proposed, the RV and encampment bans would only be extremely expensive, involving signage and enforcement at hundreds of sites, according to city staff, whereas the mayor's August memoriam only cites problems at 4 locations.
Gerben?
Hello, great afternoon, everybody. I apologize for some of the rude comments that we've heard earlier with the cursing. My name is Gerben. As you guys know, I was there a couple weeks ago, and I think the key word here is knee-jerk reaction. So essentially, for the principal and the teacher, I don't want to go at you guys, but you're essentially punishing homeless people for being homeless but not understanding their situation. Me and my friend back in Miami, we used to stay in an RV when we were 9 and 10 years old, and now he attends Dartmouth University. Let's say he wasn't able to stay in the RV with his cousin at the time, you know, he would have just been kicked off the streets. And I just feel like I understand the safety issue in terms of people being close, but you don't know who's next to you. You don't know who stays in that home that's next to the school. And I feel like you guys are trying to blame, you know, homeless people, and you guys are educated, so you guys should think outside the box and try to really understand these people's stories. Thank you.
Back to council.
Okay. Thank you, Tony. First, let me just say to everyone here that I am so sorry, especially to our young people, that you were subjected to some of the horrific hate speech that we've heard spewed at public meetings recently in our country. And I want you to know that your city stands strongly against hate speech and discrimination and racism and some of the other horrific things we've heard said. So just wanted to make that very clear, and I apologize again. I also want to thank everybody for speaking. I know there's a lot of different views on this issue and a lot of emotion, and there should be. These are complicated issues, and we're talking about rules that affect people who are vulnerable and who are in many cases victims on both sides of the issue, whether you're unhoused, housed, a student, living in an RV, or not. So we all have to approach this issue with an extra dose of empathy. And I just want to offer a little context. You know, first, I think it's really important to note that this is not an isolated effort that we're talking about here. This is part of an ongoing conversation we're having about how to better manage on-street conditions as long as we still have members of our community who are unhoused. We have taken many actions, and I want to encourage everybody here to keep organizing and pushing us and pushing our county and our state to do more to create safe, managed alternatives to encampments and RVs. We need to have places for people to go. And so I hope as much passion, as many folks as we had speaking tonight, I hope we can keep that going around, again, advocating to not just the city, but city, county, and state and federal government for funding for safe parking, for interim housing, for transitional housing, for treatment beds, for affordable housing. We need an all of the above approach. And yes, the only sustainable long-term solution to the crisis on our streets is to have places for people to go. Safe, managed indoor places. In the meantime, we have a responsibility as a city for managing the impacts of unsheltered homelessness on our community. Today, we have about 4,500 people living outside in San Jose. And I think I certainly feel a special responsibility to protect our children. Part of what initiated at least this particular conversation at 8.2, and again, we're going to talk about 8.1 and 8.2, and then we'll take up separate motions and votes on the two items, and I'll explain what the difference is in a moment. Part of what the impetus was the students here. I want to thank the 20, 30 students who came out tonight, who reached out to Councilmember Ortiz and me last year, and we began a very lengthy, detailed conversation in which students really leaned in with a lot of good questions, a lot of personal testimony and ideas, and a desire to ensure that when they walk on and off campus each day and when they're at school learning, that they're in a safe environment, that they feel protected, and that they're no longer being harassed or having to step over trash or needles or have the continued break-ins and thefts and issues. And yes, moving encampments and RVs a couple of blocks from a school is not the be-all, end-all. We all know that does not end homelessness. But anything we can do to give a little bit of space and a little bit of extra protection and peace of mind to our students and teachers and our students' parents is worthwhile. And it is not accurate to say that engaging in an assessment of the dangers next to a school, including bio-waste, drug paraphernalia, fires, blockages of right-of-way, it is not accurate to say that doing that assessment and then deciding that RVs must move a couple of blocks is criminalizing homelessness. That is an exaggeration. Yes, we have to be empathetic. We have to do, our primary focus needs to be expanding places for people to go, investing in supportive services, and doing everything we can to create viable pathways for people off the streets to something better. But we cannot turn a blind eye today to the impacts on the broader community. And I think a theme that will carry through the rest of this year and probably beyond is what we are going to do to better manage conditions today out on our streets for the entire community, starting with our children who are demanding action because it's affecting their ability to learn and achieve their full potential. So we have to balance many competing interests here. And I just want to encourage everyone to bring that context and that level of nuance to the conversation. We can't do nothing, but no, the answer is not to lock everybody up or to imply that you're a bad person for being homeless. We don't believe that. We also have some very unacceptable situations happening right next to our schools where our kids are just trying to walk on and off campus every day. We have to acknowledge that and respond to it. No, this doesn't solve the whole problem. So let me get to what these items are. I have some questions, but I'm not going to ask them yet. I want to hear from colleagues. We have item 8.1 and 8.2. Now, in 8.1, we are getting a report from city staff. City staff is not asking us tonight to go give them a bunch of new direction to go implement a bunch of citywide policies. This is research, context, concepts for further study, for further analysis, for costing potentially, in case this council decides through the budget process or beyond to pursue broader strategies for how we manage RVs, lived-in vehicles citywide. Very helpful to have that initial analysis and to hear colleagues' feedback, concerns, and questions so that we can continue this conversation and go deeper in the months ahead as we get into passing a budget for the next fiscal year. Item 8.2 is specific to the pilot around the 3 most impacted schools, but what it does, if passed, is write into city ordinances the flexibility to actually enforce around schools and potentially other sites, after engineering analysis, a ban on oversized vehicles or a prohibition on overnight parking. So there's some flexibility there. We do not have the resources to go enforce that everywhere. We would, as specified by staff, pick the 3 most impacted campuses to run a pilot. And the distance from the school would be determined by the engineer's analysis of the risks and dangers to students. But today, without that ability, without 8.2 passing with our group memo, there is no mechanism. It's basically a paper citation no matter how great the risk is to students. There's basically no enforcement, no matter how bad it gets for our students. So I feel very strongly that this is an action we need to take, and we need to continue to learn and evolve in a compassionate and empathetic and balanced way, while saying the status quo, particularly for our young people at a few of our most impacted campuses, is unacceptable and needs to change. That, to me, is the spirit of this. So we're going to have some discussion and dialogue. I'd ask if we can, we'll see how it plays out, if our first motion could be on 8.1, and then we take a vote, and then we do the same for 8.2, but we'll see how it plays out. My colleagues will, we'll soon figure that out. Okay, so we're going to go to Councilmember Batra to kick things off.
Mayor, I want to thank the staff for spending, I think, a considerable amount of time in coming up with the ideas on 8.1 and 8.2. 8.2, like you said, that is a requirement or a response to something which our students and our people going to the school had difficulty being able to cope up with. And I would be supporting that 8.2 memo, the one you wrote with some modifications. And I want to comment on, and I'll give my specifics, what I will be willing to support on 8.2. 8.1, it seems to have gotten completely off track. It's neither is humane, does not recognize the urgency of the issue which we have on hand, doesn't recognize the cooperation like the path executive just spoke about. And it came up with an extremely complex, time-consuming, and probably never to be done kind of a program. What we are looking for in this thing is a solution which is probably not ever required. We are looking at it as our vehicle code to be the victim or be the holding us back in being able to do anything punitive. People are asking us about the cleanliness around the vehicles. So if you want to consider that there is a crime being committed, the crime is that having those things around the vehicle. The vehicle itself, because it's happening around the vehicle, we somehow seem to have associated everything to be connected with that we needed to have a vehicle code which will help us solve the problem. There are other penal codes you have about the health and safety. If we need to use that stick, but we heard that probably out of 850 or so vehicles we have, probably majority of them are willing and cooperative people. If we just approach them properly and we told them what they need to be doing, maybe there's maybe 10% of them who are not cooperative. Gail is here, she tells me every one of them is cooperative. But maybe 10% of them are not cooperative, where we need to send the police to go and talk to them and explain to them what their obligations are, what the expectations of the society are. So we don't need this big enforcement thing with $12.5 million proposal to come up with, and we need to have the power to tow. Other penal codes, you can impound the vehicle if you need to. So we need to look into it from the 8.1 side, that if we want to do anything meaningful, is what we are saying is don't go any of the paths you are on currently. In 8.1, the only direction you need to have is to go and work with the city attorney's office to figure out what current laws which are there about handling the blight and the discharge of the bio-waste going into the street, into the storm sewers and all that, what authorities we already have. And some of those people, you can start doing that today. You don't need any new penal codes. So you can go and have negotiation. Take the person from the path who talked about it, how nice these people are. Go and talk to them. Don't go on this path of expensiveness, inhumane, a not to be followed solution at all. So Mayor, my suggestion to the House here is that 8.1 is not the path we want to be on. 8.2, whenever you want, I'm willing to talk about 8.2, the memo which you and other council members wrote with some modification. I'm willing to support that. How would you like to handle this thing? Do you want me
Great.
to?
No, that's great. Why don't we keep going and see if we get a motion on 8.1, and then we'll at some point vote on that and then finish up with 8.2 if that works for everyone. We did say we'd vote on them separately. Okay, council member.
So do you want me to make a motion on 8.1? So you're saying if
Well,
you get a motion, then I can make a motion on 8.1?
You're welcome to. The staff rec is simply to accept the report, which I would suggest we do. But we can also come back to you. We've got a lot of hands up. Why don't I move on to Councilmember Dewan?
Sorry.
Can I move on to Councilmember Dewan?
Let me give me a second to give you the 8.1's, my nutshell on it, so that you can then proceed on it. Okay, like in my memo, I've written 8.1, so I moved that. Accept the report, but reject the recommendations on strategy, concepts, and related operational and legal considerations associated with a citywide approach to regulating oversized vehicles. Do not consider the recommendations included in this report during the City Council's deliberation and approval of the Mayor's March budget message for 24-25. Direct the intergovernmental one, but the main item which I want to direct the staff to conduct a comprehensive assessment of all applicable state and local laws that could serve as a basis for regulating illegal activities often associated with the vehicles, and subsequently provide a report to the council during the budget deliberations. That's as far as we need to go and start implementing, start using whatever the codes we have available, use the cooperation from our non-profit organizations to really work with us to do the outreach and bring these people into compliance enough to be able to work. So that's regarding
just before we entertain a second, let me just try to clarify. So I'm trying to get my head around your recommendations here. I understand, I've got your memo in front of me here. Accepting the report, but rejecting basically all of the content, the strategies, concepts, related operational legal considerations, feels in conflict. If you want to just reject the report, go ahead. On the second, I don't believe, we can ask the city attorney, but I don't believe you can dictate what will be discussed during the mayor's March budget message. I'll reserve the right to, decide what's in there. In terms of the other two, I could certainly support looking at IGR under your third item of advocating to the state to broaden certain authorities if necessary, and I certainly think looking at other state and local laws serving as a basis for regulating illegal activities is often associated makes good sense. Again, I think the point of the staff rec, though, is to give us, it's basically informational to inform the discussions and strategies we might resource through the budget. So even your Rec 4 there would take budget resources, which is why I think staff is recommending we wait until the budget process to decide what strategies we would adopt. We're not adopting the strategies here in 8.1 tonight, as I understand it.
But the Mayor, the issue is the path which the staff is recommending. It's not looking like that it's going to solve any problem. It's not going to be, it's the amount of resources which they're projecting. They are not the ones we're going to be able to give it to them. So I'm saying that we don't want to spend
so then I would suggest, if you want to make a motion right now, and then I'm going to move on, that you move to reject the report, or that you address that when these topics come up again during the budget process. But it does not make sense to me to accept the report but reject all the contents of the report. Just reject the report if you don't.
I'm proposing to reject the report and asking these other things to be done.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, that fails. We'll go on to Councilmember Dewan.
Thank you, Mayor. As my previous statements, I think we heard it already. I don't want to stretch this meeting any further. I just want to go how staff will mitigate the impact of the recommendation, right? When it's heavily heavily putting the lift on District 4, 5, and 7, which District 5 and District 7 are the lower socioeconomic standing, and that will be disproportionately affect when compared to other districts. When staff recommendation that mostly impact District 4, 5, and 7. I mean, especially in the commercial areas. And we haven't brought this out to the communities, haven't brought this out to our business association. So I would like to motion that my memorandum, and entirely with the following modification: amend item 1 to read, defer the vote on item 8.1 until February 13th of 2024. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to defer a vote on item 8.1 for 2 weeks. Is that correct? To the 13th?
That is correct.
Okay. And then I heard and there's a second. I heard a question to staff. Do you want to reformulate that and get an answer? Do you want to just repeat it? And I just want to clarify again, I'm not sure staff is saying, go do this. I think they're saying, here are some options. City, why don't you discuss during the budget and decide if you want to resource any of them? So I want to be clear about that.
Well, I hear you. And some of these recommendations as District 4, 5, and 7 is definitely disagree with, and therefore we need to take a look at it prior to the budget discussion.
Okay. All right. Any other do you have questions for staff, or we?
No, that's it. Let's
Okay.
move forward.
Mr.
Right.
Mayor, it seems like the question about what's disproportionately impacted.
Yeah.
Is that a question that we need an answer to at the moment? I couldn't tell.
If you want to chime in,
yeah,
please
I think
do.
what's really important is what underlies this issue is the need for safe alternatives for people while we're looking for other things. And I want to be really clear that I mentioned this earlier. The preliminary analysis of staff included looking within industrial zones. There's 180 square miles in San Jose, so they needed some way to sort of ferret down. But the plain truth is, none of the even proposed ideas would happen, A, without a step in the budget process, and also without prior council collaboration. So if a council district office said, hey, we're not in favor of this, that's the end of the story, right? So I just want to be clear that it's not restricted to industrial. That's just what staff needed to do to start the analytical process. Heather, is there anything that you all need to add to?
Yeah, I think it might be more fruitful to dig deeper into what would it look like to implement some of these, or offer alternatives rather than we just reject it outright. But we do have a motion on the floor, which is to defer a vote on this. Other comments on 8.1 or substitute motions?
Yeah, my hand was up next. I think after Councilmember Ortiz, but he was wanting to talk on 8.2, right?
You're waiting on 8.2, as I understand it. I have Vice Mayor next, 8.1. 8.2.
I wanted to talk on 8.1.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilor Cole.
Well, first of all, I want to say I want to ask a question unrelated to that conversation first. In the memo on 8.1, there's a section on landlords, and I want to ask this question about that issue. A couple of us wrote a memo to Rules last year on this issue, and it sounds like in this report there was a sort of statement saying this doesn't seem like it's a big problem. This isn't something we ought to focus on. I know it's really hard for us to know the extent of the problem, although anecdotally I know of several in my district where it's happening, and I'm a little concerned by sort of saying it's not a big problem yet. Let's wait until it's a big problem to decide that we shouldn't have it. I mean, in some sense, if we know that this is something that is happening and might be coming, I'd like us to at least make a statement as to what we find acceptable in our city. But I want to ask for a little more discussion on that, since it wasn't talked about in your presentation, and maybe ask some questions after that.
Absolutely, Councilmember. Rob Lloyd, Deputy City Manager, and we also have Deputy Chief Jimenez and Lieutenant Hamlin. So in terms of the outreach that was done, the police, there was an info memo released, and police did a survey of the captains, if I remember correctly. And they said, we do see instances of this, but we don't see it prevalent enough for a programmatic action. Two related conversations, Councilmember, were one is the work in LA that we referenced. The conversations with them were the enforcement is still problematic. A rental by kind of verbal agreement and being able to identify and have something to act on and enforce on, that detail is difficult to gather and identify, and a lot of it is word of mouth. And then the second piece is how do we stem the supply of those, which is the origin of the piece in here about the fund to actually purchase lien sales and junk sales and direct sales of potential landlord house units, for lack of a better word. And so all in all is we said we would monitor the program or monitor the conditions with police and to see if it increases at all, and meanwhile work on the other tools to address oversized vehicles on streets, and to continue to monitor and see if there's an effective enforcement model for addressing vandlords. Our conversations with LA, they said we don't know if this is going to work, we just wanted to put a stake in the ground. And so we'll continue the conversations with them is our hope.
Okay, and on the last part, the part about potentially putting aside funding to purchase and get out of the marketplace vans that could be, or RVs that could be put in use for this, you're planning to come to us through the budget process with a BD, I suppose, on this item so that we can evaluate it as part of our budget process?
If it's prioritized, we absolutely would, and we do have some thought and some concepts on that. So initial work is done, Councilmember, and we could definitely put it into the process if Council says that's something we definitely want to pursue.
Okay, and my other kind of question, comment. I mean, I hear you saying you're talking to police captains about whether they see this as an issue. It's not clear to me that police are always the ones interacting with our unhoused and knowing what their conditions are and whether they're being exploited and having these conversations to know. So I just would be cautious about using the police as the way of knowing these circumstances. And then I would just say I somewhat tend to agree with the idea of putting a stake in the ground. I mean, we have ordinances on the books, and I know the public sometimes complains about this, but we have ordinances on the books that we don't exactly know how to enforce. But that doesn't mean that it's not important to say as our statement of principle that this is a behavior that we don't find acceptable, and that if we find out about it, we enforce. It's kind of like most of our code issues. We don't proactively go around neighborhoods necessarily searching for code violations, but when there's a code violation, we go and address it. So I'm a little bit unclear about the path on that one.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. And we did talk with the Beautify San Jose folks and the housing folks if they're seeing a pattern. They say they absolutely do see occurrences of it. There was a cluster of 4 to 6 in one area. But they said the general consensus was it was better to watch. But you're absolutely right, at a policy level, council can say this is one that we want to put eyes and resources towards, and we understand.
Okay, I just want to flag that as something that I'm interested in continuing to monitor and see what we can bring back. Now back to the other sort of broader picture item. Obviously, my district was invoked, so I want to talk a little bit about this. And I would also point out, if we're going to look at where it's a problem, District 3 is also clearly impacted by this. There's a large number of, if you look at the north area, commercial area, the areas around Bayshore, all those areas heavily impacted in District 3 as well. So this isn't, just these 3 districts. I will mention, Cruise Drive was brought up tonight. There are now 42 RVs on the quarter-mile length of Cruise Drive. And I will say, it's not something that we can just sit and say we're going to do nothing about. The flip side is we have to be very careful about unintended consequences, and I say this every time we have these conversations. The more we limit where people are, the more streets like Cruise Drive get more and more and more RVs on it. That's the cause of the problem. That's why we have these situations. And it's not just Cruise Drive. There's also about 30 to 50 RVs on the frontage road on 237. So there's 2 locations in my district with 100 RVs. So it's an unsustainable situation, and we have to do something about it. I don't necessarily think it's incompatible to have the conversation that comes forward in this memo and also be aware of potential unintended consequences, because I think what's in the details in this memo includes looking around and figuring out what kinds of rules we need to solve the different types of problems we see across the city. about oversized vehicles. I mean, and again, the Independence High School example, which will come up later, also, it's not just RVs, but people who park their long-haul 18-wheelers along that section of the road right next to the school as well, because it seems like an easy place to park. We want to regulate all of this kind of behavior. So I'm not convinced that there's something wrong with continuing to investigate the things in this memo, just because we're concerned about what's happening in our districts. And I guess I just want to then ask the question, the intention of the motion here is to postpone this by 2 weeks and have another discussion, and I'm not sure what that discussion looks like that's different than the discussion we're having now. So I just want to understand from, I don't know, either Councilmember Dewan or the seconder or whoever, what is the intention of that conversation in 2 weeks? What does that look like? How does that differ from this? And what will we know in 2 weeks that we don't know today?
Our goal is get a realistic recommendation that affect all districts, not just ours, that heavily being impacted. And we're talking about when you make a statement saying 40 plus feet wide, I mean, we're talking about it could have been, right down in McLaughlin or some on King Road. A lot of these conversation was almost one way. I think it's important that the staff listen to my office and our concern. And yet, we talked about it, and we talked about it, and yet it's back on the memo, right? And I think staff have to think out of the box. Putting a condition where only industrial areas is not a solution to getting 850 vehicles off the street. It's actually just moving them from one area to another. That is not a solution. And I think if we're going to do that, that's all we're doing is playing whack-a-mole. And we're just moving one way to another. That is not a solution. And I ask that the staff to give us a better recommendation.
Yeah, and I think, I'll go back to Councilmember Cohen, I think when we're getting a report like this, where we're not taking action, we're getting options for future discussion, a very productive thing to do is to accept the report with some additional comments and suggested next steps and say, accept the report, don't like this idea, but why don't we evaluate this one and this one? I have to concur, and I'm going to turn the mic back to him, but I'm not really clear on how this conversation is going to be different in 2 weeks.
And just to clarify, just like I gave my input on the part of the memo I didn't agree with, which was the landlord part where they said we don't believe that we should be taking action, I think this is the opportunity for us to give input on the things we don't like in this set of recommendations, because as the budget is being crafted, we will have to hear from the whole, this is an opportunity for the whole council to be heard from. I'm just not sure that 2 weeks from now that we'll have more information and be able to give better input. Having said that, also 2 weeks from now on the 13th, we have scheduled the whole meeting to be about the budget and our first hearing on the budget and our first study session on the budget. So I also don't want to, I don't think it would be productive to add this to that discussion at the same time. Having said that, when we have that conversation on the budget, all of these questions about what to fund out of these recommendations should be part of that discussion and related to the budget. So there already will be an opportunity on the 13th to talk about which of these recommendations make sense to fund. So that's kind of what I would recommend, is that we accept the report, give our input on the things we don't like about it, and then as part of the budget discussion on the 13th that's already agendized, we might highlight the things that we want to fund in the upcoming budget out of this set of recommendations.
Yeah, I concur. Okay, we'll go to Vice Mayor Kamei next. Again, we're on item 8.1 right now, this motion on the floor.
Thank you so much. I have the same concern regarding the van lords, and I do recognize that the info memo stated that, it isn't such a big problem, don't worry about it. But I want to say that, even though you're currently monitoring it, I'm worried about someone taking advantage of the most vulnerable people that we have. And quite frankly, if you're renting, you're making money. And so I think it's something that we can't just monitor. I think that we need to put certain parameters around it. I understand how expensive housing is and how this is an option, but for someone to be just making money off of people that are vulnerable, I think is a problem. It's a problem for me. And if you know, it gets to a point where then it's a much bigger problem, I think that it'll sort of snowball and get out of hand. So I would like to address it now when it isn't as big, and not wait till it becomes a bigger problem, and then, you know, what are we going to do? You know, I would just like to address it now, and then if there are opportunities for us to find sites or anything like that for those who own their RVs, great.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Agree. Okay. On 8.1, Councilor Candelas, were you waiting on 8.2, or you are? Okay. Councilor Foley, please.
Yes, 8.1. First, thank you for all the public comments on both items 8.1 and 8.2, and for the staff work and staff presentation. I actually have a question for Councilmember Dwan regarding your motion. I'm wondering if, because I know your memo or your motion is to bring this back to council on the 13th, and I also know that we're looking at budget priorities on that particular day. I'm also aware that NSE has a committee meeting on February 8th. So I'm wondering if you would be willing to accept the report as presented today with a referral to NSE to discuss the issue on your items at the February 8th meeting, which you can then cross-reference to a future city council meeting.
Thank you, Council Member. To tell you the truth, I feel like I was blindsided by this whole thing. And I can't vote on something that fundamentally that will hurt and harm my district. I think if we voted today, I cannot vote yes on it. No, absolutely not.
Okay, so just to clarify, what I'm asking is, because you sit on NSE.
Yes.
And at that committee meeting, which is the 8th, so that's before the 13th of when you would like it to come back to council, you could have an in-depth conversation about, with all of your issues and concerns in relation to your community, District 7, District 3, District 5, District 4, and really vet the issue in a deeper level at the committee level. So you have concerns about that, though. And then cross-referencing it means that you have this discussion in your committee meeting. Cross-referencing it to council means that it would come back to the council for a discussion and approval down the line, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever. Whatever, you know, we're able to fit, but probably not the 13th, because we are designated that for a full discussion on priorities, and which these may be included in the priorities that come out of the February 13th. But you're concerned about that.
Yes, and I understand about the February 13th. We can move it further along if it needs to be. And I think your idea of having to go back to NSE is a great idea.
Okay, so then I don't know whether, you know what, I'll make it I'll ask for a friendly amendment to have this referred to NSE for their review and discussion at the February 8th meeting, to then be cross-referenced to a city council meeting to include the items that you raise.
I accept your amendment.
Thank you.
Just to clarify,
Peter seconded.
we would accept the report. It would go to NSE for further discussion, which seems like a reasonable place to do that. I'm a little confused, though, about what's being referred back to council. I think that's an option for NSC, but frankly, the whole point of this report is it doesn't do anything. Accepting the report does not do anything. It says, thank you for the analysis. We do or don't agree with it, but we accept your report. Now, as your report said, any action would have to be taken through the March budget message or some other council direction in the future. That's all it says. It doesn't do anything. So I just want to clarify where we're going. I don't want to accept a report and then send it back.
No, I appreciate that, but in the committee,
yes,
there may be
items to
more
refer
things
back
that come up that you'll then want to consider in your
Absolutely.
budget message. So that's kind of my thought process, that it's a place where they can have more vetting of the issue.
Totally agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah. I agree with NSC. I would prefer that we don't mandate now that NSC refer it back to council until we hear that discussion at NSC to know what's getting referred back. Is that acceptable to you?
I think having it cross-referenced to council is important.
Okay.
So
on consent or as an item for action? I'm trying to understand what happens with this report that we just accepted when it comes back to us.
I guess that depends on what they decide
what happens at NSC. Thank you. So to be determined in NSC.
Yes, to be determined at NSC. How about that?
Thank you.
I would agree with that.
Okay. Was that a friendly amendment or a substitute? Friendly. Is that accepted?
Accepted.
So we're accepting the report, sending it to NSC, and NSC will decide what to send back to council based on discussion.
Okay.
And either way, parallel to that, you can give me your feedback during priority setting and the budget hearing discussions, and there will be RVs talked about in the March budget message, I guarantee you. A lot of opportunities for us to discuss what kind of action we might ultimately take building on this report. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on 8.1? Okay. Okay, Councilmember Batra, you're gonna get the last word and then we're gonna vote on this thing. We still have 8.2, don't forget.
8.1, when we are accepting the report, we are accepting that they will continue to work on those 10 items which they have listed there. Is that true?
That's not what I read in the recommendation. Again, we have known for months that staff was going to do some initial analysis.
Yes.
Bring us their analysis to this point, which we can say we like, we don't like, we like some, we don't like others, go look at some other stuff, or don't. All they say here is accept the report and consider the recommendations in here through deliberation and approval of the mayor's March budget message, because we would need money to do any of these or anything else that's not in this report. Nothing in here says go do this.
No.
It just says
Mayor,
thanks.
I'm trying to get the same answer what you're giving. Do they continue to do anything at this point in time? There are two things which I'm concerned about. One, just let me finish. One, what they are doing, and one, which is they are not doing, because the area which I'm concerned about, which is not happening, is because of this grandiose plan, we are not using our current laws which we have on the books. We are not using any of those. And I want those to be used, so where would you like me to take care of
Great. So what I would like you to do, and then I will turn to Jennifer to clarify what the staff rec is, because it's very simple. A useful, friendly amendment you could offer to the maker of the motion.
Yes.
Is in addition to accepting the report and sending it to NSC, can we also ask staff to go do some more research on this specific thing, like working with the county to enforce our public health codes could be an example. Yes. Or can we ask staff to go look at legal standing we may have for enforcing removing personal belongings from public right-of-way next to a vehicle? I mean, there's many things we could ask them to do more research on.
Sure.
None of that requires us to defer this or reject it.
So we will accept, I will support acceptance of the report. The item 4 on my memo is the specific item asking for evaluating current laws which can be applied to these things, because I'm being told about the penal code and all that for the discharge of the bio-waste and all which is happening. We have not seen a
Yes,
report why
and
we are not implementing.
So let's get to your friendly amendment.
Yeah.
I agree with that. However, to the caveat that's in the staff rec, that initial analysis, any additional work right now may require budget action because staff time is limited and expensive and they have competing work items already on their work plan. So why don't we ask staff if that requires budget action or if they can do that research prior to any budget action?
In doing a research now, and also the thing is that this should not require police to be able to implement the current laws which we have on the books to be without requiring additional money, because certain things like the bio-waste disposal, it's our job to enforce. If the people are doing, whether they're homeless or whether they're not homeless, if that's the issue, that's what the police is for. The question is, we are not doing our job on there, and we would like to get that done. It
Great.
shouldn't be a
so
budget.
I would, on that item, I would ask clarifying questions of our representative from the department, who I heard very clearly say earlier that enforcing laws always has to be traded off against all the priority calls they're getting. And so there was some discussion of that earlier.
Yeah, so let's ask the lieutenant. Lieutenant, please tell us that the current laws which we have there pertaining to the bio-waste discharge and all that, if somebody is doing that and you're reported about it, are you able to investigate that?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Batra. The San Jose Police Department is always going to investigate crimes that occur regardless of what the parking situation is. I'd have to look in specifically into bio-waste. That's not something that I know a lot about, but we enforce the penal code, the health and safety code, and any other code that we need to enforce to make sure that crimes are being addressed. But I'll specifically have to get back to you on the bio-waste thing. I'll be honest with you, I don't know the answer to that one. That may be a code enforcement function.
So, Lieutenant, if you're not aware of it, I'm being told that there is such a thing there. So I would request in that case, please check what are the laws pertaining to, if there are any, pertaining to people creating a nuisance like what we are saying, because people in the RVs do not seem to bother people as much. The issue is what happens around the RVs and what they're dumping out of there. If we were able to do both carrot and stick here, we may not have to have this big a discussion over here. So that's what I would like you to check if there are, and that's my request. Yeah. Or becomes the request here. Please explore if there are any current laws which we can implement, and as a result be able to take care of the biggest complaint which we are getting from our residents, which is about the bio-waste disposals and other items around the RVs. RV is a irrelevant factor. It could be a person from their home could be doing the same thing. And would we be doing any enforcement on that? And that's what I'd like to investigate and be reported through an informational memo or otherwise. And if you are able to implement, we'd like to see what's the bottleneck in not doing it.
You got it.
So Deputy Chief, how much time might that take for you to do to bring it back through an information memo?
I think, understanding the budgetary constraints and all the pressures that we have, we'll prioritize that to get it back as soon as possible. I think we can talk offline about a deadline that you want to establish, and we'll make sure to meet that deadline.
Okay. I do want to clarify, Council Member, that, and I appreciate the lively conversation, because this is a very important issue. The intention of this report, just to be really clear from the administration, is that we did all this research. They've spent hours and hours and hours as a team to research these issues as directed, is for the council to provide feedback, because we're hoping that then things will be discussed as part of the March budget message if the council desires to move any of these ideas forward or go in a different direction. That's perfectly all fair policy game for us. So that was the concept. So if we hear that some council members are more interested in the van lords, that's the kind of conversation we want to get out of this. And then we can, if that becomes a policy priority for us to do, then it can be resourced appropriately. If it needs new resources through the March budget message process, which is the initial discussion of that is coming up, as we discussed in the next couple of weeks.
Thanks, Jennifer.
If I can just jump in as well, City Manager, I do think that level of analysis from the police department is going to come out of the same unit that we currently have finalizing the 911 analysis calls that the council has previously directed as well, which comes forward at the end of February, which I think shows the pretty compelling story of the capacity of the department and what we're dealing with. So I do think, part of the problem, council member, quite frankly, which I think is what, helped drive the council referral, was the set of constraints and laws right now isn't necessarily in our favor to address the crisis. And we can talk about it when the IGR report comes forward in the spring, but this is also an area where I think staff is trying to be creative because the state and the legislature are actually going in the opposite direction. They're going to make state law more difficult for us, so we can outline some of that in the spring when it comes forward. But I think using the existing mechanisms with our existing programs isn't going to be innovative enough. We're going to end up with the same problem we do now, which this team in front of you is trying to address in somewhat of a pilot manner, things that you may want to test moving forward. But I think the team here is saying the certain level of constraints that exists now isn't adequate to address any problem.
Thanks, Lee.
The last comment here, Mayor. See, this is where we seem to be totally disconnected with the community. Community doesn't believe that we are that helpless. And they believe that the city is not doing what it is supposed to do. So I want to see that we utilize the laws which we have. They may not go and address 100% of our problem, but I believe, the community believes, that if we did what we are supposed to do, our problem would not be as big as we have. And that's all I'm asking is use whatever we have. And then if we need additional authorities, yes, we'll go and try to get them. But we are not utilizing at the moment to the extent, and the community doesn't believe it. So that's why my request is, please look at it, what we are allowed to do. And then if we are allowed to do anything, let's do that so that the community trusts us that we are doing our job. At the moment, that's not the case. So I rest my case with that. But can I have that assurance that we will be looking at what we have available? Lieutenant?
We can continue to look at that.
Lee,
but
just
I think it would
clarify,
be part of any type of budget conversation that would have.
Ultimately, any action would be through the budget.
Ultimately, the action would need to be through the budget. So we will be better prepared with what those are and being able to better articulate what the risk reward is around some of those, because the constraints that exist now require a certain level of resources that I don't believe you do have. So we will be ready for that budget conversation with that analysis.
And Lee, just to clarify, the councilor's question of existing laws on the books that could be maybe more consistently enforced or whatever it might be, would that come through an info memo, the 911 call analysis, or as part of the budget? I just want to clarify when we might hear back on that question.
I think we can be prepared through the budget process.
Okay. So that would come up during a budget.
And of course, during the
study
911 call analysis, we're going to be talking about priority 1 calls all the way through priority 6, and the volume of calls that, calls, or I would say officer-initiated events. So I'm sure this will come up, but again, that'll be a conversation of where our focus is as an organization and community.
Okay, thank you.
Last comment, Mayor. I agree
And
that
council member, you're over time, so let's make.
This will be the last statement. Last statement. I understand that there are things which require budget, but there are things which we are all asking is, what's the current law? If we do not know what the current law is, what are we doing? So that if that is the question, we should be able to answer that one without much research. It's a matter of knowing whether we have a law around cleaning up the thing around there. There's a penalty code available for having this kind of a biowaste. And I'm not sure if that is a budget item, technically. In my life, I would never have believed that that would be a budget item. That would be an item of research which one should be able to answer tomorrow, if not tonight. So I rest the case with that. Please proceed as you like.
Okay, I appreciate your point on that. We do need to understand the tools we have to ensure everyone's being a good neighbor, whether they're housed or unhoused. I think the core of your point there is right. In terms of this frankly frustrating conversation around 8.1, I just will say before I call for the vote here, I want us to have higher quality conversations on this dais when staff has spent months doing research. Is the staff report tonight complete? No. Does it have gaps? Yes. Is there a long way to go to solving this problem? Absolutely. But a higher quality conversation on this dais tonight would look like all of us looking at the Horizon report to know that it's coming weeks down the road, scheduling time with staff to dive deeply into the memo and understand all the research that was done and what options are available to us, bringing in feedback, meaning highlighting the elements of the research and recommendations that you like and don't like with a rationale for why, asking clarifying questions to help us go deeper to better understand what other opportunities there might be, such as looking at public health laws. That's a good suggestion. And then offering up recommendations for what further research might be done or what things you hope to see reflected in the budget that we could resource to do that maybe aren't captured in the staff report or are. All of that would be productive conversation. But I want to encourage all of us to look at the Horizon report, meet with staff, and come in with the questions and recommendations that move us forward, because deferrals and not accepting reports, frankly, mean status quo. We waste our time, we waste our staff time to have more of the same. And what the community is demanding of us is that we move forward strategies that we can live with, that we can resource, that will at least incrementally improve conditions in our city. Tony, let's vote.
Motion passes with Davis absent and Batra voting no.
Thank you. Okay, we're on to item 8.2. I'm going to turn to my colleague. I've enjoyed collaborating with Councilmember Ortiz on this group memo we have. Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that. I want to begin my comments by sharing my thanks with the administration, made up of multiple departments, that came together to produce today's memo and recommendations. The amount of folks that have touched this work truly highlights how complex it is to reach a solution, and even then, it's far from perfect. Recognizing that this work is both difficult and contentious, I share my respect to everyone who made their opinion heard during the public comment section. These are not easy or simple policies to craft or to vote on, but with empathy and understanding for one another, we are able to move the needle forward. Like many of my colleagues on the dais here today, I had the honor of serving on a local school board, specifically as board president of the Santa Clara County Board of Education and as a trustee on the Mount Pleasant School District. Serving on these boards helped me gain a deep understanding of the challenges our students face day to day, and even just to make it to school. Students of under-resourced districts carry with them grown-up responsibilities, such as caring for another sibling, or having to provide for their family, which challenges their ability to succeed in the classroom. Despite this, many of them make the effort only to face another barrier, which is an unsafe pathway to school. Given the harsh circumstances our youth already face, it's the responsibility of the city to step in and ensure that these students can succeed in an academic career. Key to this is a safe learning environment, further supported by the incredible array of school administrators, teachers, support staff, many who have emailed, and want to acknowledge the Eastside Union High School District Superintendent who's been here for the entire discussion. Thank you, Glenn, for being here. After engaging in dialogue with school administrators and a student body, I came to learn about the serious concerns that are occurring in local school sites. And although this push for change began with the youth leadership and administration from KIPP San Jose Collegiate, it became clear to me that the issues affecting our school sites are not unique or novel to this one school site. At multiple school locations, the student body and administration are facing similar challenges, and their representatives, superintendents, and trustees are all supportive of this policy. And I deeply value their opinion as they take in these concerns on a daily basis and interact with students and their families. As someone who has personally experienced homelessness, I empathize greatly with the unhoused. The material conditions our unhoused residents are living under are unacceptable. And as a council, we have prioritized the development of affordable housing, safe parking sites, and interim housing sites to provide safe and healthy places for them to live. Have we solved it? No, absolutely not. But we are moving towards that direction, and we are continuously committing from our budget and from staff time to prioritize addressing the houseless crisis. But I truly believe it's possible to work congruently without pitting these vulnerable communities against each other. Children deserve to be safe on their way to and from schools, and our unhoused community deserve to be in dignified housing and access to economic opportunity. The memo by myself, Mayor Mahan, Council Members Dewan, Cohen, and Jimenez, I believe strikes this balance, or at least pursues to strike this balance. So I just have a quick question, because we've talked a lot about criminalization of the homeless, and I just want to ask these questions on the record from staff who actively worked on this language in the memo, in the ordinance. Is there anything in the memo that says that for homeless individuals who live in the 150 buffer zone, they will be arrested, or police will be utilizing force on them in a response to them living in those areas? Whoever can answer that.
Sure. Heather Hoshi, Deputy Director, DOT. There is no such reference in any of the memo.
All right. Is there any sort of major fine or anything that could be characterized as criminalization?
Any related enforcement action would be against the vehicle as opposed to the individual.
Okay. No, appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure it's on the record. I understand people are passionate. I'm passionate. This is a difficult issue. We're trying to find a middle ground between our communities and our advocacy organizations, but I just want everyone to know that I appreciate them being here. I appreciate their voice. I'm committed to meeting with everybody. If you want to meet with me, please reach out to their office, to my office, because I want to make sure that your voice is heard. But as we vote to enshrine this commitment to our families, I think that we can continue to commit to addressing homelessness as a city. We need both. We need to address issues that may endanger youth, while also being committed to serving the unhoused community and making sure that we're advocating for permanent solutions. So I want a motion to accept 8.2, the item 8.2. Yeah.
With the group memo?
With the group memo. That is exactly right. Yeah, with the group memo.
Thank you, Councilmember. Second, Councilmember Dewan. Thank you. Appreciate that. Vice Mayor Kameh.
Thank you. As we all know, this is a very complex issue. I will say that everyone in our community deserves to be safe. That's for our youth, our students, our families, our business community, those who are unhoused, as well as anyone in the city of San Jose. We deserve to be safe. And I think that there's no one here on this dais that disagrees with that. I think that we also need to separate the issue of those committing crimes versus those who are really just surviving. And I think that, I know that staff is coming up with ways in which we can do that, but I think somehow the two sort of conflate, and there are those who take advantage of the situation for their own personal gains. So I do want to try to separate them a little bit in terms of some of the testimony today was how vandalism and other things were occurring, and I think that we do need to separate that in some way. So as we come up with solutions, I think we need to address that. I also would say that In terms of large vehicles, it's not just the RVs. There are plenty of oversized trucks and others who, just blanket our neighborhoods, which I think we also need to deal with. I also want to say that many of us are also working with our faith community for safe parking. We have established safe car parking. It does rotate, so it's a little bit limited in terms of who can be there, but there is availability in terms of car, and Gail, you can see me later. And I'm personally looking for a faith partner to be able to do safe RV parking. I'm working on it, and I think that others are looking for alternatives. We do have a commitment up in District 4 for the RV safe parking, but it is going to take some time. So as we move forward, I think that we are looking for solutions. It's not easy, but I do think that something must be done, because I think that there are those who are taking advantage of the situation and creating havoc in our community. And I think that some of the unhoused community suffers because there's a sort of broad brush that's painted over, and I think that that's not right. And with that, I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Torres.
Great, thank you. And thank you to the youth who came out today to speak on their concerns. And I do apologize for you getting to hear the nasty stuff that these Zoom callers have been saying at our meetings for the past few months now. And so I always want to give a huge kudos to Mayor Mahan on making sure that we stop these folks from going any further on being racist. So growing up, I grew up in a very challenging neighborhood. And when I walk to school, and this is for our youth, and this is why I'm going to be supporting this motion. When I was growing up, I walked to school and I saw our unhoused community under bridges by my school. I saw drug dealing happening. I saw sex workers every hour of the day, right? They were just not in the evening. And I experienced that firsthand growing up, going to elementary school, middle school, high school, you name it. And so now that I'm an elected official, it is my duty to ensure that our youth in our community have a secure and safe route to school. Because I didn't have that. And at the dais, and as a former activist, community activist, and having various professional jobs serving our unhoused community, I have actively pushed towards solutions such as affordable housing, safe parking locations, and emergency interim housing, even as the costs have been going up, because it is important to also house our community. And for me, again, this policy is prioritizing the safety of our youth. And every student, regardless if you live in the Washington neighborhood, if you live in the Independence High School neighborhood, every student in this city deserves to feel safe. And with that's why I'm supporting this policy, and thank you for my council colleagues for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Dewan?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I just want to say thank you to students who has worked with our council and our city to help to keep you safe. Our prioritization in life is about building future. And yet, Alfredo said it best today, is that we are not criminalizing or blaming our unhoused residents. We are here to make sure they have the support and the help that they need. Especially, we can get them to the homeless management information system to help them off their feet, help them with their mental illness or drug addiction, job training, job placement. And I want to say thank you to the school district, our staff, my colleagues that support item 8.2. And again, this is not about punishing, criminalize, or blaming our unhoused residents. And that's all we're asking is our unhoused residents to be courteous, kind, and live among our community and help us to help them to be on their feet and to create a safer, cleaner, and a livable environment for all of our families. And I definitely will support this 8.2. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Candelas.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start my comments today with a sincere appreciation for the residents who not just took the time to be here, but also phoned in. Also, a special shout out to the students who have been here for the last 5+ hours, missing out on homework. But I sincerely appreciate the time that you took to bring your issues forward. I don't think there's anyone on this dais, as my colleague Vice Mayor Kamei mentioned, that disagrees with the notion that the safety of our students is top of mind. We've heard your concerns loud and clear. The presence of your, a safety or the fact that you don't feel safe going to and from, hearing some of the examples of things you witnessed is a problem. And, we all understand it's our shared responsibility to ensure your safety from those hazards to and from school. I also want to say that, we have to be careful in this conversation not to speak monolithically of our folks who are unhoused. We shouldn't demonize folks who are unhoused or even those folks who are living in their RVs. Some of which are families, like we heard people call in. Some of them go to work every day. Housing affordability in our region is difficult. We understand that. We all know that. And at the same time, we shouldn't be ignorant to the fact that, there's also folks living in RVs who are dealing with severe substance abuse, alcohol abuse issues. That's a reality. And so, it's not easy, and these experiences shouldn't be seen as in a vacuum, but rather the reality of our community that we are all in. And so, I want to close with a thank you to my colleagues, especially Councilmember Ortiz and your leadership within your Brown Act. This is, as we saw with the previous item, this is difficult, as you've all seen. It's difficult and it's a challenging topic. If anybody says this is the right way to do it and this is the foolproof method, doesn't know what they're talking about. That's not true. We're doing what we can with staff's recommendation of hours of hard work and research to try to give us recommendations to the best of their abilities. And so it's tough. I also want to thank staff for taking my late night phone calls, Omar, being available for this. And this is tough. And I think hopefully this helps us achieve some of our goals. And I will be voting in favor of this, of the motion on the floor. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Batra.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we can repeat the thanks to the students who came here, people on the Zoom, whatever side they spoke, the people here, and to the staff. We do acknowledge all the work they've done. I would be voting in favor of 8.2, but I want to ask a couple of questions. 8.2, the original direction which was given, it was asked to be done for all schools and additional items of childcare and this activities. You have proposed that we do it only around schools wherever the engineering study has justified it. Okay? Now how much work is that, the engineering work? If we do not have that analysis to be done, are we not able to do that implementation right now?
Thank you, Council Member. This is John Rizzo, Director of Transportation. So
Yes, what we did is we're selecting these schools as a pilot to expedite it with the intention to actually doing it very soon. So implement this.
Yeah,
The,
so my question is, why put that condition there? If we are giving you from the council, you are given the request or direction or whatever you want to call around the schools. If you put this additional step in there, it just makes it that much more difficult or delays the implementation. We could do that right now.
are you referring to the engineering analysis for that we would be doing for the oversized vehicles?
No. The item
Or are
on
you-
your memo, item number 1C, item C1, which says, work with the city attorney's office to prepare a resolution prohibiting the parking and authorizing through kindergarten school, where an engineering assessment has identified that safety hazards for pedestrians, bicycles, or vehicles. Why put that condition? If we are giving one condition, which is around the schools, why not we leave it at that? And then around the non-schools area, other public places, if we want to have any restriction, you can have that engineering analysis imposed on that one. But around the school, why would you want to do that? What's the benefit we are getting?
So the idea, the overriding idea here was to do this within existing resources that we believe we had in both departments, Department of Transportation and Police Department, so that we could do it immediately in this pilot process.
John, if I can interrupt you, I'm
Sure.
sorry. I think, council member, the short answer is that we are required to do an engineering analysis to ban overnight
That's what I was getting to.
oversized
Yeah.
vehicles.
So the idea, overview, do it quickly, but it's a muni code that requires us to do it.
I think isn't it the state vehicle code that requires the engineering analysis?
We have it in our muni code. We currently have an oversized vehicle prohibition. Sorry, Mayor Matthew Dolnay, Deputy City Attorney.
Thank you.
So when we're focused on oversized vehicles, we need to do that engineering assessment to determine if there are safety issues caused by the parking of those vehicles in particular areas.
Okay, the state does not require that.
No, we do have the ability under the state, though, to create an ordinance that we could then tow after we've posted. And so the first step is the engineering assessment, since we're targeting just one type of vehicle, the oversized ones.
So
Which we've already concluded. We've completed that.
Thanks.
So to get a head start, again, trying to
On
do it
those three
right away,
sites.
the money that we have in the current budget that we can absorb.
Thank
So that
you.
was the point.
Yeah, thank you for doing that.
I didn't catch it. What requires us that we must, if we want to say oversized vehicle, we do not want to authorize near the schools, 150 feet around the schools, we do not allow that.
The 150 feet around the school piece came from the rules guidance, and that was a mirror of our current encampment management policy for the non-vehicular issues. When we took a look at this, we were looking at an ordinance which would allow us to prohibit the parking of oversized vehicles and to have a towing component. We already have a prohibition on parking, but the only punishment for it is a citation. What we're looking at here is doing the tow. So we do the same engineering analysis, and we determine what areas there might be issues created by oversized vehicles. And then they're only going to be enforced in that area. So it may be 150 feet, it may be more, it may be less, there may not be an issue. But we have to take a look at that because we're focused on just one type of vehicle.
So if we are doing it one type of vehicle, we have to have some other reason besides saying some number of feet from the school. Is that what I'm getting?
Correct.
Okay, all right, so that gives the thing, okay? And the reason we took out the other schools, and there was childcare and adult, other educational thing, why are we taking that out?
Heather Hoshi, Deputy Director, DOT. We removed the additional school, childcare facilities, et cetera, just because of the sheer volume. Wouldn't be feasible to assess with engineering analysis plus installation. And the turnover of potentially those facilities is much greater than with the schools.
Okay. So once you do the engineering analysis on few of those sites, are you able to generalize it? Or do you have to do it every site, wherever you want to impose this restriction?
Every site has unique characteristics that need to be assessed.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Cohen?
First I want to thank all of the students who have been involved in this for a long time, and as it's always inspiring to me when young people are getting engaged in their community and helping us identify the problems that are important to them, and that helps us understand what we should be addressing as a council and as leaders. Our top priority should always be the safety and well-being of the youth in our community, and so thank you for engaging and helping us understand how you feel going to and from your school. Having lived right next to that school for 19 years, I know that route to school and understand why there was a feeling of insecurity for people walking there. And I think, you know, we have to keep in mind the needs of folks who are living in RVs and people who are parking in places like that. We also have to react and act when people feel threatened on their day-to-day routines. So I think that's important. I also just want to point out in the memo that I co-signed with Council Members Ortiz and Dewan and Jimenez and the mayor, you know, that it was we were very deliberate in making sure that we included language about how important it is during any enforcement process that occurs that outreach is offered, that supportive services are offered, that people are aware of their options, that we're doing more than an enforcement action, that this is not just about you know, the safety and security and the site for the students, but also the safety and security of folks who find themselves in that environment. And so our item 6 on here does talk about best practices to offer outreach and connections to services. And I'm hopeful that we will continue to move the needle on providing more services. Obviously, we've had other meetings where we've expressed our frustration at how long it's taking to open our RV parking sites and how we need more RV parking sites. I will continue to advocate for that and fight for the resources that our unhoused residents need. But we also have to be aware of when sites get to a point where it becomes disruptive to the folks who are also utilizing those spaces. We have to be able to all coexist in a way that's fair to everyone and safe for everyone. So that's our objective, at least my objective, and it will continue to be my objective going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I think that's very well said, and I completely agree. Councilmember Foley?
Okay, I promise to be brief. I just want to acknowledge the students. You brought this issue forward to Councilmember Ortiz. Advocacy works. The fact that you have a concern and we're concerned about your safety and things happening on campus, we would not have known if you did not reach out to Councilmember Ortiz and his office. And then democracy happens. You came before us, you told us why this is important to you, we investigated, we brought it back, and likely you're going to get 100% vote on this. I just want to say congratulations to you, and if your teachers up there too, teachers and parents should be very proud of the work that you've done today. Thank you for putting up with this.
Thanks, Councilmember. Appreciate that. It has been great working with our students, with my colleague, Councilmember Ortiz. Congratulations. Well, I don't want to say that prematurely, but Alfredo, Fernanda, and classmates, thank you guys for how engaged you've been. It's been a pleasure working with you. I want to just, 2 final points. I want to reinforce the point many of my colleagues have made. I think Councilmember Cohen just made it very well. Do not mistake the desire to better manage what's happening on our streets and to enforce basic rules around how we coexist with us in any way taking our foot off the gas on building safe, managed alternatives to encampments and unmanaged RV living. We have got to build more shelter, more treatment centers, more affordable housing, safe parking, safe sleeping. We need an all of the above approach until we can offer every person out there an alternative to unmanaged encampments, and over time require that people come indoors as those places are available to them with connections to supportive services. So this is not an isolated action. Finally, I want to note, this is an uncomfortable topic, but San Jose has taken on far more than our fair share of Santa Clara County's oversized vehicles. Far more. We don't see anything close to this in Los Gatos, Los Altos Hills, Saratoga, Palo Alto, Cupertino. I can keep going. I'll name virtually every other city in our county by a long shot. And when you look at the regulations in other cities, they are much stricter in many cases. Not just on the books, but in practice, when you talk to the people in these cities. Mountain View, like us, has stood up safe parking. We're going to stand up more. We're going to keep going. But they have effectively banned all RVs on all residential streets. Same with Saratoga. There's an effective ban on oversized vehicles in residential areas. San Diego, LA. In San Diego, you cannot encamp within 2 blocks of a school, period, across the entire city. So I want to be clear that the answer is not just enforcement. We have a responsibility to do some enforcement and regulation to keep everybody safe so we can all coexist peacefully and safely, and we can function as a society. The real answer is to scale up safe places for people to be in all of our cities. But if we are alone in not regulating this and not enforcing basic laws and not holding people to good neighbor policies, we will be the one place in the county that houses all of the RVs. And that is where we have gotten very close to. And we're going to have to get everybody to share in both holding everyone to a basic standard of expectations for coexisting in society, and we're going to have to put a lot more pressure on county and state and neighboring cities to do their fair share. So there is a larger context we're operating in, but it's not acceptable for our kids to pay the price for our collective failure to address homelessness. So again, thank you to my colleagues, thank you to the students. It's been a long time coming. We're more than 6 months into this process, but I think we're taking a meaningful step forward here, and I appreciate it. Let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously with Davis absent.
Thank you. Okay, we are on to open forum. Is that right? Yes. We're on to open forum, which is an opportunity for members of the public to weigh in on city business that was not on today's agenda. Tony?
I have Teresa Nguyen, who has requested Vietnamese interpretation. If one of the interpreters could please come down. So that's Teresa Nguyen, Mark Kishner, Gina Gates Lopez. I'm going to call all the names because some people may have left. Michael Boyd, Banana, Robert Aguirre, and David Heindel. And we're doing 1 minute for, oh, that's right, interpreters 2 minutes. You can go ahead.
We'll just continue with 1.
Okay. What do I get, 1 or 2?
1.
We're going to just continue with 1. I don't like changing
Yes.
back and forth.
No,
Let's
only
just.
somebody with an interpreter will get 2, but you get 1.
Gotcha. Gina Gates Lopez with San Jose On. San Jose On is a project that I facilitated with the San Jose Digital Inclusion Partnership. Y'all remember that, right? Because council supported that. So I've worked on that for 3 years, and I want to thank you for being a leader in San Jose, in Santa Clara County, in the state that is actually doing this. So I bumped it up a little bit. I am now working with Geeks Without Frontiers, and we applied for a California Public Utilities grant, and so we now have $140,000 to help residents, not just in San Jose, but in Santa Clara County. And I just wanted to report that to you and let you know, because of your efforts, we're now able to work with the county. Also, our public library is going to continue to work with us to help facilitate our orientation to distribute computers in San Jose.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Oh, yeah.
Xin chào Mayor và tất cả cái City San Jose. Tôi tên là Teresa Nguyễn, hiện giờ tôi đang sống ở thành phố San Jose. Tôi có một cái problem là khi mà ngày October 17 tôi có cái property của tôi nó bị annex từ từ R5 to open space.
Dear Mayor and dear Vice Mayor and City Council member, my name is Teresa Nguyen, and I'm here to express my deep concern and frustration regarding the recent rezoning decision for my front property at 5674 San Felipe Road, San Jose. I received a notice informing me about City Council meeting that's scheduled for October 17, 2023, which include the discussion of my rezoning of my front property from R5 to open space. Despite my busy schedule, I make every effort to attend the meeting on October 17. But to my disappointment, only item 10.1 concerning my property was canceled, and I was told to leave with the assurance that I would be contacted when it is rescheduled.
Then I asked you to help me to accommodate my xin City giúp cho giống trước khi đổi thành OS thì giúp tôi làm những cái đường vô cho nó chính xác và cho điện nước vào cái property của tôi. Thank you.
That's your time.
Why don't you go ahead and finish the translation of what she already said? Go ahead.
Okay.
You can finish that translation, sir. Sir, you can finish that last comment.
I'm willing to accept the rezoning under the condition that the existing wooden bridge to be converted to permanent concrete bridges for entry from San Felipe Road, with the associated costs covered by the city. And I propose the option of constructing a new entry utility on my parcel from Gailey Places. In this case, I'm prepared to bear the financial responsibility for the construction, with the city providing the necessary permit. I kindly request your urgent attention to this matter, and I appreciate your understanding of the impact of this decision has on my property. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. So it sounds like it got to the right council office. Council Member Candelas is on it. Thank you, ma'am.
Just, Tony, I'll give you a copy of this as well for the record.
Okay. Thank you. Next speaker.
All right, I guess I don't get 2 minutes. The name was Banana Sue that I used today, a nickname gave to me by a Russian doctor who's a mathematical genius and teaches cybersecurity and machine learning. I'm also a mathematical genius and a humble genius too. I come to these meetings regularly, talking about my domestic violence, and my son has been taken, and you do nothing but tell me to go to Santa Clara County. I go to Santa Clara County Victim Services, they tell me to go to the San Jose Police. I go to the San Jose Police, they tell me to go to the Santa Clara Family Courts. And in a circle, I keep going. I've worked for a lot of powerful people in Silicon Valley and movers and shakers who manage billions in investments. The San Jose City Manager is responsible for over 7,000 employees and $5 billion. I've put in a records request to see who else was interviewed for that position in 2021. I'd like to know who
Your time is up. Next speaker. And then we'll go on to Paul.
Robert Aguirre again. Again, 1 minute's really kind of arbitrary, and we could easily do 2 minutes at public speaking because I have a lot to say. So first of all, please address that. For over a decade, I have been advocating to have a commission set up for unhoused people or people that are formerly unhoused so that decisions that were made like today could have the input of people that are directly being affected. And I think it's only fair to give people the opportunity to be able to have some say into how these different rules and legislation is coming about and have some real force into what's going on. These people tend to be disenfranchised, and we need to do something about that. With my last thing, my car got towed, by, well, actually it didn't get towed. It got stolen. It was found by the Sheriff's Department. It got towed, and I had to pay a fee to get my car back. They wanted over $500, actually, with the storage fee.
Thank you. Paul, followed by Gerben.
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I'm very proud to announce that within the next coming months, my application, I'm very proud to announce, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe, to announce that within the next coming months, my application for Mayfair School to be designated as a historical landmark in the city of San Jose will be submitted. In 1952, Cesar Chavez met with a man named Fred Ross, and they met as a result of Fred Ross meeting with Father McDonald. What was produced out of that meeting between them two was a meeting that was held at Mayfair Elementary School, June of 1952. This was the very, very beginning of Cesar Chavez's organizing career. I am so excited and very proud as a Chicano historian that is covering the farm worker, lowrider, and Chicano movement history and literally writing it into United States history to be able to propose this. The Cesar Chavez Foundation is going to be supporting this initiative, so thank you very much.
Gerben, followed by Truth.
Hello, great evening, everyone. I just want to say thank you to the mayor's staff. However, the comment that was made about having a committee with people who are once unhoused, that's something that I second myself because I feel like we're sort of giving a knee-jerk reaction. The second thing I wanted to say as well is the fact that if we are thinking about students, I definitely want us to think about college-age students as well. And then the other thing is, of course, it's very easy to go ahead and say that people in RVs try to do all these illegal things, but as as Vice Mayor Rosemary pointed out, there are some people that are taking advantage of those people, and I know you guys probably already have my email, given that I've spoken many times as a student on this. I would really like to see if I can have a sit-down conversation about these statistics. How did you guys find this out? How did you not know this was somebody else posing? And I look forward to always speaking with you guys. Thanks.
Truth.
I just want to remind you guys that nearly every night there is some advocate who is paying to put a family in a hotel because the wait list for families is 3 months. And there's no place in the Owls. Call the hotline and the hotline says it's 3 months waiting list. You can't have Owls that don't admit families, that don't have space, that only takes 60 people total. You can't say you're serious about helping unhoused people when that is all you have. The city and the county are not serious about this. You're just leaving people out there to die. And you've got to be able to do more. You just have to. There's case managers who work for the agencies that you contract to that are actually reaching out to us and saying, hey, do you have a way to get somebody in a place? It's just not right. You guys are falling short, way short, and you're depending on us to make up the difference. It's your job. Please do it.
Frank. Okay, moving on to Joan.
Oh, hi, thank you. So I just wanted to comment on the toilet situation that everyone was talking about.
You can't
And
talk about topics that are already covered on the council. This needs to be new topics that were not
oh,
covered
well,
under previous items and City of San
well,
Jose related.
okay, let's talk about the topic, not so glamorous or real. Let's talk about poop and pee and let's keep it real. Uh, I don't know if you've heard, they're called incinerator toilets. It's a new way to go.
That's
If
not
you've
city
heard the new,
business.
yeah, I think it is city business because incinerator toilets would solve the problem, don't you know?
That's not city
Uh,
business.
Back to council.
Okay, thank you again to my colleagues and everyone who participated today. We are adjourned.